Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter became heir to King Arthur Pendragon's throne? Sirius was laughing when he fell. It was the wrong kind of laugh, sharp at the edges like he was trying to make Harry not be scared. They were in that awful room again, the stone archway squatting in the middle like it had always been there, like it would still be there after everyone was gone. Harry's feet slipped on the broken bits of floor. He reached, fingers straining, nails scraping air, because there was nothing solid to grab. "Sirius!" Harry shouted, and it came out cracked. His throat burned like he'd been screaming for hours. Sirius turned as he went, hair flying, mouth moving. Harry could not hear the words over the rushing in his ears. There was that curtain, that veil, fluttering like it was bored, like it did not care who stepped through. Sirius's eyes met Harry's, and there was this split second where Harry thought, stupidly, that he could pull him back if he just wanted it hard enough. Then Sirius went through. Harry hit the archway like he could break it with his body. His shoulder slammed stone. Pain shot down his arm. He clawed at the veil with both hands, and it felt like grabbing smoke. It slid through his fingers. It slid through him. He leaned in, desperate, and the cold reached up from the other side and wrapped around his wrists. "Give him back," Harry said. He did not know who he was talking to. The archway did not answer. The veil did not answer. The room did not answer. The only sound was the whispering, the low voices that had started after Sirius fell, like people were talking right behind Harry's ears. Harry pressed his forehead to the stone and forced himself to listen. He thought maybe Sirius was there, just out of reach, and if Harry listened hard enough he would catch his voice. The whispering turned into laughter. It turned into Bellatrix's face, stretched wide and shining with sweat, eyes bright with madness. It turned into her wand pointing at Sirius's chest. Turned into the way she said it, like she was singing. Harry tried to move and found his feet stuck. He looked down and saw his trainers were rooted to the floor by black tar that crawled up his ankles. He yanked hard and the tar held. He yanked again and felt skin tear. Bellatrix stepped closer. Her breath smelled like smoke and sweet rot. She tilted her head like she was curious. "You are going to be so easy," she whispered, and then her wand dipped toward Harry's scar. Harry tried to scream. He woke up with his mouth open and no sound coming out. For a second, the room was not the room. For a second, he was still there, still in that stone hall, still hearing the veil whisper and hearing Sirius's laugh break in half. Then his eyes found the ceiling, found the cheap light fitting, found the cracks that had been there since Dudley had punched a hole in the plaster one summer. His lungs dragged in air like he had been drowning. His scar burned like someone had pressed a hot coin into it. Harry shoved himself upright so fast his head spun. Sweat clung to his skin. His hands were shaking. The sheets were twisted around his legs, damp and cold. He reached up, fingers pressing at his forehead, and the pain flared so hard it made his eyes water. "Stop," he said to the empty room, voice hoarse. He did not know if he meant his scar, his brain, or the memory that would not let go. Something in him snapped anyway. The bedside lamp exploded. Glass and plastic blasted outward. The curtains whipped hard enough to tear free of the rail. The mirror on the wardrobe cracked straight down the middle, then shattered, throwing shards across the carpet. The window rattled like it was trying to run away from the wall. Harry flinched and threw an arm up over his face out of instinct. He felt stinging on his forearm. He dragged his sleeve back and saw thin cuts beating blood along his skin. The sight of it made his stomach roll, sharp and immediate. His magic kept going. The air turned thick, like a pressure building behind his ribs. A stack of school books on the desk lifted, trembled, then slammed into the wall hard enough to leave dents. The chair skidded backward and toppled. The old trunk at the foot of the bed shuddered like something inside it was waking up. Harry sat frozen, breathing too fast because he could feel it, the surge, the violent outburst that did not care about walls or glass or the fact there were sleeping people in this house who would love an excuse to throw him out. "Harry," he muttered, like saying his own name would make him real again. "Harry, stop, stop, stop." The pressure hesitated, as if it was listening. Then it snapped the other way. The bedroom door blew open. It did not creak. It did not swing. It slammed outward like something had kicked it, hitting the hallway wall with a bang that shook the house. A framed photo of Dudley holding a plastic trophy fell off the wall and shattered. From downstairs, Petunia Dursley screamed. Harry shoved his feet to the floor, heart hammering. He reached for his wand on instinct, then remembered it was locked away. He had not seen it since the order dropped him off. Dumbledore's people, smiling like it was for his own good, had taken his wand with them. He had been furious then. Now he felt something colder than fury. The hallway light switched on. Heavy footsteps thumped up the stairs, fast and angry. "Boy!" Vernon Dursley bellowed, and his voice was thick with fear pretending to be rage. "What did you do now?" Harry's pulse jumped. He backed up, hitting the wall by the bed. Glass crunched under his heel. His scar throbbed. His hand came up again, fingers pressing too hard, and the moment he touched it he saw a flash of green. He saw Sirius's face, just before he fell. Harry's vision went gray at the edges. The footsteps stopped outside his door. For a second, there was only the sound of Harry's breath and the distant ticking of the hall clock. Then Vernon's hand grabbed the doorframe and yanked. He froze. Vernon Dursley filled the doorway, wide and red-faced, hair sticking up like he had been dragged out of bed. His eyes darted over the wrecked room, over the broken mirror, over the shattered window that let in cold night air, over Harry, barefoot, shaking, blood on his arm. Vernon swallowed. His mouth worked like he was about to shout. Then something in the air shifted again. A shadow fell over Vernon's face. Not from a light, from something taller, thinner, standing just behind him. Harry's stomach dropped. Albus Dumbledore stepped into view like he had been there the whole time. He looked calm. Of course he looked calm. His robes were neat. His half-moon glasses sat perfectly on his nose. His hair and beard were silver and clean, and his eyes were the same blue that had stared at Harry across the great hall and called it care. "Good evening, Vernon," Dumbledore said softly. Vernon's face went slack, and that was almost worse than his shouting. His shoulders sagged. His hand loosened on the doorframe like he had forgotten why he was there. Petunia appeared behind Vernon, pale as paper, clutching her dressing gown tight. Dudley was a lump behind her, eyes wide, mouth open, looking like he wanted to run but did not want to be the first to move. Petunia's eyes flicked to Harry and then away, like looking at him might burn. Dumbledore did not look at the Dursleys for long. His gaze slid to Harry and held. "Harry," he said, gentle as a lullaby, "you have had a difficult time." Harry stared at him. His mouth was dry. His hands were still shaking. "You are here," Harry said, because if he did not say the words out loud he would not believe them. "In my house. I asked to visit," Dumbledore replied. "Your aunt and uncle agreed." Vernon nodded without looking at anyone, like a puppet pulled by strings. Harry's scar pulsed again, and anger surged up with it. Not hot, not loud. Cold, sharp, clear. "You took my wand," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "I held it for safety. You are still underage and the ministry—" "Do not," Harry snapped, and his voice surprised him. Came out too loud, too raw. "Do not say ministry like that is the problem." Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the broken window and the scattered glass. "You had an episode," he said quietly. "You are grieving. That grief is manifesting through your magic." Harry's throat tightened. He could taste metal like blood, even though he had not bitten his tongue. "I had a nightmare," Harry said. "About Sirius." Petunia flinched like she had been slapped by the name. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Yes." Harry waited. He did not know what he wanted Dumbledore to say. Sorry did not bring anyone back. Sorry did not change the fact that Dumbledore had left Harry in the dark for years, and then expected him to walk into a battle like he had any choice. Dumbledore stepped into the room without asking. He moved like the broken glass was not there. With a flick of his wand, the shards on the carpet gathered themselves into a neat pile. Another flick, and the broken mirror pieces floated up and fit back into place. Cracks sealed. The window repaired itself, cold air shutting out as if the night had never entered. Harry watched, jaw clenched. It was so easy for Dumbledore. Magic did what Dumbledore wanted because Dumbledore was Dumbledore. Dumbledore's wand pointed at Harry's arm. A warm sensation washed over the cuts. The blood stopped. The stinging faded. Harry did not thank him. Dumbledore's eyes lingered on Harry's face. You have been through much. I believe it would benefit you to rest. To have calm. Harry laughed, short and bitter. Rest. Right. I am not your enemy, Dumbledore said. Harry felt something in his chest twist. The words were familiar. They were the kind of words adults said when they were about to do something that made you feel small. Harry's hands curled into fists. Are you here to tell me more things you should have told me earlier? He asked. Like how you knew Sirius was in danger and still let him go anyway. Dumbledore's expression tightened. Just for a moment. Then it was smooth again. We cannot change what has happened, he said. Can we not? Harry shot back. Because you seem to change plenty when it suits you. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Harry. The silence stretched. Downstairs, something creaked. Petunia made a small sound like she was holding her breath. Dumbledore did not raise his voice. He never did. That was part of it. You felt like the one losing control, even when you were the one being kept in a cage. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his tone softened further. I came tonight because you are not well. Harry's laugh came again, but it had no humor in it. No, he said. I am not. Dumbledore stepped closer. There are measures we can take to ease your pain, he continued. To steady you. It is not weakness to accept help. Harry's scar throbbed. He swallowed and tasted bile. What measures? He asked. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the hallway, to where Petunia and Vernon stood like statues. Not here, he said. Harry felt the prickling in his skin again. That sense that something was being moved without his permission. That sense that the air itself wanted him to obey. He forced himself to breathe in slowly. Get out of my room, Harry said. Vernon made a choking sound. Petunia's eyes went even wider. Dumbledore did not move. Harry, he said again, firmer now. You are in danger. Your emotions are being exploited by forces you do not yet understand. Harry's mouth twisted. Like you, he said. Dumbledore held his gaze. For the first time that night, his voice lost some of its softness. If you continue like this, you will be hurt. Or you will hurt someone else. Harry's hands shook harder. He could feel his magic stirring again, like a storm behind his ribs. Do you hear yourself? Harry said. You come into my house, fix my window like it makes everything fine, and you tell me I am dangerous like I am a problem you have to manage. Dumbledore's eyes flashed, not angry, but something like pain. Yes, he said quietly, because you are. Not by choice. By circumstance. Harry stared at him. Something in his chest clenched so hard it hurt. Dumbledore turned to the doorway. Vernon, he said, and Vernon's head jerked up like a dog hearing its name. Go downstairs, Dumbledore instructed. All of you. Harry and I will speak shortly. Vernon nodded. Petunia turned stiffly. Dudley scrambled after them, tripping on the landing. Dumbledore waited until their footsteps faded. Then he looked back at Harry. You have always been more powerful than you realize, he said. Harry's stomach dropped. Those words again. Those words that always came with a cost. And you are becoming stronger, Dumbledore continued. Faster than anticipated. Harry's eyes narrowed. Anticipated by who? He demanded. Dumbledore's gaze held. By those who watch, he said. Harry felt his scar burn. That is not an answer. Dumbledore's lips pressed together. He looked for a moment older, tired. I will not argue with you tonight, Dumbledore said. Not in this state. You need peace. You need sleep without torment. Harry's throat tightened. You think you can give me that, he said, voice rough. I can lessen it, Dumbledore replied. There is a potion. Mild. It will help your mind settle. It will ease the anger. Harry stared at him, and his pulse slowed just enough for his thoughts to catch up. Potion. Brought to his house. To ease his anger. Harry's gaze flicked to Dumbledore's hand. To the wand. To the quiet authority in his posture. Where is it? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes did not change. Downstairs, he said. Molly brewed it. Something in Harry went still. Molly Weasley. Mrs. Weasley. The woman who hugged him like he was hers. The woman who called him dear and fussed over his hair and sent him jumpers with his initials. Harry's mouth went dry. She is here, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. She came because she is worried. As we all are. Harry did not speak. He could feel his heart beating in his throat. He could feel the cold creeping into his fingers. Dumbledore stepped closer, and his voice dropped. You will take it, he said, not like a suggestion, like an expectation. And you will rest. Harry stared at him. For a moment he could not move. Then the scar flared again, and with it came a sudden, sharp clarity that cut through the fog in his head. He remembered the Department of Mysteries. He remembered how Dumbledore arrived too late. He remembered how Dumbledore held Harry's face between his hands afterward. Eyes sad, voice gentle, saying he was sorry for leaving him alone. Harry remembered how, even then, Dumbledore had still been holding information back. Harry's hands clenched until his nails dug into his palms. No, he said. Dumbledore blinked. No, he repeated, like he was tasting the word. Harry's voice shook, but it did not break. I am not drinking anything you give me, he said. Not tonight. Not ever. Not when you have been lying to me for years. Dumbledore's eyes hardened by a fraction. Harry, he warned. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. Get out, he said again. Dumbledore did not move for a long moment. Then he inclined his head slightly, as if conceding a point in a debate. Very well, he said. I will not force you. Harry did not relax. He had learned. Dumbledore never forced when he could nudge. He never ordered when he could frame it like choice. Dumbledore stepped back toward the doorway. Come downstairs, he said. Speak with Molly. Let her reassure you. Harry's stomach twisted. I will, Harry lied. Dumbledore looked at him for another long moment, as if he could read the lie off Harry's face. Then he turned and left the room. Harry waited until Dumbledore's footsteps faded down the stairs. Then he moved. He did not think. If he thought, he would freeze. If he thought, he would see Sirius falling again, and his chest would lock up and he would curl into a ball like a coward. He could not afford that. Harry crossed the room, stepping around the wreckage that Dumbledore had repaired so neatly. He yanked open the wardrobe and shoved aside Dudley's old coats until he found the back corner where he had hidden his trunk. His fingers shook as he tugged it out. The lock clicked under his touch. Not because he had the key, because his magic wanted it open. Harry stared at it for half a second, then shook himself. Later, he muttered, and shoved the lid up. Inside, his invisibility cloak was folded like it had been waiting. His spare clothes were there, worn and crumpled. A pouch of coins from his last trip to Diagon Alley sat tucked into a corner, heavier than it should have been. Harry grabbed the cloak first and slung it over his shoulders. The weight settled, familiar and comforting in a way nothing else was. He hesitated at his wand holster, empty. A fresh wave of anger rolled up, hot and bitter. He clenched his jaw and forced his hands to keep moving. He shoved coins into his pocket. He grabbed his Marauder's map, because he could not leave it behind. He grabbed a spare shirt and jammed it into his jeans waistband because he did not have time to pack properly. His eyes landed on the photo of him and Sirius that he kept hidden inside a book. The one where Sirius was grinning like he had been caught doing something stupid, and Harry looked awkward and young and happy in a way that made Harry's chest ache now. Harry's hand hovered over it. His throat tightened. Sorry, he whispered, and shoved the photo into his pocket too. He closed the trunk and pushed it back into place, because he could not carry it and he did not want to leave evidence right away. He moved to the window, then stopped. The window was fixed, but the latch still stuck. Harry's fingers trembled as he undid it. Cold air slipped in, smelling like wet asphalt and night. Downstairs, a woman's voice rose. Molly. Harry froze under the cloak, listening. I do not like it, Molly said, and her voice was low but fierce. I do not like doing this to him, Albus. You are not doing it to him, Dumbledore replied, calm as ever. You are doing it for him. Harry's breath caught. His heart started hammering again. He is a child, Molly hissed. He is grieving. He has been through horrors. And now we are going to slip something into his tea like he is some sort of dangerous animal. Harry's stomach twisted hard. Molly, Dumbledore said, patient. His magic is reacting. He cannot control it. He nearly killed his cousin last summer. The boy is carrying trauma and power in equal measure. If he lashes out in the wrong moment, he will draw attention, and that attention will get him killed. And if he finds out, Molly whispered, voice shaking now, if he finds out we did this, he will never forgive us. There was a pause. The kind of pause where someone was choosing words. He does not need to forgive, Dumbledore said quietly. He needs to survive. Harry's hands clenched around the window frame so hard his fingers hurt. Molly spoke again, quieter, and it sounded like she was trying not to cry. It is just supposed to calm him, she said, just to take the edge off, not make him some puppet. It will not, Dumbledore assured. It will steady his mind, soften the extremes. It will make him more receptive to guidance. Harry's blood went cold. More receptive. Harry pressed his teeth together so hard his jaw ached. I hate this, Molly said. I hate it. But he has been so angry since Sirius. He blames you, Albus. He blames everyone. He is going to do something reckless. He will, Dumbledore agreed. If we allow him to. That is why we cannot. Molly inhaled shakily. And what about the other thing? She asked. The loyalty potion. The one you mentioned. You said it would help him trust again. Harry's stomach lurched. His throat closed up. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. It is not a love potion, he said. It is a gentle stabilizer. A bonding draft. It reinforces connections he already values. It encourages him to lean on the people who care for him, rather than isolating himself in rage. Molly's voice cracked. That sounds like you are controlling him. A long pause. Then Dumbledore spoke, and there was something harder under the gentleness. Molly, he said, the war is not kind. The boy is the center of it whether he wishes to be or not. If he chooses the wrong path, people will die. If he loses himself, the world loses. Harry's scar pulsed like it was agreeing. So we do it, Molly whispered. Yes, Dumbledore said. We do it, and we carry the guilt so he does not have to carry the consequences. Harry's vision blurred for a second. Not from tears, from fury. His chest rose and fell too fast. His hands were shaking again. He could feel magic stirring, hungry, volatile. His brain screamed at him to storm downstairs, to throw the potion in their faces, to shout at Molly until she cried, to demand Dumbledore explain himself, to demand a reason for every lie, every secret, every quiet push toward a destiny Harry had never asked for. But he could already see how that would end. Dumbledore would look at him with sad eyes. He would speak softly. He would frame it like care. Molly would cry and call him dear and tell him she was only trying to help. And if Harry refused, they would find another way. They were already discussing loyalty potions like it was a normal thing to slip into a boy's tea. Harry's stomach rolled again. He swallowed hard and bile rose. He turned back to the window. His hands fumbled the sill. He pushed the window open wider, then swung one leg over, then the other. The drop to the ground was not huge. Couple of meters. Enough to break an ankle if he landed wrong. He did not have his wand. Harry breathed in once, sharp and shaking, and jumped. The ground rushed up. For a split second, fear snapped through him bright and clean. Then his magic flared without permission, cushioning him like an invisible hand. He hit the grass hard anyway, knees bending, hands slapping down to steady himself. Pain shot up his legs. He gasped. The cloak slid over him, hiding him in a shimmer of nothing. The night was cold. The street was quiet. Number 4 sat behind him like a trap. Harry crouched for a second, breathing, listening. Inside, voices continued, muffled by walls. Somewhere upstairs, A floorboard creaked. Maybe Dumbledore checking his room. Maybe Molly coming up with the mug. Harry did not wait to find out. He moved. He ran across the garden, cloak dragging, then slipped through the gap in the fence. He hit the pavement and kept running, feet slapping concrete, breath tearing in his throat. His chest hurt. His scar burned. Sweat cooled on his skin, turning his shirt clammy. He ran anyway because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant hearing Dumbledore say more receptive again and again. He turned corners without planning. He ducked behind hedges when headlights swept past. He forced himself not to look back. The world was mostly asleep. A cat darted across the road and disappeared under a parked car. A street lamp buzzed overhead. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, then went quiet. Harry's heart hammered so hard it hurt. He did not know where he was going. Then he felt it. It was not a voice, not a whisper, not someone calling his name. It was a tug in his bones, like something inside his blood had grabbed a hook and started pulling. Harry stumbled, catching himself on a lamppost. He sucked in air, chest burning. The pull yanked again, steady and insistent, aimed toward the direction of the main road. Harry stared into the darkness. "No," he whispered, because he did not want another weird thing in his life. He did not want destiny. He did not want prophecies. He did not want ancient magic or chosen one nonsense. He wanted Sirius back. He wanted sleep without nightmares. He wanted a normal life that had been stolen before he even learned to talk. The pull did not care. It tightened, and for a second, Harry's scar cooled. The burning eased. The pain turned into something else. Something cold and sharp and old. Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like metal. "All right," he muttered, and it came out bitter. "Fine." He moved again, following the pull. The cloak made running awkward. He nearly tripped twice. He pushed it back off his head, letting it hang around his shoulders instead so he could see properly. The pull led him out of Little Whinging, past quiet houses, past a small row of shops closed for the night. He reached a main road where cars hissed by, their lights white streaks in the dark. The air smelled like petrol and rain. He stood on the pavement panting, watching. A bus roared past. Harry flinched as if the noise was a spell. He forced himself to breathe. He could not apparate. He had never managed it even with lessons at school. He was underage. He had no wand. And yet the pull in his blood kept yanking like it expected him to get to London anyway. Harry's hands clenched, then loosened. He looked up at the night sky, cloudy and dull. "What do you want?" he whispered. The pull tightened. Harry swore under his breath and started walking. He did not let himself drift into routine. He moved with purpose because if he slowed down, his thoughts would catch him. The pull guided him to a quieter stretch where the pavement narrowed and the streetlights flickered. He kept his head down. He kept moving. Car slowed near him. Harry's muscles tensed. He turned slightly, ready to run. The car rolled past. The driver did not even glance his way. Harry exhaled hard. The pull yanked again, stronger this time, and Harry staggered as if someone had shoved him. He stumbled into a shadowed doorway, grabbed the brick wall, and pressed his forehead to it. His scar flared. The pain was back, sudden and sharp. Harry's vision flickered. For a second, he saw Dumbledore's eyes. Calm. Blue. Watching. Harry jerked upright, heart hammering. "They are tracking me," he whispered. He did not know if it was true. He did not know if it was paranoia. But he had heard enough in the kitchen to know that Dumbledore planned like a chess player. Dumbledore did not let pieces wander off the board. Harry's stomach clenched. He shoved the cloak back over his head and crossed the road while traffic was thin. He moved faster, following the pull with more urgency. The world changed as he got closer to London. The quiet suburban streets gave way to more cars, more lights, more noise. He passed a petrol station with harsh fluorescent glare. He passed a late-night shop with a man smoking outside, eyes on his phone, not looking up. Harry's legs started to ache. His breath came in ragged pulls. Sweat soaked his shirt. His mouth was dry. The pull did not slow. It did not soften. It dragged him onward like he was being reeled in. Harry's scar burned again, and anger flared with it. He thought of Molly's voice. I hate this. He thought of Dumbledore's reply. He needs to survive. Harry had survived for 16 years. He had survived cupboards and hunger and being treated like dirt. He had survived trolls and basilisks and dementors. He had survived Voldemort in his head. He was done surviving for other people's plans. The pull snapped harder and the world lurched. Harry stopped dead in the middle of the pavement. The street around him blurred, like the air had turned into water. His stomach flipped. Panic shot through him because this was not normal. This was not walking. This was magic doing something it was not supposed to do. Harry tried to step back. The pull tightened and yanked him forward. The street vanished. Harry slammed into a brick wall and nearly vomited. He doubled over, hands on his knees, gasping. His stomach rolled violently. His throat burned as bile came up, and he spat it onto the pavement, shaking. Cold air hit his face. Different air. Better. He looked up, blinking hard. He was not on the same street. He was in an alley. The buildings were taller. The lights were harsher. The sound of traffic was louder, constant in the distance. The smell was wrong too, thicker, dirtier, like rain mixed with old stone and exhaust. Harry stared around, chest heaving. What? He whispered, voice rough. What did I just do? His hands shook. His scar pulsed. The pull in his blood loosened slightly, like it was satisfied. Harry straightened slowly. His legs felt weak. His head spun. He braced a hand on the wall and forced himself not to panic. He had apparat. Not properly. Not cleanly. Not with control. But he had moved through space in a way he had never managed, and it had been driven by something inside him, not by his own skill. Harry swallowed, throat raw. That should not be possible, he muttered. The pull tightened again, impatient. Harry dragged in a breath and followed. The alley opened onto a busy road. Cars hissed by, tires spraying water. People walked past in coats, heads down, not noticing the thin boy under a cloak who looked like he had been dragged through hell. Harry kept his face lowered, cloak pulled closer around his shoulders. The pull took him through back streets, away from the main roads, into places that felt older. The buildings changed. More brick, more stone, narrower lanes. The air smelled like damp history. Harry's stomach churned again, and he knew another jump was coming. No, he whispered, but his magic did not listen. The world lurched. Harry's feet left the ground. For a second he was nowhere. Then he stumbled forward into darkness, hitting a metal railing. His hands grabbed it automatically. He gagged, bent over, and threw up for real this time, harsh and painful. When he looked up, his eyes stung. He was standing at the entrance to a stairwell that went down. It looked like one of those old underground access points, hidden behind a rusted gate and a sign that said nothing helpful. The steps descended into shadow. The air rising from it was colder than the night above, and it smelled like wet stone and old water. Harry stared. The pull in his blood pointed straight down. Harry's heart hammered. Every instinct screamed at him to run the other way. He had learned the hard way that weird hidden entrances usually led to things trying to kill him. And yet he was already here, already alone, already running from the people who were supposed to protect him. Harry swallowed hard. He pulled the cloak fully over himself and stepped down. The first few steps were slick with moisture. His trainers squeaked faintly. He moved slowly, one hand trailing the wall for balance. The darkness thickened as he descended, swallowing the city noise until only the faint hum of traffic remained, muffled and distant. Halfway down, the air changed. It became heavier, colder, like it had been trapped down here for centuries. Harry's breath puffed white. At the bottom of the stairwell was a door, not a modern door, an old iron thing, thick and heavy, covered in rust and grime. Someone had tried to paint over it at some point, but the paint had peeled away in strips. There were scratches in the metal that did not look like random wear. They looked like claw marks. Harry's stomach tightened. The pull in his blood pressed against the door like it wanted through. Harry reached out. The moment his fingers touched the iron, a shock went up his arm. Not electric, not pain, something colder, something that felt like a hand closing around his bones. Harry jerked back with a gasp. His scar flared again. Right? He whispered, voice shaking. This is normal. Of course it is. He pressed his hand to the door again, this time forcing himself not to flinch. The cold spread up his arm, creeping into his shoulder. His breath hitched. His fingers went numb. Then the door clicked. The sound was soft, almost polite. The iron door swung inward, slow and heavy, and darkness breathed out at him. Harry stood still for a moment, listening. There was water dripping somewhere. Slow, steady, like a clock. There was a faint sound under it, a low hum that could have been pipes, could have been something else entirely. Harry swallowed. He stepped through. The passage beyond the door was narrow and carved from stone. Not concrete, not brick. Stone, rough and ancient. The walls were damp, slick under his fingertips. The air smelled like wet earth and salt. Harry took a few careful steps forward, and the iron door behind him shut on its own with a dull thud. Harry froze. He turned, reached back, tried the door. It did not budge. His breath came faster. Okay, he whispered, forcing himself to breathe. Okay, that is fine. That is just fine. The pull in his blood tugged, urging him deeper. Harry turned back to the passage and walked. He did not have a wand. He did not have light. He had only the faint glow from the stairwell behind him, and that faded fast. He held the cloak tight around his shoulders with one hand. With the other, he kept contact with the wall, moving by touch. The passage sloped downward, gentle at first, then steeper. The stone under his shoes was uneven. Water dripped from above, cold splashes landing on his hair, running down his neck. Harry's scar pulsed in time with the dripping. He tried not to think about it. After what felt like ages, the passage widened abruptly. Harry stepped into a larger chamber and stopped. The air here was colder, and it smelled stronger, sharp with old water and something else. Something metallic. Harry's eyes adjusted slowly. In the faint light that seeped in from somewhere, he could make out shapes. Bones. Not a pile of small animal bones. Human bones. Skulls. Ribcages. Long bones scattered across stone. Some were cracked. Some were stained dark. There were pieces of rusted armor too, bent and broken, half buried under debris. A sword lay snapped in two near a skull, the blade eaten by time. Harry's stomach clenched. He swallowed hard. He forced himself to breathe through his mouth because the smell was making him gag. The pull in his blood did not hesitate. It dragged him forward, past the bones, toward a darker opening at the far end of the chamber. Harry stepped carefully, avoiding skulls because stepping on one felt like crossing a line he was not ready to cross. His hands shook. His skin prickled with the sense of magic all around him, thick and heavy, like the air itself had been enchanted. His scar burned again, then cooled suddenly, as if something had noticed him and approved. Harry's pulse jumped. He reached the opening and stepped through. The next passage was lower. The ceiling pressed close. Harry had to hunch slightly. The stone here was smoother, carved deliberately, and the walls had markings in them. Not Latin. Not runes he recognized from Hogwarts. These looked older, deeper, carved with purpose and then worn down by centuries. Harry traced one with his fingertips. The symbol felt faintly warm, like it held heat in the stone. The pull yanked hard, and Harry stumbled forward, catching himself. He sucked in a sharp breath. The passage opened again. This chamber was bigger than the last. There was water here, a pool that filled most of the space. It was dark, still, reflecting nothing. The surface looked like ink. The air above it was colder, and Harry's breath came out in thick puffs. Along the edges of the pool were more bones, more armor, more broken weapons. Some of the skeletons looked like they had reached for the water and never made it back. Harry's stomach twisted. He took a step closer, careful, eyes fixed on the water. The pull in his blood was strongest now. It was almost painful, like something inside him was trying to crawl out of his chest and leap into that pool. Harry swallowed. "All right," he whispered. "I am here. Now what?" The water rippled. Harry froze. The ripple spread, slow and deliberate. Then the surface bulged upward, like something massive was rising from underneath. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. His legs locked. The water broke. Something emerged. It was not a woman stepping gracefully from a lake like in stories. It was not beautiful. It was not gentle. It was tall, too tall, its body draped in something that looked like water and weeds and old cloth. The skin was pale in the dim light, but not healthy pale. It looked like skin that had never seen sun, stretched tight over something not quite human. Its hair hung in wet ropes down its back. Its eyes were the worst part. They were dark at first. Then they caught the faint light and flashed, gold shot through black, like coins at the bottom of a deep well. Harry's breath hitched. He could not move. The thing turned its head slowly, and its gaze locked onto him. Harry felt it like a hand closing around his throat. The air in the chamber changed. It grew heavier, pressing on his shoulders. His scar went cold, then hot, then cold again, like it could not decide whether to scream or hide. Harry's fingers curled in the cloak fabric until his knuckles hurt. The thing spoke. His voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It slid into Harry's ears like water and made his skin crawl. "You come late," it said. Harry forced himself to swallow. His throat was dry. "Who are you?" he demanded. And he hated the way his voice shook. The thing's mouth moved, slow and controlled, like it was remembering how. "Names are not given freely," it replied. "But you have called me before." Harry's stomach dropped. "I have never seen you," he snapped. The thing tilted its head. Water dripped from its hair into the pool. The sound was loud in the silence. "You have screamed into the veil," it said. "You have begged stone to return what was taken. You have spilled blood for men you loved. You have been bound and you did not know it." Harry's scar burned, vicious. He hissed through his teeth. "Do not talk about him," Harry said. And he did not have to say Sirius's name. The pain in his chest said it for him. The thing's eyes did not soften. "You are not here for the dead," it said. "You are here for what is owed." Harry's pulse hammered. Anger flared again, sharp and desperate. "Owed by who?" he snapped. "Because everyone keeps telling me what I owe. The Ministry, Dumbledore, Voldemort, everyone. What do you want from me?" The thing took a slow step forward, water sliding off it, pooling at its feet. The bones along the edge of the pool shifted slightly, disturbed by the movement. "I want you to take what is yours," it said. Harry's breath caught. "I do not have anything," he said, bitter. "I have a scar and a graveyard full of people who died because they were near me." The thing's gaze sharpened. "You have blood," it said. "And blood is inheritance." Harry's skin prickled. The pull in his blood tightened like it was agreeing. Harry swallowed. "What are you?" he asked again. And this time his voice came out lower, rougher. "What is this place?" The thing's lips parted slightly, as if it might laugh, but no sound came. "This is where those who were called came," it said. "This is where they failed." Harry's eyes flicked to the bones. His stomach clenched again. "I did not choose to come," Harry said. The thing's head tilted. "And yet you did," it replied. "You fled the leash. You heard the poison being prepared for you. You ran. You followed the pull. That is choice." Harry's throat tightened. He thought of Molly's voice downstairs. Loyalty potion. Bonding draft. More receptive. His jaw clenched. "They were going to drug me," he said. And his voice shook with rage now, not fear. "They were going to make me calm, so I would stop asking questions." The thing stepped closer. The air pressed harder. Harry felt sweat break out on his back despite the cold. "They fear what you are," it said. "They have feared it for a long time." Harry let out a harsh laugh. "I am just Harry," he said. And the words tasted wrong now, like a lie he had been forced to swallow for years. The thing's eyes burned gold. "You are not," it said. Harry's scar flared again, and he gasped, hand flying up to his forehead. Pain stabbed deep, then shifted, as if something inside his skull was writhing. The thing watched him with the calm of someone watching an animal struggle. "You are bound," it said. "You have been shaped. Your magic has been throttled. Your mind has been softened with little potions and gentle words. They have turned you into a blade they could point. Harry stared at it, breathing hard. His hand shook against his scar. What are you talking about? He demanded. The thing lifted one arm, slow, and pointed. Harry followed the gesture. In the far wall of the chamber, half embedded in black stone, was a block of obsidian. It was not like the stone archway from the Department of Mysteries. This felt different. This felt like something that existed in the world, solid and heavy. The obsidian was smooth, reflecting faint light like dark glass. It jutted from the wall like a thrown arm, thick and unyielding. And in it, thrust deep, was a sword. Even in the dim chamber, it caught the eye immediately. The blade was long and straight, the metal pale and clean despite the damp air. The hilt was simple but not plain, wrapped in dark leather that looked untouched by time. There were no jewels, no fancy decoration, just a weapon made to be held. Harry's breath caught. The pull in his blood snapped tight, painful. Harry took one step toward it without meaning to. His body moved like it was no longer his. The thing's voice slid through the air again. Excalibur, it said. Harry's stomach rolled. That is not real, he whispered. But even as he said it, some part of him knew he was lying to himself. He had seen moving portraits. He had fought a giant snake in a bathroom. He had watched a man turn into a wolf and another into a dog. A sword in a stone was not the strangest thing in his life. What do you want me to do? Harry asked, and his voice came out tight. The thing stepped closer, stopping at the edge of the pool. Water dripped from its fingers. Its eyes stayed locked on Harry. I want you to claim it, it said. And I want you to pay. Harry's mouth went dry. Pay how? He demanded. The thing's lips parted, and this time there was a hint of something like hunger. Blood, it said. Harry stared at the sword. His heart hammered so hard he could hear it. His hands shook at his sides. The cold air pressed into his lungs. His scar throbbed, then cooled, as if waiting. He thought of Dumbledore's calm voice. It will make him more receptive to guidance. He thought of Molly's whisper. I hate this. He thought of Sirius's laugh as he fell. Harry's jaw clenched until it hurt. I am not anyone's puppet, he said, and his voice came out low, fierce. The thing's eyes burned brighter. Then take the blade, it said. Harry moved toward the obsidian block. Each step felt heavy, like the chamber was pushing back. The air thickened as he got closer. His skin prickled. His scar pulsed in time with his heartbeat. When he reached the sword, he stopped. Up close, it looked even more real. The blade was smooth, pale, and it gave off a faint warmth that was shocking in the cold air. The metal smelled clean, like fresh rain on stone. The hilt fit the eye perfectly, like it was designed for a hand exactly Harry's size. Harry's breath shook. He lifted a hand. His fingers hovered over the hilt. Do not do this, a small part of him whispered, because doing this meant change, and change always hurt. Harry ignored it. He wrapped his fingers around the hilt. The world slammed into him. It was not a gentle flood. It was not a warm glow. It was a violent surge that hit his chest like a fist, knocking the air out of him. Harry's knees buckled. Pain ripped through his arm, through his shoulder, through his spine. He gasped, teeth clenched, trying not to scream. Cold exploded in his veins, then heat, then something sharper than either, something that felt like iron being hammered into shape. Harry's scar flared like it was on fire. He heard a sound in his head. Not a voice. A scream. It was high and thin and furious, and it did not come from Harry. Harry's stomach lurched. He gagged. His grip tightened on the hilt without meaning to. The thing by the pool watched, unmoving. Pull, it said. Harry tried. The sword did not move. Harry's muscles tensed. He pulled harder. Pain shot down his arm. His shoulder protested. The blade stayed locked in the obsidian like it was part of it. Harry panted, sweat breaking out on his forehead. The scream in his head grew louder. His scar burned. His vision blurred. Harry forced himself to breathe. He tightened his grip. What is this? He snarled, and his voice shook with pain. You said it was mine. It is, the thing replied. But you do not take a crown with clean hands. Harry's throat tightened. Then tell me what you want, he snapped. The thing lifted its hand, slow, and pointed at the blade. Harry looked down. There was a faint line along the edge, sharp and clean. Harry swallowed. He knew what it meant. His stomach churned with a mix of fear and stubborn fury. No, he whispered automatically, because he was tired of paying in blood. He had paid in blood since he was 11. He had bled in corridors and graveyards and classrooms, and people kept asking for more like it was endless. The thing's eyes did not blink. Yes, it said. Harry stared at the blade. He thought of Molly stirring a potion to make him obedient. He thought of Dumbledore deciding what he was allowed to know. He thought of Sirius falling through the veil. Harry's jaw clenched hard enough to hurt. "All right," he said, voice low and shaking. "Fine." He shifted his grip so one hand held the hilt steady. Then he pressed his other palm against the blade. It sliced him immediately. Harry hissed through his teeth. Pain flared. Blood welled up fast, warm against the cold metal. His fingers trembled. For a split second he almost jerked back. Then he felt it. The blade drank. Not like a mouth. Not like a person. Like the metal itself recognized the blood and accepted it. The warmth in the sword deepened. The air around it trembled. Harry's scar screamed. The scream in his head became a shriek so sharp it made him see white. Harry gagged and nearly vomited. His knees hit the stone floor. Blood dripped from his palm onto the obsidian, dark red against black glass. The drop did not spread. It sank, like the stone was swallowing it. Harry clung to the hilt, panting, shaking hard. The thing's voice slid through the chamber again. "Now," it said. Harry braced himself. He pulled. The sword moved. Not smoothly. Not easily. Tore free with a sound like stone cracking. The obsidian split, a jagged line running down it. A shockwave rolled through the chamber, rattling the bones along the water's edge. The pool rippled violently. Harry screamed. He could not help it. Pain ripped through him, through his chest, through his skull. Felt like something inside him was breaking apart, snapping like chains. His scar burned hotter than it ever had. Then it went cold. For a split second, Harry could not breathe. He felt something inside his chest and head loosen, like a knot being yanked apart. He felt pressure release in a sudden rush that made his whole body jerk. He gasped, air tearing into his lungs. His palm burned where the blade had cut him, but the pain there was nothing compared to the pain inside his skull. Something was writhing. Something was screaming. Harry's vision blurred. He saw shadows twisting at the edge of his sight. He heard a voice in his head, a hiss that was not his. "No, no, no." Harry's stomach flipped. He gagged again. The taste of bile flooded his mouth. He realized, in a sick flash, that the scream was not just pain. It was panic. It was fear. Something in him was afraid. Harry's grip tightened on the sword. He did not know why. Instinct. Rage. The need to fight something he could not see. The blade flared. Golden light burst from the metal, bright enough to make Harry squeeze his eyes shut. Heat washed over his face. The air smelled like ozone and blood and cold water. The scream inside his head turned into a shriek of agony. Harry's scar split open. Warm blood ran down his forehead. Harry cried out, hand flying up, but the moment his fingers touched the blood, the golden light surged again, stronger, focused. He saw behind his closed eyes a shape, a thin, twisted fragment of something, lodged in him like a splinter, black and furious and wrong. It writhed against the golden light, trying to hide, trying to cling. Harry's breath came in ragged sobs. His whole body shook. He could feel his heart racing like it was trying to escape his chest. The blade did not care. The golden light pressed harder, burning, purging. The fragment screamed. Harry screamed with it because it hurt, because it felt like someone was scraping his soul raw, because he was terrified and he was furious and he did not know how much of him would be left when it was done. Then, abruptly, it snapped. The scream cut off. Harry gasped, choking, and his body sagged forward over the sword. He coughed hard, spit and bile on the stone, and then he was on his hands and knees, panting like he had run miles. The chamber went quiet again. The pool stilled. The thing by the water watched without expression. Harry's palm still bled, but the cut was already closing, flesh knitting together around the wound as if his body refused to stay damaged. His forehead still bled too, blood dripping down his nose, warm and sticky. Harry wiped it with the back of his hand, smearing it across his skin. He looked down at the sword. The golden light faded until the blade looked like metal again. But something was different now. Harry could feel it. The sword was not just a weapon. It was a presence, heavy and sure in his grip. Harry's chest rose and fell. His lungs burned. His arms trembled with exhaustion. He forced himself upright, shakily, using the sword like a cane for balance. The thing spoke again, voice low and steady. "The leash breaks," it said. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. "What did you do?" he rasped. "I did nothing," it replied. "You claimed what was hidden from you. The blade does not tolerate chains." Harry's head spun. He leaned on the sword, breathing. His scar throbbed, but the pain was different now. Less sharp, less like something digging in, more like a wound that finally had air. Harry touched it again, fingers coming away bloody. He stared at the blood, then at the sword, and laughed once, harsh and broken. "Brilliant," he muttered. "Just brilliant. I run from being drugged and end up cutting my hand on a magic sword in a murder cave." The thing did not react. Harry looked up at it, eyes narrowed. "So what now?" he demanded. "I have a sword. I am bleeding. My head feels like someone took a knife to it. Am I supposed to say thank you?" The thing's gaze held. "You are supposed to understand," it said. Harry's jaw clenched. "Understand what?" "That you are not small," it replied. "That you are not theirs to soften." Harry's chest tightened. The words hit something raw in him, something that had been aching for years. Harry's mind flashed back to the kitchen, to Dumbledore's calm tone, to Molly's fear, to the idea of potions in his tea, guiding his emotions like he was a child who could not be trusted. Harry swallowed hard. "I do not want this," he said, and the words came out honest, stripped of anger for a moment. "I do not want any of it. I did not ask for any destiny." The thing stepped back slightly, water dripping. "Destiny does not ask," it said. "It takes, or it is taken." Harry's hands tightened on the sword hilt. His fingers still trembled, but the sword felt steady, solid. Harry looked down at his palm. The cut had sealed, leaving a thin red line. He could still feel the burn of it. He could still feel the moment the sword drank his blood. He could still feel the moment something inside him screamed and snapped. Harry's stomach turned again, and he breathed through it. "What was that?" he whispered, voice rough. The thing's eyes gleamed gold. "A parasite," it said. "A shadow you carried." Harry's throat tightened. He thought of Voldemort's voice in his head. The way his scar hurt when Voldemort was near. The way his thoughts sometimes felt not quite his. Harry's grip tightened. "Is it gone?" he asked. The thing watched him for a long moment. "It is burned," it said. "It is wounded. It flees. It will not sit quietly again." Harry swallowed. His heart hammered. His skin prickled with cold sweat. "So it is not over," Harry muttered. The thing's mouth moved slowly. "Nothing is over," it said. "You have only woken." Harry's breath shook. He looked around the chamber again. The bones, the broken armor, the failed weapons, all the people who had come here and died, chasing whatever promise the sword offered. Harry's stomach clenched. "Why me?" he demanded, and his voice rose again, anger pushing back in. "Why now?" The thing's eyes burned brighter. "Because you finally refused," it said. "Because the last anchor of your obedience died in the Department of Mysteries. Because your grief tore open what they sealed. Because the blood remembers." Harry's scar pulsed, and Harry's breath caught. The pull in his blood, now that the sword was in his hand, felt less like a tug and more like a weight settling into place. Harry swallowed, throat raw. He looked down at the sword again. The blade was clean. No blood stained it. The metal reflected faint light from somewhere in the chamber. Harry's hands shook as he lifted it slightly, angling it toward his face. In the blade's surface he saw himself. Not perfectly. The reflection rippled slightly, like water, like the sword carried the lake with it. Harry's hair was messy. His face was pale. There was blood on his forehead, smeared down his nose. His eyes looked too big in the dim light, too bright. Then the gold flickered. Harry froze. His eyes in the reflection were not the green he knew. They were green, yes, but threaded through with something else. A faint golden glow under the color, like sunlight trapped behind glass. It pulsed softly, in time with his heartbeat. Harry stared, breath held, and for the first time since Sirius fell, the room in his head went quiet. Not peace, not comfort, just quiet. And in that quiet, the boy who had been told to obey looked back at himself in a sword that did not care about anyone's plans. His eyes glowed with the golden light of the Pendragons. Harry came out of the stairwell like he was being chased. Rain hit his face the moment he pushed the rusted gate open and dragged himself up into the night air. Cold water running into his eyes, into his mouth, tasting like metal and dirt and London. His knees shook and he nearly missed a step, boots scraping wet stone, hands snapping to the railing at the last second. Excalibur was still in his grip. It felt too heavy now, like the sword had become real in a way it had not been inside the chamber. Like the world above had rules again and the weight of them pressed into the metal. Harry's palm ached where he had cut it. The line across his skin red and tender, already closing but still burning every time the rain hit it. His scar throbbed in a dull pulse. Not the old stab of Voldemort being near, just a raw ache, like a wound that had finally been opened and cleaned and left exposed. Harry sucked in a breath and nearly gagged, stomach rolling from the jump through space and the blood and the screaming inside his head. He bent over, hand braced on his thigh, and forced himself not to throw up again. His throat burned, his eyes stung. He could feel his heart racing so hard it shook his ribs. Move, he told himself, voice rough, because if he stopped, if he leaned into the wall and gave himself even a minute, his brain would play Sirius falling again and again until he broke. He shoved the cloak higher on his shoulders and stepped out onto the street. Cars hissed past, tires cutting through puddles, white light smearing across wet pavement. People hurried by with umbrellas, heads down, not looking at the thin boy with a sword hidden under an old cloak, hair plastered to his forehead, blood still drying at the edge of his scar. Harry kept walking. The pull in his blood was still there, but it had changed, like it was no longer dragging him forward and more like it was guiding him, nudging him down one street instead of another, insisting on a direction with a quiet certainty. He did not like it. He followed it anyway. He turned down a narrow lane between a row of older buildings, stone and brick dark with rain, windows lit in patches. The noise of the city dulled, muffled by the walls. His breath came fast and loud in the tight space. He had taken maybe 10 steps when the air behind him shifted. Harry felt it before he heard anything. The way his skin prickled, the way the hair on his arms rose under his soaked sleeves. He stopped. His fingers tightened around the sword hilt. He turned slowly. 3 figures stood at the mouth of the lane. They were not holding umbrellas. They were not dressed for the rain. Black cloaks hung heavy and dripping, hoods low, faces hidden, and even without seeing their eyes Harry knew what they were. His stomach sank. Not order, not ministry, Death Eaters. One of them stepped forward, wand raised, and the voice that came from under the hood was muffled but smug. "Well," the man said, "look what crawled out of the gutters." Harry's mouth went dry. His scar did not spike the way it usually did when Voldemort was close, but it tightened like the skin around it remembered fear even if the thing behind it had been burned. Harry forced air into his lungs. "How did you find me?" he demanded. The second figure chuckled, low and wet, like they were enjoying this too much. "Magic like that leaves a taste," the second one said, and the accent sounded like pure blood money and cruelty. "You lit up half the old wards under London, Potter. It was like a flare." Harry's grip tightened. He shifted his stance without thinking, feet apart, knees bent slightly, sword angled down by his thigh. He had never fought with a sword. Not really, not in a real fight, but the moment he moved, the sword moved with him like it already knew where it wanted to be, the balance perfect, the weight settling into his hand like it belonged there. The first Death Eater lifted his wand. "Drop it," he said, voice sharp now. "Drop the blade and kneel. You will come quietly, and maybe your death will be quick." Harry barked a laugh that hurt his throat. "You think I am going to kneel?" he said. and his voice shook but it did not break. After tonight, after everything, the third Death Eater stepped forward, taller than the others, moving like a predator, wand already aimed at Harry's chest. "Do not be dramatic," the third one said, calm and cold. "You are a child with stolen metal. You do not understand what you are holding." Harry's eyes narrowed. "I understand enough," he said, and his stomach churned as his mind flashed back to bones on wet stone and the scream inside his skull. The first Death Eater flicked his wand. Stupefy. Red light shot down the lane with a sharp crack. Harry moved without thinking. He brought the sword up, not like a shield, not like a wand, but like he was cutting through the air itself. The spell hit the blade. It did not bounce. It did not explode. It slid, like the light had become a physical thing and the sword had parted it, splitting the red into two strands that hissed past Harry's shoulders and slammed into the brick behind him, leaving smoking marks. Harry stared for half a second. His breath hitched. The Death Eater froze too, just long enough for shock to show in his posture. "What?" the man muttered. Harry did not give him time. He lunged forward, rain slick under his shoes, sword cutting up in a hard arc aimed at the wand hand. The Death Eater jerked back and fired again. Incarcerous. Ropes snapped out of the wand tip, thick and fast, whipping toward Harry's arms. Harry twisted, shoulder burning, and chopped the blade downward. The ropes parted like wet thread. They hit the ground in two halves and dissolved into nothing. Harry's pulse slammed. His lungs burned. His hand shook from adrenaline. He could smell ozone, sharp and bitter, mixed with rain. The second Death Eater swore and fired a curse that flashed greenish in the dark. Not the killing curse, but something nasty, something that tore at the air with a high whine. Harry ducked. The curse clipped his shoulder anyway, and pain exploded through muscle, hot and immediate, like someone had driven a nail into him. Harry stumbled, breath leaving him in a grunt. His knees nearly buckled. His fingers almost loosened on the hilt. He snarled, teeth clenched, and forced himself upright. "Expelliarmus!" the first Death Eater shouted, desperate now. The spell snapped toward Harry like a punch. Harry braced, brought Excalibur across his body. The spell hit the blade and shattered, sparks spitting off metal. Harry felt the impact in his arm, a jolt that made his shoulder scream. He pushed through it. He surged forward again. The third Death Eater moved too, faster than the others, wand flicking with precision. A cutting curse streaked toward Harry's legs. Harry jumped, boots splashing water, and swung mid-air, blade whistling. The cutting curse hit the sword and died with a hiss. Harry landed hard, knees jolting, and his stomach rolled from the motion. His vision blurred at the edges. He could not do this for long, not without a wand, not without rest, not after vomiting and bleeding and being ripped open inside his own head. The second Death Eater stepped in close, trying to close the distance where a sword was clumsy and a wand was lethal. "You are slow," the man hissed, and the wand jabbed toward Harry's throat. Harry reacted on instinct. He drove the pommel forward into the man's wrist. There was a crack, sharp and sickening. The Death Eater screamed. His wand flew, skittering across wet stone. Harry did not let up. He shoved the man back with his shoulder, pushed through the pain in his own shoulder, and swung the blade flat, not the edge, into the Death Eater's ribs. The impact made a dull thud. The man folded with a wheeze, mask tilting, hands clutching his side. Harry's lungs heaved. His arm shook from the strike. He could feel sweat under the rain, hot and sticky, cooling instantly. The first Death Eater backed up a step, suddenly less confident. The third one did not. The third Death Eater flicked his wand and the air thickened. For a second, Harry's feet stuck to the ground like the stone had turned to glue. Harry's stomach dropped. He yanked, muscles straining, and his shoe tore free with a wet sound. He stumbled, balance off, and the third Death Eater took the opening. A curse slammed into Harry's chest like a hammer. Not green, not red, something dark and heavy. Harry flew backward and hit the wall hard enough to knock the air out of him. Pain spiked up his spine. His head snapped back and his scar throbbed violently. Harry slid down the wet brick, gasping, sword still in his hand but angled wrong. Awkward. The third Death Eater walked toward him slowly, confident again, wand steady. "You cannot cut everything," the man said, voice low, almost conversational. "You can still be broken." Harry coughed, spit and rain in his mouth. His chest hurt every time he tried to breathe. His shoulder burned. His fingers tingled with numbness. He forced his eyes up. The Death Eater was close now, close enough that Harry could smell him through the rain, smoke and something sour, like fear masked by arrogance. Harry's grip tightened around the hilt. The blade felt warm, warmer than it should have in the cold. Harry did not think about blood or legacy or kings. He thought about being cornered in a cupboard when he was small. He thought about Dudley's fist. He thought about Sirius falling. He thought about Dumbledore saying more receptive. He thought about Molly letting it happen. Something in him snapped tight like a lock closing. Harry shoved himself up the wall, legs shaking, and swung. Not at the wand, not at the man's chest. He swung at the air between them. The blade cut through rain and darkness, and the pressure in the lane split with a sharp crack like a sheet tearing. Golden light flared along the edge of the sword, bright enough to make the Death Eater jerk back. The man's curse died in his throat. His wand arm faltered. Harry stepped forward into the opening and drove the sword forward. Not into flesh, not to kill, but to pin. The tip slammed into the brick wall beside the Death Eater's head with a jarring impact. Stone dust sprayed. The Death Eater froze, breath audible, the blade inches from his mask. Harry's chest heaved. His eyes burned. His voice came out low and rough. "Move," Harry said. "And I cut you." The Death Eater swallowed. His wand hand twitched. Harry pushed the sword a fraction deeper into the brick, showing how easily it sank. The golden edge hummed, quiet but angry. The Death Eater's wand hand stilled. "Potter," he rasped, and there was something uneasy in it now. "You do not know what you are doing." Harry leaned closer, breathing hard, rain running down his face, mixing with the blood still stuck at his hairline. "I know exactly what I am doing," Harry said, and his voice shook with fury and exhaustion. "I am done being taken." The first Death Eater shouted from the lane entrance. "Take him down." The third Death Eater's eyes flicked, distracted for a heartbeat. That was enough. Harry yanked the sword free and slammed the flat of the blade into the man's wand arm. Another crack. The third Death Eater screamed, sharp and ugly. His wand fell. Harry kicked it away, boots splashing water. He spun, moving on instinct now, and the golden edge flicked out again. Not a spell, not a curse, a line of light that snapped through the air and struck the first Death Eater's wand. The wand exploded in the man's hand with a pop and a spray of sparks. The man screamed, clutching at his fingers. Harry stood in the rain, sword raised, shaking from head to toe. His lungs dragged in air like he was drowning on land. His shoulder screamed with every movement. His chest hurt where the curse had hit. His stomach lurched. He swallowed bile and tasted blood where he had bitten his cheek. The second Death Eater, the one with the broken wrist, tried to crawl backward. Harry took one step toward him. The man froze, eyes wide behind the mask. Harry's voice came out strained. "Tell him," Harry said. The Death Eater blinked, confused, terrified. "Tell him what?" the man croaked. Harry lifted the sword slightly, the golden edge still faintly alive. "Tell Voldemort," Harry said, and it tasted sharp and dangerous on his tongue, "that I am not his either." The Death Eater's breath hitched. Harry did not wait. He turned and ran. His legs felt like they were made of wet sand, heavy and shaking. Every step sent pain up his spine. His shoulder burned like fire. Rain hit his face, cold and relentless. Behind him he heard shouting, scrambling, the crack of apparition, like someone had escaped to report. Harry did not care. He ran until his lungs felt like they were tearing. He ran until the pull in his blood yanked him hard to the left, toward a darker street with taller buildings. He ran until his vision blurred and his knees nearly folded. Then he stumbled into a narrow courtyard that looked empty. Stone walls, a single tree dripping rain, a black iron gate at the far end. Harry hit the wall, hands slamming against it to keep himself upright. His fingers shook so hard he could barely hold the sword. His stomach rolled again and he gagged. He bent over and vomited on the wet stones, harsh and bitter, throat burning. When he straightened, wiping his mouth with the back of his sleeve, he heard a voice behind him. "Put it down," the voice said, cool and steady. Slowly, Harry froze. His grip tightened on Excalibur out of pure reflex. He turned his head carefully. A girl stood under the shadow of an archway, wand raised, posture straight, eyes sharp. Daphne Greengrass. Harry had seen her in the great hall, in corridors, in class, always neat, always controlled, always watching like she was cataloging the world. She looked the same now, even in the rain, even with the night pressing around them. Her hair was pulled back, not perfect but contained. Her robe was dark, water beating on the fabric. Her wand did not shake. Her eyes flicked from the sword to Harry's face and then stopped, locked on his eyes. For a beat, her expression slipped. Not fear, recognition, like she had just seen a piece click into place. Harry's breathing was loud. His chest hurt. His shoulder burned. He swallowed hard. Greengrass, he rasped, and his voice came out rough and hoarse. Potter, she replied, and her tone was flat, but there was tension under it. You are bleeding. Harry's hand went to his forehead automatically. Blood stuck to his fingers, warm against cold skin. He stared at it for half a second, then wiped it on his sleeve, leaving a dark smear. I am fine, he lied. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. You are not fine, she said like it was obvious. You are shaking, you smell like vomit, and you are holding a sword that just cut through curses like they were string. Harry's jaw clenched. He shifted his stance, trying to keep his balance. Why are you here? He demanded. Daphne did not lower her wand. This is my family's London holding, she said, as if that should answer everything. And you just dragged Death Eaters to the gate. Harry's stomach dropped. He glanced back toward the street. He could not hear them now, but the idea of them coming back made his skin crawl. Daphne followed his gaze. They are not in the courtyard, she said calmly. The wards would not allow it. Harry looked at her again, suspicion tight in his chest. You have wards strong enough to stop them, he said, voice rough. But you cannot stop the Order or the Ministry if they come. Daphne's lips pressed together. Do you think I do not know that? She said, and there was a flash of irritation, quick and sharp. Then it vanished and she was cool again. Harry's grip tightened on the sword. His shoulder screamed. He hissed under his breath. Daphne's eyes flicked to his shoulder. What hit you? She asked. Harry almost laughed. He did not know what it was. Something dark, he said, and his voice came out strained. I do not have my wand, I am improvising. Daphne stared for a moment. Then, slowly, she lowered her wand a few inches. Not fully, just enough to show she was making a choice. You are in my ward line, she said, which means someone inside allowed you to reach it, or something in the old wards recognized you. Harry's stomach tightened. He thought of the pull in his blood. He did not like how much it sounded like destiny again. Daphne's gaze held his. If you want sanctuary, she said, we do it properly now before the people who think they own you arrive. Harry's breath caught. Properly how? He demanded. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Ancient guest right, she said. Harry stared. He had heard of guest rights in stories, in pureblood whispers. In older books Hermione would have dragged him into reading if he had ever stayed still long enough. He had never thought it was real. Daphne's tone stayed matter of fact, like she was talking about school rules. You enter under my invitation. You swear peace inside my threshold, she said, and my house swears protection while you remain a guest. Harry's throat tightened. Protection sounded like another leash. He forced his voice steady. And what do you get? He asked. Because you do not do things for free. Daphne's mouth twitched slightly. Not a smile. More like she appreciated that he asked. I get you alive, she said. Which means I get leverage and I get time. Harry's eyes narrowed. Leverage for what? He demanded. Daphne's gaze did not flinch. For the war, she said simply. And for my family's survival. And for the fact that if Dumbledore drags you back by force, anyone who stands against him becomes a target. Harry swallowed. His scar pulsed dully. He remembered Dumbledore's calm voice and Molly's shaking whisper. He remembered the word receptive. Harry looked down at Excalibur. The sword felt warm in his hand, like it was listening. He looked back at Daphne. How do I know you are not going to drug me too? He said, voice low and rough. Daphne's eyes flashed. Because if I wanted you docile, I would have called Aurors, she said, sharp. Then she exhaled and steadied herself, voice cooling again. And because you will be offered nothing without you watching it being made, you can set your own conditions, and you can leave if you think I break them, but if you leave, you will be taken. Harry's chest tightened. She was not wrong. He hated that she was not wrong. His legs trembled. His shoulder throbbed. He could feel exhaustion dragging at him like a weight. He forced himself to breathe. All right, Harry said. and his voice came out rough. Do it. Daphne's wand lowered fully. Finally, she did not look relieved. She looked focused. Follow me, she said, and turned on her heel, moving under the archway into a narrow corridor of stone that led to a door set into the building. Harry followed, sword still in hand, cloak dripping water onto the floor. Every step hurt. He was aware of how much blood he had lost earlier, how much his body had been through, how thin the line was between anger and collapse. Daphne reached the door and pressed her palm to the wood. Something flickered. A faint shimmer Harry felt more than saw. The door clicked open. Warm air rolled out, carrying the smell of herbs and clean wax and old books. Harry hesitated at the threshold. Daphne looked back over her shoulder. This is your last chance to refuse, she said. Harry's jaw tightened. I already refused once tonight, he muttered and stepped inside. The door shut behind him with a soft thud. The sound felt final. Harry stood in a foyer lit by low lamps, the light warm and steady, walls lined with dark wood, the floor covered with a thick rug that dampened footsteps. It was not grand like Malfoy Manor, at least not in the way Harry imagined it, but it was expensive, old, and built to feel safe. Daphne walked a few steps ahead, then stopped and turned. Put the sword on the table, she said, nodding toward a narrow side table by the wall. Harry's fingers tightened instinctively. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. No one here will touch it without your permission, she said. But if we do the right, it must be visible, it must witness the vow. Harry swallowed. His shoulder throbbed as he moved. He set Excalibur down carefully. The blade looked strange under warm light, too clean, too pale, like it did not belong in a London townhouse. Daphne's eyes flicked to it again, then back to Harry. You need to sit, she said. I am fine, Harry repeated automatically. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You are stubborn, she said. Sit. Harry almost laughed at being ordered by Daphne Greengrass, of all people. Then his knees wobbled and his vision blurred, and the laugh died. He lowered himself onto a bench by the wall, breathing hard, shoulders hunched. The moment he sat, his body tried to fold, exhaustion slamming into him like a wall. His hands shook in his lap. Daphne moved to a cabinet by the side of the room and opened it. Harry watched her hands. He watched every movement. He was not letting anyone slip anything into him again. She pulled out a shallow silver bowl and set it on the floor between them, then a small knife, then a cloth, then a candle. No vial, no potion bottle, just objects. She lit the candle with a quick flick of her wand, flame steady. Then she looked at Harry again. Name, she said. Harry blinked. What? He rasped. For the right, Daphne said. You speak your name, your line if you claim it, and you state your intent. You do not have to tell me secrets. But you do not lie in a right, it burns liars. Harry's stomach clenched. His scar pulsed dully. He thought of Excalibur pulling the shadow out of him. He believed her. He glanced at the sword on the table. The blade did not move. It did not need to. Harry swallowed. Harry Potter, he said, voice hoarse. And I am here because Dumbledore tried to drug me. Daphne's face stayed still, but her eyes sharpened. And because Death Eaters tried to take you, she added, quiet. Harry's jaw tightened. And because they tried to take me, he agreed. Daphne nodded once. House Greengrass, she said. Daphne Greengrass, acting as host under my family's threshold. I offer sanctuary by right and by law. Harry's throat tightened. He could feel how serious she was, how old this was, and it made his skin prickle. Daphne picked up the small knife. She did not cut herself yet. She held it out, handle first, toward Harry. You will cut your palm, she said. A line not deep, just enough blood to mark the vow. Then I do the same. The blood goes into the bowl, and the candle seals it. You speak peace, I speak protection. Harry stared at the knife. He had cut his palm tonight already. He did not want to do it again. His hand shook as he reached for it anyway. When he took it, the metal felt cool against his skin. Daphne watched him closely. If you do not trust me, she said, voice low, do not do it. Harry let out a breath that shook. I do not trust anyone, he admitted. Daphne's gaze did not soften. Then trust the right, she said. It binds both of us. Harry swallowed hard. He looked down at his palm. The old cut was a thin line, still tender. He pressed the blade to skin anyway. It stung immediately. Blood welled warm and bright. Harry hissed through his teeth, breath catching. His stomach rolled at the sight of his own blood again. Not fear, just exhaustion and the memory of the sword drinking. He held his palm over the bowl. Blood dripped into silver with soft taps. Daphne did not flinch. She took the knife from him carefully, then cut her own palm with the same calm precision, face unreadable. Her blood dripped into the bowl, mixing with his, darkening. Harry's chest rose and fell. His hand trembled. He pressed his palm against his thigh, smearing blood on jeans. Daphne set the knife down and lifted her bleeding hand toward the bowl. She did not touch his hand. She did not invade his space. She held her palm over the silver and spoke clearly. By threshold and by blood, I name you guest, Daphne said. You will be safe within my house so long as you keep peace under my roof. Harry's throat tightened. He forced himself to speak. I come in peace, he said, voice rough. I will not harm those under this roof unless they try to harm me first. Daphne's eyes flicked, like she noticed the condition but accepted it. Accepted, she said. She lowered her hand closer to the bowl. By blood and by oath, Daphne continued, House Greengrass offers shelter, food, and protection. No coercion through potion or spell. No binding without consent. No violation of mind. Harry's breath caught. He stared at her. That is a lot, he said, and his voice was rough, suspicious. Daphne did not look away. That is what you need, she said simply, or you will not stay. Harry swallowed hard. The candle flame flickered, then steadied. The blood in the bowl warmed, faint steam rising in the air, and Harry felt the magic settle like a pressure easing off his shoulders. Not a cage, not a leash, a boundary. He could feel it in his skin, like the house recognized him as inside and not prey. Daphne reached for the cloth and wrapped her palm, then pushed the cloth toward Harry. Harry took it and wrapped his own hand, fingers clumsy, shaking. When he looked up, Daphne was watching him with an expression he could not read. Not pity, not fear, something like assessment but quieter now, less sharp. Excalibur, she said finally. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not answer right away. Do not play games, he said, voice low. How do you know the name? Daphne's mouth tightened slightly. My family keeps records, she said. Old ones, not ministry, not Hogwarts, older. And when you walked into the ward line, the wards reacted. And when I saw your eyes, I knew the stories were not just stories. Harry's fingers tightened around the cloth. My eyes, he repeated. Daphne nodded toward the side table without looking away. Harry glanced. Excalibur lay still, but the metal seemed to hold light in a strange way. Harry's reflection would not show clearly on it now, but he could still feel the sword like a presence in the room, watchful. Harry swallowed. What stories? He asked. Daphne exhaled slowly. Pendragon, she said, and the word landed heavy in the room. The old bloodline that the ministry pretends does not matter, the line tied to Britain itself, and the sword chooses the heir, not the Wisengamot, not Dumbledore. Harry's throat tightened. He thought of the bone chamber, of the thing in the water, of blood remembering. He forced his voice steady. You think I am some king, Harry said, bitter. I can barely keep myself from breaking. Daphne's eyes did not soften. That is not an argument, she said. It is a fact. You are chosen whether you like it or not, and now everyone will come for you. Harry's jaw clenched. Dumbledore, he said. Yes, Daphne replied immediately. And the Order and the Ministry and Voldemort. Harry's scar pulsed, dull but present. Daphne glanced at his forehead. You should clean that, she said, and her voice went slightly more human, less icy. You are bleeding onto my rug. Harry huffed a laugh that turned into a cough. His chest hurt. He pressed a hand to it and winced. Daphne moved without asking, stepping closer, and Harry tensed automatically. She stopped a careful distance away, not forcing it. I have healing salve, she said. Not a potion, topical. You can watch me open it. And I have plain tea, kettle, leaves, no additives. If you want it, you look like you might fall over. Harry's stomach rolled again. He hated how his body betrayed him, how badly he needed rest. He swallowed hard. Tea, he said finally, voice tight. And the salve, but I watch everything. Daphne nodded once, accepting it like a contract term. She moved to the adjoining room, and Harry heard the clink of a kettle, the snap of a cabinet door, the quiet rush of water. Harry forced himself to keep breathing. His hands still shook. He stared at Excalibur. The sword looked calm. Harry did not feel calm. He felt raw, cracked open, like every lie he had swallowed for years had turned to acid and he could taste it now. He thought of Molly saying loyalty potion. He thought of Dumbledore saying more receptive to guidance. His stomach clenched hard. Harry swallowed and tasted bile again. Never again, he whispered. A floorboard creaked behind him. Harry's muscles tensed, sword hand twitching. Daphne stepped back into the foyer carrying a tray, a mug, a teapot, a small jar sealed with wax, and a spoon. She set it down on the side table, hand steady. She broke the wax seal in front of him, peeled it back slowly, then held the jar out so he could see inside. A thick green salve, smelling sharp and clean, like mint and crushed leaves. No sweet scent, no strange fumes. Harry exhaled. Daphne dipped the spoon in, pulled a small amount out and held it out to him. You apply it, she said. Harry stared at her, then took the spoon with shaking fingers. He pulled his shirt collar down and dabbed the salve onto the bruise and pain spot on his chest where the curse had hit. It burned slightly, then cooled. Relief spread through the ache, not fully, but enough that Harry could breathe without feeling like his ribs were going to crack. He swallowed hard. She did it slowly, no wand, kettle steaming, leaves floating. She slid the mug toward him. Harry did not drink immediately. He lifted it, smelled it, plain, earthy. He took a small sip. Hot liquid hit his throat and made him flinch because it hurt. Then it soothed. Harry's shoulders sagged a fraction. Daphne watched him over the rim of her own mug. You are not going back, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. No, he said. Dumbledore will claim you are unstable, Daphne continued. He will claim you are a danger to yourself and others. He will try to place you under control, either through the Order or through the Ministry. Harry's fingers tightened around the mug. I heard them, he said, voice low. I heard him and Molly. They talked like I was a problem to manage. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. Molly Weasley, she said, like she was tasting the name. Harry nodded, bitter. She did not like it, he added, and his voice cracked on the last word because it did not matter if she disliked it if she still did it. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. Liking is irrelevant, she said, blunt. In war, people do what they think is necessary, even when it is vile. Harry stared at her. For a second, anger surged, sharp and hot. Do not talk like you know, he snapped. Daphne did not flinch. I do know, she said, and there was something colder under the calm now, something edged. Pure-blood children are dosed from infancy, not always with poisons, sometimes with obedience and silence. You think what they planned for you is special. It is not. It is just louder because you matter. Harry's stomach dropped. His grip tightened until his knuckles ached. That is sick, he said. Yes, Daphne replied, calm again. Welcome to the parts of Britain that Hogwarts never bothered teaching you. Harry's breath came fast. His scar pulsed dully. Harry forced himself to drink more tea, to keep his hands from shaking too obviously. What do you want from me? He asked again, the same question he had asked the thing in the water. But this time it was aimed at a girl sitting across from him in a warm hallway. Daphne held his gaze. I want you alive, she said. And I want you not dragged into someone else's plan again. But I also want my house not crushed for sheltering you. So we need a shield. Harry's eyes narrowed. Shield, he repeated. Daphne nodded. Law, she said. Old law and new and politics. Because the Order does not respect pure-blood sovereignty unless it is forced to. Harry's jaw clenched. And the shield is what? He demanded. Daphne's voice stayed steady. A contract, she said. Harry's stomach tightened. He stared at her, suspicion flaring. You mean marriage, he said flatly. Daphne's eyes did not flicker. Yes, she said. A betrothal contract, not romance, not love, not even consummation, a legal binding that changes your status. It makes you a protected ward of a house with ancient rights. It stops Dumbledore from claiming you as his pupil and taking you by force without breaking law. He cannot afford to break publicly. Harry's mouth went dry. He had expected manipulation from Dumbledore. He had not expected it from Daphne. He barked a short laugh, bitter. So I trade one cage for another, he said. Daphne's expression tightened. Just slightly. Not a cage, she said. A shield you can walk out of later and one I do not control alone. There are clauses, there is oversight, there are penalties, and you will be the one holding a sword everyone is afraid of. You are not powerless in this. Harry's chest tightened. He stared down at the tea, watching faint steam rise. He was exhausted. He was angry. He was scared. He hated that this made sense. What is the catch? He asked, and his voice came out low, guarded. Daphne did not answer immediately. She set her mug down carefully. The catch is that you will be tied to me in the public eye, she said. And if you fall, my family falls with you, and if I fall, you are exposed, so we have to choose each other, at least politically, and it has to look real enough that people hesitate before making a move. Harry swallowed hard. His throat burned again. He thought of Ginny, suddenly, and the way she looked at him sometimes, fierce and warm, and how he had never let himself want anything because wanting meant losing. He shoved the thought away. This was not about feelings. Not yet. Harry's hands shook. How do you even do a contract? He demanded. I do not have a solicitor. I do not have my wand, and I am underage. Daphne's eyes stayed steady. My house has a solicitor, she said. And underage contracts are possible with guardianship clauses and witness oaths. It is complicated, but it can be done, and you can set conditions. You will not be trapped if you refuse to sign. But if you do not sign, they will take you. Harry's jaw clenched. He stared at her. For a second, he hated her for being right. For a second, he wanted to throw the mug at the wall and run again and let the world burn. Then his shoulder throbbed and his stomach rolled, and he remembered how close he had been to blacking out in the rain. And he knew running would end with him on the ground and someone's hands on him and a potion at his lips. Harry's breathing sped up. He forced it down. Why you? He asked, voice rough. Why not Malfoy? Why not some other pureblood who would enjoy making me kneel? Daphne's mouth tightened slightly. Because Malfoy is marked, she said. And because my house is neutral enough to move between factions without being executed for it. And because you do not hate me. Harry blinked. I barely know you, he snapped. Daphne's eyes held his. That is why, she said quiet. You do not have history with me, no debts, no fear, no affection to be exploited, just logic. Harry swallowed hard. His scar pulsed dully. He rubbed his forehead, smearing dried blood again. Then winced because touching the scar still hurt. Daphne's gaze flicked to his hand. You are bleeding again, she said, and there was a small sharpness to it, like she was annoyed at the inefficiency of him. Harry huffed a breath. Yeah, he muttered. Daphne stood. Harry tensed, instinctive, tired. She moved to a small washroom off the foyer, came back with a damp cloth. She held it out. Harry hesitated, then took it. Their fingers brushed. Brief. Harry flinched anyway, not because it hurt, because it was a touch that did not demand anything. Daphne's eyes flicked to his face. She did not comment on it. Harry pressed the cloth to his forehead and hissed quietly at the sting. He wiped slowly, feeling the sticky blood lift. His hand trembled. His breath was still too fast. He tried to steady it. Daphne sat again, watching him in that quiet way she had. Your scar, she said carefully. It is quieter. Harry froze. His hand tightened on the cloth. What? He said, voice low. Daphne's eyes stayed steady. I have watched you at school, she said. You get headaches, you go pale, you grab your forehead. It happens when the Dark Lord is active. You are not doing it now, even though you have been under strain. That is not normal. Harry swallowed hard. His chest tightened. He thought of the screaming inside his head, the fragment burning and snapping. He did not want to talk about it. He did not want to admit anything out loud that could be used against him. But Daphne already knew too much. He forced his voice steady. It changed tonight, he said. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Because of the sword, she said. Harry did not answer. Silence stretched. The house hummed quietly around them, safe and warm, a contrast to wet stone and blood and curses. Then, from outside, a pressure touched the wards. Harry felt it like a finger pressing against his skin. Daphne's head snapped slightly toward the door. Her eyes narrowed. They are here, she said. Harry's stomach dropped. Death Eaters? He asked, breath hitching. Daphne shook her head once. No, she said. They are sloppier, louder. This is controlled. Harry's throat tightened. The order, he said. Daphne nodded. Harry's hands shook. He set his mug down too hard, tea sloshing, and forced himself to stand. His legs wobbled. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. You are not going to the door, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. I am not hiding, he snapped. You are not strong enough right now to fight Dumbledore and Moody and whoever else he dragged. Daphne shot back, and her calm cracked for a second, irritation flashing. And if you go to the door with a sword and blood on your face, they will use it to paint you as unstable and dangerous. Do you want that? Harry's chest rose and fell fast. He hated that she was thinking. He hated that he needed someone to think because his own brain was still shaking. He forced himself to breathe. What do we do? He demanded. Daphne stood and stepped closer. Not too close, just enough that her voice could drop without being lost in the room. We invoke the right, she said. I speak as host. They cannot cross without my permission. And if they force it, they break old law in front of witnesses, and that matters. Harry's hands curled into fists. They do not care about law, he said, voice rough. They care about appearances, Daphne replied. And I will make sure there are witnesses. Harry's stomach clenched. Who? He asked. Daphne did not smile, but there was a flicker of something like satisfaction in her eyes. Goblins, she said simply. And the ministry liaison for my house, and anyone else who will listen when I shout. Harry stared. He hated relying on any system, but right now it was either this or being dragged back to a kitchen table with a mug waiting. Daphne walked to the front door. Harry followed a few steps behind, sword still on the side table, his fingers itching toward it. He forced himself to leave it there, not because he trusted them, because Daphne was right. A sword at the door would look like threat, and Dumbledore would use it. Daphne placed her palm against the wood. The wards thrummed under her skin. Harry could feel it, old magic settling into place, steady and heavy. She opened the door a crack, keeping the chain on. Cold air and rain rushed in. On the doorstep stood Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall, calm, rain sliding off his cloak. Behind him were two more figures, both familiar in silhouette, one with a hunched posture and a mad eye that seemed to scan even through the dark, and one with bright pink hair plastered to her head by rain. Moody and Tonks. Further back, under the edge of the street lamp, stood Albus Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped hard. Even from here, Dumbledore looked calm. Of course he did. Kingsley's gaze flicked to Daphne. Miss Greengrass, he said, voice polite. We need to speak with Harry Potter. Daphne's voice stayed cool. He is under my roof as guest, she said. And you will speak with me first. Moody snorted, harsh. Girl, he growled. Step aside. This is order business. Daphne's eyes did not flicker. No, she said simply. Tonks's eyes darted, trying to look past Daphne into the house. Daphne, Tonks said, voice strained. This is serious. Harry is missing. We thought he might be hurt. Daphne's expression stayed controlled. He arrived alive, she said. And he remains alive. You do not enter. Kingsley's voice stayed calm. We are not here to harm him, he said. We are here to protect him. From behind them, Dumbledore spoke, voice gentle, carrying through rain. Daphne, he said, I understand your concern, but this is not your burden to bear. Harry is under great strain. He needs familiar faces. He needs support. Harry's hands curled into fists out of sight, nails digging into his palms. Familiar faces, support. The words tasted like poison now. Daphne's voice sharpened slightly. He does not consent to your entry, she said. Moody stepped forward, rain dripping off his hat, ice spinning. Consent, he spat. He is a child. Harry's chest tightened. Dumbledore stepped closer, stopping at the edge of the threshold line, and Harry felt the wards press harder, like the house was warning him. Harry, Dumbledore called softly. I know you are inside. Please speak with me. Harry's throat tightened. He took a step forward. Daphne's shoulder moved slightly, blocking him without turning around. Not touching him, just placing herself in the line. It was a small thing. It made Harry's chest ache anyway, sudden and strange, because no one had ever blocked him from something to protect him without demanding something in return. Harry swallowed hard. Kingsley's gaze stayed on Daphne. Miss Greengrass, he said. We can do this peacefully, but if he is in danger, we will have to act. Daphne's voice went flat. He is not in danger from me, she said. And you will not act under my roof, not without breaking guest right. Moody's eye snapped to her. What did you do? He growled. Daphne did not blink. I invoked ancient hospitality, she said, and her tone made it clear she did not care what Moody thought. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, just for a moment, then softened again. You used old law? He said quietly. Yes, Daphne replied. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. And you believe you can keep him safe? he said. Daphne's answer was immediate. I believe you cannot, she said. Silence hit like a slap. Even Moody paused. Tonks's face tightened, hurt flashing across it. Kingsley exhaled slowly. Dumbledore's eyes moved past Daphne, trying to find Harry in the shadow behind her. Harry stepped forward into the edge of the doorway light, not fully visible to the street, just enough that Dumbledore could see his face. Tonks sucked in a breath. Kingsley's eyes widened slightly. Moody swore under his breath. Harry knew what they saw. Pale face, dried blood at the forehead, eyes with a faint gold flicker under green, exhaustion shaking his hands. Harry forced his voice steady. I am not coming with you, he said. Tonks stepped forward, rain running down her cheeks like tears. Harry, she said, and her voice cracked. What happened? You ran. We were scared. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say sorry. He wanted to tell her about the kitchen and the mug and the word receptive. He did not trust his voice not to break if he started, so he kept it short. I heard you, he said, looking past her to Dumbledore. I heard what you were going to do. Molly was not here on the doorstep, but Harry could still hear her voice in his head, shaking with guilt. Dumbledore's expression did not change. Harry, he said gently, we were trying to help you. Harry's laugh came out sharp and ugly. By drugging me, he said. Tonks's face went white. Kingsley's eyes snapped to Dumbledore, quick and guarded. Moody's jaw tightened. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. There was no intention to harm you, he said. Harry's hands shook. You were going to make me easier, he snapped, and his voice rose, cracked with rage and exhaustion. You were going to make me stop fighting you. You called it guidance. Dumbledore's eyes held his, steady. Harry, he said softly, you are in pain. You are not thinking clearly. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed bile. He could feel heat rising behind his eyes. Not tears, anger, raw and sharp. Daphne's voice cut in, cool as ice. He is thinking clearly enough to refuse you, she said. Leave. Moody took a step forward, and the wards thrummed louder, the air thickening, pushing back. Moody's magical eye spun, scanning the doorway, the walls, the floor. Old wards, he muttered, irritated. Pure-blood nonsense. Dumbledore lifted a hand slightly, stopping him without touching. Alastair, Dumbledore said, and there was steel under the softness now. Moody froze, jaw clenched. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. I am not your enemy, he said. Harry's voice came out low and shaking. You are not my ally either, he said. That landed. Harry saw it in Tonks's face, in Kingsley's tightened jaw. Dumbledore did not flinch, but something in his eyes sharpened. Harry, he said, if you stay here, you will draw attention. You will endanger Miss Greengrass. You will endanger yourself. Harry's chest tightened. He wanted to say he did not care. That was a lie. He did care. He cared too much. It was the reason everyone could use him. Daphne's voice stayed steady. My house accepts the risk, she said. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to her, assessing. You are very young to speak for a house, he said. Daphne did not blink. I am old enough to know when someone is trying to take what is not theirs, she replied. Harry's breathing was loud in his own ears. He could feel the wards steady around him, like the house was a hand at his back. Dumbledore's eyes returned to Harry. Come out, he said softly. Just for a conversation on the street. You can keep your distance. No potions, no coercion. I swear it. Harry stared at him. He remembered the way Dumbledore spoke in the kitchen upstairs at Privet Drive. He remembered the pause before he said he does not need to forgive, he needs to survive. Harry's jaw clenched. No, he said. Dumbledore's expression tightened by a fraction. Harry, he said, voice still gentle but firmer now. You are making this more difficult than it needs to be. Harry's laugh came out bitter. That is your problem, he said. Dumbledore's eyes flashed, quick and unreadable. Then his voice softened again. Daphne, Dumbledore said, turning slightly. If you continue to shelter him, the Ministry will respond. They may attempt seizure. They may attempt to place you under investigation. You do not want that for your family. Daphne's tone stayed flat. My family has survived the Ministry longer than you have been alive, she said, and there was sharpness in it now. We know how to endure threats. Moody made a sound of frustration. Tonks's face tightened, voice pleading. Harry, she said, please just talk to us. Please, you do not have to do this alone. Harry's throat tightened. He looked at Tonks. He could see her fear real, and it made his chest hurt. I am alone, he said quietly, and the words came out honest before he could stop them. You just did not notice until I ran. Tonks flinched like he had hit her. Kingsley exhaled slowly, eyes closing for half a second. Moody swore under his breath. Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's, steady and unreadable. Then, slowly, Dumbledore inclined his head. Very well, he said. Harry's stomach dropped. He did not trust surrender from Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Daphne. I will not force entry tonight, Dumbledore said. I will respect your right. Daphne's expression did not relax. And tomorrow? She asked. Dumbledore's eyes returned to Harry. Tomorrow we will speak again, he said. And Harry will make a wiser choice. Harry's jaw clenched. Dumbledore turned away, cloak sweeping, rain catching on silver hair. Kingsley, he said quietly, withdraw, but place watchers discreetly, for his protection. Kingsley's mouth tightened. Yes, headmaster, he said, and the words sounded like duty and discomfort mixed together. Moody shot one last glare at Daphne, then backed away, muttering. Tonks looked at Harry, eyes wet, mouth open like she wanted to say something else, then shut it and stepped back. The order retreated into the rain. The street lamp light swallowed them as they moved. Dumbledore did not look back. Daphne closed the door slowly and slid the chain into place. The wards settled with a quiet hum, like the house exhaled. Harry stood in the hallway, breathing hard, hands shaking, throat tight. He had won a moment. It did not feel like victory. Daphne turned to him. Her expression was still composed, but her eyes were sharper now, alive with adrenaline and calculation. They will not stop, she said. Harry swallowed hard. I know, he rasped. Daphne's gaze dropped briefly to the side table where Excalibur lay. Neither will the Dark Lord, she added. Harry's scar pulsed dully, like it heard the name even when she did not say it. Harry's stomach rolled again. He pressed a hand to his mouth and forced the nausea down. Daphne watched him, then spoke carefully. If you are going to stay, she said, we need to move faster than this. We need the contract in motion before morning, before Dumbledore convinces the Ministry you are a danger and uses that to justify force. Harry's jaw clenched. Contract, he repeated, voice low. Daphne nodded once. Harry stared at her. His brain felt slow, heavy, like it was wading through mud. But one thought stayed clear. He was not going back. Not to Privet Drive. Not to Dumbledore's leash. Not to a mug on a kitchen table. He swallowed hard. All right, Harry said, and his voice came out rough and tired. Show me what I am signing, and if there is a trap in it, I walk. Daphne's eyes held his. No traps, she said, and for the first time since he had seen her tonight, her voice softened by a fraction, just enough to sound human instead of pure steel. Just terms and boundaries, and a way for you to breathe. Harry's throat tightened on that last word. He did not answer. He just nodded once, small and stiff. Daphne reached for the side table and picked up Excalibur carefully. Not by the blade, not with reverence, just with respect. She held it out, hilt first. You should keep it on you, she said. If they break the ward line, you will need it. Harry hesitated. Then he took it. Their fingers brushed again, brief. Harry flinched less this time. Daphne stepped back and turned toward the inner rooms. Come, she said. We have a long night, Potter. Harry followed, sword warm in his grip, heart still racing. And behind him the wards hummed like a warning that the world outside had already started closing in. Harry came up out of sleep like he was being yanked by the collar. His eyes snapped open. His lungs dragged in air too fast, and his scar felt hot, like someone had pressed a coin into it and held it there. The room was dark enough that the corners blurred together, but the sword was a problem even in the dark. Excalibur sat propped against the chair across from the bed, and it had that faint, steady glow under the leather wrap, like it was breathing. He pushed himself up, and his whole body complained. His shoulders ached from yesterday. His knuckles were bruised. There was dried blood under his nails and on the inside of his left wrist where he had wiped his scar without thinking. His palm stung, too, the cut he had paid for the sword pulling tight when he flexed. Something moved outside the door. Soft footsteps, fast and controlled. Then a pause that felt like someone listening through the wood. Harry's hand went for his wand first out of habit, and then his fingers closed around empty air because his wand was on the bedside table, and because the habit was older than sense. The door opened without a knock. Daphne Greengrass stepped in like she owned the air, hair tied back, sleeves rolled to her forearms. She looked tired, but she did not look sloppy. She glanced at his face, then at the sword, then at the window. "You were shouting," she said. "I was not. You were." It woke half the West Wing. Her gaze flicked to his scar. "You burned your own skin again." Harry lifted a hand and touched his forehead. The skin was tender. He pulled his fingers away and saw a smear of red. He swallowed. His throat felt raw, like he had been screaming in his sleep. "What time is it? Too early for you to be useful and too late for you to pretend you are fine." Daphne's voice went flatter. "My father is coming." Harry's stomach did a small, unpleasant drop. "Your father hates me." "I did not say that." Daphne walked to the chair and put a hand on the leather wrap around the sword. She did not touch the blade. She rested her fingers near it like someone warming hands near a fire. "He does not trust you. That is different." The glow under the leather pulsed once, slow and heavy. Harry felt it in his teeth. Daphne's eyes narrowed a fraction, like she had felt it too. "You should stand," she said. "If you stay sitting, you will look like a boy in a borrowed bed. If you stand, you will look like a problem he has to take seriously." "That is your advice," Harry said, and the words came out rough. "How to look. It is my advice on how to survive my family." Daphne's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Stand up." Harry pushed himself to his feet. The room tilted for a second. He grabbed the bedpost, breathed through the nausea, and forced his legs to lock properly. Footsteps in the corridor again. Heavier. 2 sets. One steady like a metronome. One lighter and careful. Daphne's eyes went to the door and stayed there. She did not move out of the way. She planted herself like a barrier. The door opened wider. Cyrus Greengrass came in like a man entering a meeting he had paid for. He was tall, dressed in a plain dark robe that looked expensive because it did not need to show off. His hair was neat. His face was sharp in the way old photographs of pureblood patriarchs always seemed sharp. Behind him, half hidden by his shoulder, was a girl with pale hair and big eyes, clutching the edge of his sleeve like it was a lifeline. Astoria Greengrass. Harry had seen her once or twice at Hogwarts, usually with Daphne, usually quiet. She looked younger up close. Too young to be standing in the middle of a war that had already chewed through too many kids. Cyrus's eyes went straight to Harry. Then they went to the sword. Then they went back to Harry. "So," Cyrus said, "this is what my daughter dragged into my house." Daphne did not flinch. "You make it sound like a stray dog." Cyrus's gaze did not leave Harry. "Stray dogs bite, Daphne." Harry felt the urge to reach for the sword and stopped himself. He forced his hands to stay loose at his sides, forced his shoulders to settle. Cyrus took one more step in. The air in the room felt colder. "You have manners," Cyrus said, like it surprised him. "That is something." Harry blinked. "I can say hello if you want." Astoria made a tiny sound, like she had almost laughed and then got scared of her own throat. Cyrus's eyes flicked to his younger daughter. "Astoria, go." Astoria tightened her grip on his sleeve. "Daphne said I could see him." Daphne's head turned slightly. "I did say that." Cyrus's jaw set. "You also said he is a king now, and I did not see a crown on his head." Harry's scar throbbed, like it hated the word. Daphne's voice stayed calm. "Do not do this in his room." Cyrus looked around the guest room. The simple bed, the heavy curtains, the faint smell of old stone and wax. He looked back at Harry again. "It will not stay his room," Cyrus said. "It will be a cell if he is stupid." Harry felt heat crawl up his neck. "I did not ask to be here." "No," Cyrus agreed. "You did not ask. You arrived with a sentient artifact and half the order on our doorstep, and my daughter decided you were worth the risk." Daphne's eyes sharpened. "He is worth the risk." Cyrus's expression did not change. "Explain." Daphne held his gaze. "Not in front of him like he is furniture." Cyrus's eyes moved to Harry again, colder. "He is not furniture. He is leverage. He is a liability. He is a target." He is a possible shield. His tone remained even. And if he is what you claim, he is also a weapon. Harry's hands curled without permission. He forced them to open again. Cyrus nodded, like that tiny loss of control told him something. You are injured, Cyrus said. You are exhausted. You are also carrying something that makes wards itch. He tilted his head. Tell me why I should not hand you to Albus Dumbledore and let him clean up the mess. Daphne's voice went sharp. Because he will put him back in a cage. Cyrus did not look at her. That is your opinion, Harry heard himself say. It is not just her opinion. Cyrus's eyes flicked back. Is it? Harry's mouth was dry. He hated that the truth would sound like whining. He hated that he still wanted to believe Dumbledore had meant well, even after everything. He wants control, Harry said. He always did. He just wraps it in kindness so you feel stupid for noticing. Astoria's eyes widened. She looked from Harry to Daphne like she was watching two knives being set down on a table. Cyrus's gaze stayed on Harry's face. You speak like someone who has finally put a name on what was done to him. Harry swallowed. His stomach rolled. Daphne stepped closer to Harry, just enough that her shoulder almost brushed his. The move was small, but it did something to the room. It made it clear she was choosing a side. Cyrus's eyes narrowed at that. You drafted a contract, he said to Daphne. Daphne did not deny it. We did. Not signed, Cyrus said. Not yet, Daphne admitted. Cyrus turned his attention back to Harry. You want protection. Yes, you want power. Harry's laugh came out once, short and ugly. I already have it. It is not the part one wanted. Cyrus studied him, then nodded slowly, like he believed that more than anything else Harry had said. Fine, Cyrus said. We will do this properly. You will stop sleeping like a hunted animal and start behaving like someone who can be negotiated with. Harry's scar pulsed again. Cyrus's eyes flicked to it. First, he said, we confirm what you are. Daphne stiffened. Now, Cyrus agreed. Before breakfast. Before the ministry gets wind of what happened. Before Dumbledore decides to take a more direct approach. Harry's mouth tightened. He already tried. Cyrus's gaze went flat. He tried politely. The polite phase ends faster than you think. Astoria's fingers tightened on Cyrus's sleeve. Are we going out? She asked quietly. Cyrus's expression softened a fraction for her. No. You are staying here. Astoria's face fell. Daphne's eyes flicked to her sister. Tori, I will bring you something from the kitchens. Stay warm. Astoria nodded, but her gaze went back to Harry. Do you really have a sword? She asked, like she could not stop herself. Harry hesitated, then said, yeah. Astoria's eyes widened like she was 8 years old again. Cool. Daphne made a small sound that might have been a laugh if she let it live. Cyrus did not. Enough. He looked at Harry again. Get dressed. Harry stared at him. I do not have clothes. Cyrus's gaze moved to Daphne. You brought him into my house without spare clothes. Daphne's voice stayed calm. I brought him into your house with a war on his heels. He was not in the mood to pack. Cyrus's nostrils flared. He turned back to Harry. Wear what you wore yesterday. Harry looked down. His shirt was dirty. There was blood on the cuff. He could smell himself. He hated that he could smell himself. Cyrus watched the calculation on his face. There is a bath in the adjoining room, Cyrus said. Use it. If you faint in my corridor, I will not be impressed. Harry's jaw tightened. Good to know. Cyrus's mouth twitched like he almost respected the bite. He turned and left without another word. Astoria hesitated, then gave Harry a small, quick look, half curiosity and half pity, before she followed her father out. The door closed. Daphne exhaled through her nose. He likes you, she said. Harry stared at her. That was him liking me. That was him not threatening to kill you, Daphne corrected. Different scale. Harry's scar throbbed again, and he rubbed it with the heel of his hand, smearing more blood. Daphne stepped closer and caught his wrist gently. Do not, she said. You will make it worse. Harry looked at her fingers around his wrist. Her touch was cool. It grounded him in a way he did not want to admit. What are we doing? Harry asked. and it came out quieter than he meant. Confirm what I am. How? Daphne's eyes stayed on his face. Gringotts. Harry's stomach twisted. I did not go there. I know, Daphne said. We did not have time. We had an order team in the courtyard, and you were bleeding into my guest right bowl. Harry flinched. The memory made his palm sting again. Daphne released his wrist. We go now. Quietly. My father has a channel. Griphook owes us for something I am not going to explain in your bedroom. Harry took a slow breath. His lungs hurt. And if they try to trap me, he said. Daphne's gaze flicked to the sword. Then you cut your way out. Harry did not like how easy she said it. He went into the adjoining room and shut the door behind him. The bathroom was cold stone and silver fixtures. Water already steaming in the tub like someone had prepared it minutes ago. Harry stripped quickly, because the room felt too quiet and he hated quiet now. He stepped into the water and hissed when it hit bruises. For a second he just stood there, letting heat soak into muscle and bone. His hands shook. He pressed his forehead against the cool tile and breathed. His scar pulsed again. Images flickered behind his eyes, half dream and half memory. Sirius falling through the veil. Bellatrix laughing. Dumbledore's calm voice telling him it had to be this way. Harry clenched his jaw until his teeth hurt. He washed fast because routine was dangerous when you were being hunted, because you could get soft in a bath and forget to listen. When he dressed again, he felt a little more human, which somehow made the weight on his shoulders feel heavier. He opened the door and found Daphne waiting in the corridor. Cloak on, hair tied back again, wand in her hand. You ready? She asked. Harry looked at the sword. He hesitated, then lifted it. The leather wrap was warm like skin. Not even a little, Harry said. But yes, they moved through the manor in quick cuts. Not touring, not lingering. Harry caught glimpses anyway. High ceilings. Dark portraits that watched with flat, painted eyes. A corridor that smelled faintly of smoke, like the stone remembered old fires. The air outside hit him like a slap. It was early. The sky was gray. The grounds were damp. The grass dark with dew. Somewhere far off, a bird called once and then went quiet. There was a carriage waiting near the side courtyard. Not a showpiece. Plain. Practical. 2 greengrass guards stood near it. Faces blank. Hands near wands. Cyrus was already there. He looked Harry up and down like Harry was a document he had not finished reading. You look less dead, Cyrus said. Good. Harry bit back a reply. Daphne stepped to Cyrus's side. Gringotts is expecting us. Cyrus's gaze flicked to her. And you told them what? Enough, Daphne said. Not everything. Cyrus's mouth tightened. Fine. Get in. Harry stepped into the carriage and sat, sword across his knees under his cloak. Daphne sat across from him. Cyrus sat beside Daphne like a wall. The carriage moved without horses. Harry felt the familiar lurch of magic under it, like a portkey but smoother, like the world was sliding sideways rather than being ripped. He gripped the sword harder. His palm stung. Daphne's eyes flicked to his grip. Do not strangle it, she said quietly. It will not run away. Harry's mouth twitched. It might. It seems moody. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. You joke. Harry's throat tightened. Yeah, I do. Keeps me from throwing up. Cyrus studied him for a beat, then looked away like he had filed that fact under useful. The carriage slowed. The air changed. Stone and gold and that sharp, metallic smell that always clung to Gringotts, like coins sweating in the dark. Harry's stomach knotted with old memories. The goblins. The marble floor. The feeling that you were being weighed every time you breathed. The carriage door opened. A goblin stood there in a dark suit, hair slicked back, eyes bright and hard. He looked at Cyrus, then at Daphne, then at Harry. His gaze hit the sword and stopped. Harry felt it like a pressure shift, like the room leaned toward him. The goblin's lips pulled back from sharp teeth. It might have been a smile. It might have been fear. Lady Greengrass, the goblin said, voice rough like gravel. Lord Greengrass. Cyrus's chin lifted. Griphook. Harry's eyes snapped to the goblin. You are Griphook. Griphook's gaze shifted to Harry's face. And you are trouble. Harry almost laughed. because that was the most honest greeting he had gotten in days. Daphne stepped out first, smooth. He needs an inheritance assessment. Quiet. Griphook's gaze stayed on the sword. That blade is not quiet. Cyrus's voice went colder. We did not come for commentary. Griphook's eyes flicked to Cyrus, then back to Harry. Come, he said and turned. They moved through a private corridor, not the main hall. Harry still felt eyes on him. Goblin eyes. Human eyes. He heard whispers behind stone. He heard the clink of coins, the soft scrape of metal, the distant thud of something heavy being moved. He kept his shoulders tight. He kept his hands steady around the sword. They reached a small room with a table, 2 chairs, and a metal basin. A goblin healer waited inside. Older, face-lined, hands stained faintly red like she had spent her life in blood and did not bother hiding it. Griphook gestured. Sit. Harry sat. Daphne stood to his left. Cyrus stood behind her. Griphook leaned against the wall like he had all day. The goblin healer placed a piece of parchment on the table and a thin silver needle beside it. Blood, she said. No greeting. No softness. Harry stared at the needle. His stomach rolled. Daphne's voice was low. This is necessary. Harry looked at her. I know. He picked up the needle and pricked his finger. A bead of blood welled. He pressed it to the parchment. The parchment shivered. Harry felt something in him respond. Like a key turning in a lock he had forgotten was there. The sword under his cloak pulsed once, warm against his knee. The goblin healer watched the parchment like it was speaking. Her eyes narrowed, then narrowed again. She looked up at Harry slowly. Bound, she said. Harry's stomach dropped. What? The healer tapped the parchment with a clawed finger. Your core. Bound. Heavy. Layered. Cyrus's voice went sharp. By whom? The healer's eyes flicked to Daphne, then back to Harry. Old magic. Modern methods. Someone careful. Harry's throat tightened. Dumbledore. The healer's lips curled. Likely. Harry's hands shook. He clenched them under the table until his nails dug into his skin. Daphne's voice stayed controlled, but her eyes were hard. How much? The healer studied the parchment again. Half. More than half once. Harry stared at the table. That is why, he whispered, and his voice cracked. That is why I always felt like I was pushing through mud. Cyrus leaned forward slightly. What else? The healer's finger moved down the parchment like she was reading a list. Block on a language, she said. Harry's head snapped up. Parselmouth. The healer nodded once. Like that confirmed another suspicion. Your channels are scarred. Something sat in your forehead like a hook. Harry's scar burned like it heard its own description. The healer's eyes flicked to his forehead. There, she said, and her voice went softer, not kinder, just more precise. There is foreign soul residue. Not yours. Harry's stomach lurched so hard he had to grab the edge of the table. Daphne's hand went to his shoulder, a firm grip. Cyrus's voice went low. Horcrux. Griphook made a sound that might have been a curse in gobbledygook. Harry swallowed bile. Can you remove it? The healer's eyes went flat. Not with a needle and parchment. Harry's laugh came out broken. Of course, the healer continued. Also, she said and paused, like she almost did not want to say it. Compulsion traces. Harry's breath caught. Like what? The healer looked at Daphne, then back at Harry. Loyalty nudges. Emotional pushes. Nothing that would make you drool. The kind that makes you think you chose it. Harry's mouth went dry. Images flashed. Ginny's laugh. Ginny's hand on his arm. The way he had felt warm and stupid around her sometimes. Like his brain had been stuffed with cotton. He hated himself for it. He hated whoever had done it more. Daphne's grip tightened on his shoulder. Can you identify the source? The healer's gaze drifted, like she was tasting the magic in the air. A school, she said finally. Old castle wards. Many hands. Many signatures. Hermione's voice in his head, lecturing about ethics. Dumbledore's voice, calm and disappointed. Molly Weasley's voice, loud and sure, calling him dear like she owned him. Harry's hands shook harder. Cyrus's voice cut through. Can it be cleaned? The healer's eyes met Harry's. Yes, she said, But not here. Not with goblin methods. This is not coin magic. This is land magic. Harry's stomach turned again. Land magic. Cyrus's gaze sharpened. Old ways. The healer nodded. Harry looked at Daphne. That is what you were going to teach me. Daphne did not look away. Yes, Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. Griphook pushed off the wall. He stepped closer to the table, eyes on Harry. You carry a treaty in your lap, Griphook said, gaze flicking to the sword under the cloak. The blade remembers debts. It remembers kings. Harry's voice came out thin. I am not a king. Griphook's smile showed too many teeth. That is what kings always say right before the world makes them one. Cyrus's voice went cold. We are done. Griphook tilted his head. Not quite. Cyrus's wand was in his hand without Harry seeing him draw it. We are done. Griphook's eyes flicked to the wand, then back to Cyrus. Fine, he said like he was bored. But you should know this. If the old magic wakes fully, it will not tolerate half measures. It will either break the bindings or break the boy. Harry's stomach went tight. Daphne's voice was quiet. We know. Griphook's gaze slid to Harry one last time. Try not to die, he said. It would be inconvenient. Harry managed. Thanks. Griphook snorted and walked out. The goblin healer gathered her tools, already done with them. Daphne leaned closer to Harry's ear. Breathe, she said. Just breathe. Harry realized he had been holding his breath. He dragged in air too fast and tasted metal. Cyrus's voice was low. Now you understand. Harry stared at the parchment. The proof. The confirmation. The fact that he had not been imagining it. I understand, Harry said. I understand I was never really free. Daphne's hand squeezed his shoulder once. You can be. Harry looked at her. At what cost? Daphne's eyes did not soften. That is the point, she said. There is always a cost. You were just not allowed to see the price tag before. Cyrus gestured toward the door. We go home, he said. Then we decide what kind of creature you are willing to become. Harry hated the word creature. It made him feel like something in a cage. Something that bit. But he also knew he had bitten yesterday, and it had kept him alive. They left Gringotts the same way they came, through private stone corridors that smelled like old metal and old secrets. Harry kept his head down. He kept his body tight. He kept the sword close. When the carriage slid back into the greengrass grounds, the sky had turned a little lighter, but the air was still sharp, still damp. Winter pretending it was not winter yet. Harry stepped out and felt the manor looming again. All stone and shadow and quiet power. Cyrus led them straight into a study on the ground floor. A big desk, 2 chairs, a fireplace that was not lit, bookshelves that looked more used than decorative. Daphne shut the door behind them. Cyrus did not sit. He moved to the window and stared out at the grounds like he was counting threats in the trees. You are bound, Cyrus said, like he was stating the weather. You are compromised. You are also carrying a foreign soul fragment. And you have a sentient weapon that makes goblins nervous. Harry's jaw clenched. When you say it like that, I sound fun. Daphne's mouth twitched. Cyrus did not smile. I am not here to like you. Harry's hands clenched and unclenched. His scar throbbed again. Faint. Cyrus turned from the window. My daughter says you invoked guest right. Harry nodded. I did. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. Do you understand what you invoked? Harry's mouth went dry. I understand it means you cannot hand me over without breaking something old. Cyrus's gaze sharpened. Good. Daphne stepped forward. He did it on instinct. But it worked. Cyrus's eyes flicked to her. It worked because our family still respects old law. Harry heard the implication. Not everyone did. Cyrus moved to the desk and finally sat. He folded his hands, fingers steepled. Daphne wants an alliance, Cyrus said. Daphne's eyes stayed on him. We need one. Cyrus's gaze moved to Harry. Do you understand what she is offering you? Harry's throat tightened. Protection. Cyrus nodded. And what does she demand? Harry hesitated. Daphne answered for him, voice flat and honest. A future. She took a breath. A leader. Harry's stomach twisted. I am not a leader. Cyrus's eyes stayed on him. You led a group of teenagers into the ministry last year. You led them badly. People got hurt. But you led. Harry flinched. Sirius's face flashed in his head. Daphne's voice cut in. We are not talking about schoolboy heroics. We are talking about politics. Harry stared at her. I hate politics. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Everyone hates politics. Politics does not care. Cyrus leaned back slightly. The Grey Faction, he said. And Harry could hear the capital letters without them being spoken. Families who do not kneel to Voldemort and do not worship Dumbledore. We have survived by refusing to be used. Harry's mouth went dry. That is what you call it. Refusing to be used. Daphne's gaze stayed sharp. We call it staying alive. Cyrus's voice stayed calm. Neutrality is a myth. In war, you are either prey or predator. We have been prey for too long. Harry felt his stomach clench. Predator. The word sat wrong and right at the same time. Daphne stepped closer to the desk. We need a third option. A symbol that makes people stop looking at the Dark Lord and the Light Lord like those are the only choices. Harry's laugh was quiet. Light Lord. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. Call it what it is. Cyrus's gaze moved between them. If you accept Daphne's contract, you gain our protection and our influence. In return, you will stop being a reckless boy who reacts and start being a man who plans. Harry stared at the floor for a second. His hands shook and he hated it. I did not ask for any of this, Harry said, voice tight. I did not ask for a sword. I did not ask for a throne. I did not ask to be bound and pushed and pulled like a puppet. Cyrus's gaze stayed steady. No, he said. But you have it anyway. So you adapt or you die. Harry's scar burned like it agreed. Daphne's voice softened a fraction. We are not asking you to smile about it, she said. We are asking you to live long enough to choose what you become. Harry looked at her. He saw the truth there, sharp and ugly. She was not being kind. She was being honest. It was somehow worse. Cyrus stood again. First, he said. Training. Harry's stomach sank. I thought we were signing contracts. Cyrus's eyes flicked to the sword. Contracts do not keep you alive when someone kicks in a warded door. Skill does. Daphne's eyes stayed on Harry. You cannot fight Voldemort with Expelliarmus. Harry's mouth tightened. Expelliarmus worked. Daphne's stare did not move. It worked because your mother's sacrifice burned into old magic and because Voldemort is arrogant. That is not a strategy. That is luck. Harry's hands curled. So what? He snapped. I start killing people. Is that the plan? Cyrus's gaze went cold. If someone is trying to murder you and everyone you love, yes, you kill them first. Harry felt heat rush into his face. His heart hammered. No, Harry said. No, I am not doing that. Daphne's voice cut in sharp. Then you are going to lose. Harry stared at her. His chest rose and fell too fast. You do not get to tell me I have to become like them, Harry said. I will not. Daphne's eyes narrowed. No one said become like them. There is a difference between cruelty and necessity. Harry's throat tightened. That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. Silence hit hard. Cyrus's eyes flicked to Daphne. Daphne's jaw tightened. Do not say his name like it makes my point weak, she said. Dumbledore pretends he is clean. He is not. Voldemort pretends he is honest. He is not. At least we are telling you the truth. Harry's scar pulsed. His hands shook. He forced his voice to steady. What truth? Daphne stepped closer. That war is not fair. That rules are a luxury. That if you insist on being the moral hero while everyone else plays dirty, you will be a dead hero. Harry stared at her for a long beat. Cyrus's voice broke it. We do not start with killing, he said. We start with making you capable. Harry's throat tightened. Capable of what? Cyrus's gaze was steady. Of not being controlled. Harry felt his stomach twist. He thought of the parchment. Bound. Compulsion traces. Cyrus gestured toward the door. Come, he said. Breakfast later. First lesson now. The training room was not a room. It was a courtyard. Stone underfoot. Damp from early mist. A low wall on one side. A covered area on the other with weapons mounted like tools, not trophies. Harry saw wooden practice swords, dull steel blades, and a set of knives that made his stomach turn because they looked used. Cyrus stepped into the open space like he belonged there. Daphne stood near the wall, arms folded, watching. Her posture was relaxed, but her eyes were sharp. Harry walked out, sword still under his cloak, wand in his pocket, body tight. Cyrus tossed him a wooden sword. Harry caught it, surprised by the weight. "Hold it properly," Cyrus said. Harry stared at the wooden sword. "I have never done this." Cyrus's eyes narrowed. "I know." Harry shifted his grip awkwardly. Cyrus stepped forward and smacked Harry's knuckles with his own wooden sword. Fast. "Ow!" Harry snapped, and his grip loosened. Cyrus hit him again, harder, and the wooden blade cracked against Harry's fingers. Harry hissed, shaking his hand. "That," Cyrus said, "is why you do not hold it like a broom." Daphne's voice floated in, dry. "A broom might be an improvement." Harry shot her a look. "Thanks." Cyrus circled him slowly. "Feet," Cyrus said. "If you stand like that, you will fall the first time someone hits you." Harry's face heated. "I am used to spells." Cyrus's eyes went cold. "Spells fail. Wands break. You bleed anyway." Harry swallowed, forced his feet to adjust. Cyrus stepped in again, blade moving. Harry reacted on instinct and barely blocked. The wooden sword slammed. Harry's arms jolted. His shoulders screamed. Cyrus pushed harder. Harry stumbled back, boots scraping on wet stone. "Stop backing up," Cyrus snapped. Harry gritted his teeth. "You are hitting me." "Yes," Cyrus said. "That is the point." Harry swung back, clumsy. Cyrus stepped aside, the move small and effortless, and tapped Harry's ribs with the wooden blade. Pain flared. Harry gasped. Daphne's voice was calm. "Breathe." Harry glared at her. "I am breathing." Cyrus hit him again, this time on the shoulder. Harry stumbled, nearly went down. His vision flashed white with anger. His scar pulsed. Heat built behind his eyes, that old, heavy pressure that usually came with accidental magic and fear. Harry's grip tightened. The wooden blade in his hands warmed, like it was absorbing something from him. Cyrus's eyes sharpened. "There," he said quietly. "That. Do you feel it?" Harry's jaw clenched. "I feel you trying to break my bones." Cyrus's mouth twitched. "Close enough." Cyrus stepped in again. Harry snapped his wooden sword up, faster this time. The block landed properly. The impact still hurt, but it did not knock him back. Cyrus's eyes narrowed like he was pleased and annoyed at the same time. "Again," Cyrus said. They went again. Harry's breathing got rough. Sweat broke out along his spine. His arms shook. Every block sent pain into muscle that was already tired from yesterday. Cyrus did not slow down. He did not comfort. He corrected. "Feet, grip, do not telegraph, do not stare at my hands, watch my shoulders." Harry wanted to scream. He wanted to throw the wooden sword and walk away. He also remembered Gringotts. Bound, compromised, puppet. So he stayed. After what felt like hours, Cyrus finally stepped back. Harry's arms were trembling. His chest heaved. Sweat ran down his temples and stung his eyes. His hands were red from the wooden hilt rubbing skin raw. He bent forward, hands on knees, trying not to throw up. Cyrus watched him like he was assessing damage. "You will live," Cyrus said. Harry choked out a laugh. "I feel honored." Daphne stepped forward and held out a goblet of water. Harry took it, drank too fast, and coughed. Daphne's gaze stayed on his face. "You are forcing," she said quietly. "You are trying to win against him." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I want to hit him once." Daphne's mouth twitched. "You will. Later. Not today." Harry glared at Cyrus. Cyrus looked back, unbothered. "Now," Cyrus said. "A clemency." Harry stiffened. "No." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Yes." Harry's stomach rolled. "That is not training. That is you breaking into my head." Daphne's voice stayed calm. "It is me showing you what you look like from the outside. It is me teaching you to lock your doors. You want to stop being controlled, Potter." Harry hated the way she used his name like a pin. Cyrus's voice was flat. "You will do it. or you will remain an open book and Dumbledore will read you until he owns you again. Harry's hands clenched. The scar throbbed like it agreed with the threat. He swallowed hard. Fine, he said. Fine. Do it. Daphne led him to a smaller room off the courtyard. A chair. A low table. A single candle burning. The flame steady and pale. Harry sat. Daphne stayed standing, wand in hand. Cyrus leaned against the doorframe, watching. Harry's heart hammered. His palms were sweaty. He hated that the sword was not in this room with him, left in the courtyard under guard like it was a dangerous pet. Daphne's voice was low. Do not fight me with anger, she said. You will lose. Harry laughed once. Sharp. Then what am I supposed to fight you with? Daphne's gaze stayed on him. Stillness. Harry's throat tightened. I do not have that. You do, Daphne said. It is just buried under trauma and adrenaline. Harry's hands clenched in his lap. That is a lot of words for someone who says she is not poetic. Daphne's eyes narrowed, but her mouth twitched. Shut up, she said. And it sounded like she had not said that to many people before. Cyrus made a quiet sound that might have been amusement. Daphne raised her wand. Harry's muscles tensed like he was bracing for a punch. Legilimens, Daphne said. It hit like cold water forced down his throat. Harry's vision blurred. The room wavered. He felt Daphne's presence in his head. Not like a voice. Like a hand pushing into wet clay. He shoved back on instinct. The memory that exploded up was serious. Falling. Harry's own scream tearing his throat raw. Harry's breath caught. He tasted blood. Daphne's presence did not flinch. It moved through the memory like she was walking through smoke. Harry tried to yank it away, tried to slam a door that was not there. Daphne's voice echoed in his mind. Calm. You do not push a thief by running at them, she said. You lock the window. Harry's jaw clenched. His hands shook. He pictured a door. It was stupid. It was childish. It was a door with a bolt like the cupboard under the stairs. He slammed it in his mind. Daphne's presence hid it. The bolt rattled. The door held for half a second, then cracked like rotten wood. Images spilled. Privet drive. Vernon's fist on the table. Petunia's sharp voice. Dudley laughing. Harry felt his stomach twist. He tried to yank away again. Daphne's presence moved, and Harry felt her focus sharpen. Not cruel. Not gentle. Just precise. He saw himself at the burrow, smiling too hard, trying to fit into a family that was not his. He saw Molly's hands pushing food at him. The way she looked at him like he belonged to her. He saw Ron's face, jealous and hurt, saying things he pretended were jokes because it was easier to laugh than to admit it hurt. Harry's throat tightened. His breath came faster. Daphne's presence paused on something, like a finger pressing a bruise. Ginny's laugh. Ginny's hand on his arm. That warm, stupid feeling again. Harry's stomach lurched. He fought harder, panic flaring. Get out, Harry snapped. But his voice was both in the room and in his head. Daphne's presence tightened like a grip. Harry felt her push toward his scar. Pain exploded behind his eyes. The Horcrux screamed, not in sound, in sensation, like nails scraping the inside of his skull. Harry's body jerked in the chair. He gasped, eyes watering. Daphne's eyes widened in the real world, and Harry saw it through the haze. She was not expecting that. Her voice was sharp. Harry, she said. And it was the first time she used his name like it mattered. The pain spiked again. Harry's hands flew to his forehead. He doubled over, gagging. He barely managed to turn his head before he vomited onto the stone floor. It was ugly and hot and humiliating. Cyrus swore quietly behind them, low and vicious. Daphne dropped to a crouch beside Harry, one hand steadying his shoulder, the other gripping her wand like she was ready to hex the air itself. You have a fragment, she said, voice tight. It is reacting to me. Harry coughed, spit and bile on his lips. His eyes stung. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, shaking. I told you, he rasped. I told you it was in there. Daphne's jaw clenched. I believed you, she snapped. I did not understand the shape of it. Harry's laugh came out broken. Yeah, neither did I. Cyrus stepped into the room fully now. He looked at the mess on the floor, then at Harry, then at Daphne. Enough, Cyrus said. We do not push that today. Daphne's eyes flashed. He needs shields. Cyrus's voice was cold. He needs to not die in my chair. Harry forced himself upright, wiping his mouth again. His hands shook so hard he had to grip the chair to steady them. I am fine, Harry lied. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You are not. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. I can keep going. Cyrus's gaze stayed steady. You will keep going later. Not now. Harry hated being told no. He hated that Cyrus's no felt final. Daphne stood, then offered Harry a hand. He hesitated, then took it. Her grip was firm. She pulled him up like she was hauling a stubborn person out of a ditch. Water, Daphne said. Cyrus opened the door. Elf, he called, voice sharp. A house elf popped into the room with a soft crack. It was small and gray, wearing a neat cloth wrap like someone had forced dignity onto it. Yes, Master Greengrass, it squeaked. Clean, Cyrus said, gesturing at the floor without looking. And bring water. The elf nodded fast and snapped its fingers. The mess vanished like it had never existed. Harry's stomach turned at the smell lingering anyway. The elf offered a glass of water with shaking hands. Harry took it and sipped, slow this time. Daphne watched his face. You did not collapse, she said quietly. Harry's mouth twitched. Is that supposed to be encouragement? It is an observation, Daphne said. Most people would have passed out. Harry's scar throbbed. Faint. Cyrus's gaze went to the scar. That thing is not just a passenger, he said. It is anchored. It bites back. Harry's hands tightened around the glass. So we cut it out. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. Not with a kitchen knife, he said. With the proper method. Daphne's voice went low. Old ways, she said again. Harry looked at her. Blood rituals, he said, and the words tasted wrong. Daphne did not flinch. Yes, Harry's stomach rolled again. He forced himself to breathe. Cyrus gestured toward the door. We will talk in the study. You will drink that water. You will stop shaking like a leaf. Harry's jaw tightened. I am not shaking because I am scared of you. Cyrus's mouth twitched. Good, he said. Be scared of the right things. By late morning, Harry felt like he had lived 3 days already. He sat in the study with a towel around his neck because Daphne had shoved it at him when sweat started dripping again, and because the cold in the manor sank into his bones if he stayed still too long. Astoria sat in the corner on a cushioned chair, wrapped in a blanket, watching like she was trying to figure out if Harry was a storybook monster or a person. Cyrus spread parchment across the desk. Not contracts yet. Notes, names, lines that looked like family trees and political maps. Daphne stood beside him, pointing with the tip of her wand when she talked, like she was lecturing and hated herself for being good at it. The Wisengamot is not a court, Daphne said. It pretends it is. It is a battlefield with chairs. Harry rubbed his forehead. His scar still felt tender. You are telling me this because, he said slowly, you want me to sit in those chairs. Daphne's gaze stayed on him. You will sit in those chairs whether you want it or not, she said. If you do not, someone else will sit there and speak for you. Harry's stomach twisted. Cyrus spoke. If you are what you appear to be, there are seats tied to your blood. Potter, black, possibly more. Harry's mouth tightened at black. Serious. Cyrus's voice stayed calm. Seats mean votes. Votes mean laws. Laws decide who lives. Harry stared at the parchment. Names meant nothing to him beyond the obvious ones. Why are you doing this? Harry asked, voice rough. Why not just stay out of it like you always do? Daphne's eyes flicked to him. Because staying out of it is dying slowly, she said. Voldemort will take families one by one. Dumbledore will throw the rest into the fire and call it sacrifice. Harry's jaw clenched. You hate both sides. Daphne's voice went colder. I hate being told there are only two sides. Astoria spoke quietly from her chair. Mum said neutrality gets you killed, she said, voice small. Dad said it gets you blamed for everything anyway. Harry looked at her. Your mum. Astoria's gaze dipped. She is dead, she said, like she was reciting a fact she had said too many times. Harry's throat tightened. He had not known that. He had not asked. Daphne's face went hard for half a second, then smoothed. "That is why," she said, and it was aimed at Harry. "That is why we do not play martyr games. We do not want to die for anyone's idea of good." Harry swallowed. The room felt too tight. Cyrus's voice cut in sharper. "Enough talk," he said. "You have theory. Now you need practice." Harry stared. "Practice what?" Cyrus's gaze went flat. "Control." Harry's stomach twisted. "You already tried occlumency and I threw up." Cyrus did not blink. "Then you will throw up again later," he said. "Different training now." He reached under the desk and pulled out a book. It was old. Leather cover. No title. The edges looked worn, like someone had carried it for years and hated it and needed it. Cyrus placed it on the desk like it weighed a lot more than paper. Harry's scar throbbed. Daphne's eyes flicked to the book, then to Harry. "That," she said, "is not ours." Harry stared at it. "What is it?" Daphne's voice went quiet. "It was in the Greengrass vault," she said. "Buried under wards that were older than our family." Cyrus's eyes stayed on Harry. "It reacted when you arrived," he said. "It tried to open itself." Harry's stomach rolled. "It is mine." Cyrus's expression did not change. "That is what we are about to find out." Harry hesitated, then reached for the book. The moment his fingers touched the leather, heat shot up his arm. His scar burned. The book opened on its own, pages flipping fast, stopping on a spread covered in ink that looked too dark, almost like dried blood. Harry leaned in. The writing was not Latin. It was not English. It was something older, something that made his eyes hurt when he tried to read it. Then the letters shifted. The words rearranged. English formed under his gaze. Harry's breath caught. Daphne's voice was tight. "It is translating." Cyrus's eyes narrowed. "Read," he said. Harry swallowed. The page said, "Blood remembers. Land remembers. The king is not crowned by men. The king is crowned by the willing earth." Harry's throat tightened. He turned the page, said, "Break the binding. Spill the false threads. Burn the foreign soul. Pay the price." Harry's stomach turned. Daphne's voice was quiet. "This is the Pendragon grimoire," she said. Harry looked up at her. "You knew." Daphne's gaze did not move. "I suspected." Cyrus's voice was flat. "Now we know." Harry's hands shook on the book. He forced them still. "What price?" Harry asked, voice low. Cyrus's gaze stayed on him. "That is what you decide," he said. "Old magic does not take coin. It takes you." Harry's scar throbbed. The sword's presence in the courtyard felt like a pull in his chest, like it was listening. Daphne stepped closer. "We will not throw you into a ritual blind," she said, voice sharp. "We will prepare you." Harry's laugh came out thin. "Prepare me for bleeding in a field." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Prepare you for surviving it." Cyrus closed the book with one hand. "Hard. Sword training again after lunch," he said. "Then you learn ritual combat." Harry's brows pulled together. "Ritual combat." Cyrus's gaze went cold. "The kind where spells are not enough," he said. "The kind where you have to look someone in the eyes and decide if you can end them." Harry's stomach twisted. "No." Cyrus's tone did not change. "Yes." Harry's hands clenched. "I am not going to become some medieval butcher because you think it is efficient." Cyrus leaned forward. "You already killed yesterday," he said. Harry froze. Daphne's eyes flicked to Cyrus, sharp. Harry's voice went quiet. "No," he said. "I did not." Cyrus's gaze stayed steady. "The man who tried to gut you in my courtyard," Cyrus said. "You cut him. He bled out. My guard confirmed it." Harry's stomach dropped. His throat closed. He remembered the swing, the way the blade had moved, the way it had felt like cutting through mist and then suddenly hitting meat. He remembered blood spraying warm against his hand. He had not checked if the man was alive. He had been running. He had been surviving. Harry swallowed bile. Daphne's voice was low. "Harry," she said. Harry did not look at her. His hands were shaking. "I did not mean to," Harry said, and it sounded stupid even to him. Cyrus's voice stayed flat. "War does not care what you meant," he said. "You did it, and you are still breathing. So you can either pretend it did not happen, or you can learn what it means. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard. His chest felt too tight. Astoria's voice came small from the corner. Did he deserve it? She asked. Harry's head snapped up. He looked at Astoria, and she looked back at him, eyes huge. Harry's mouth opened and closed. He thought about the man's face. The way he had looked at Harry like Harry was a prize. The way his wand had already been moving. He was trying to kill me, Harry said. Astoria nodded slowly. Then, she said, voice shaky, maybe it is okay. Harry's throat tightened so hard it hurt. Daphne's gaze softened for half a second, then went sharp again. It is not okay, she said, and it was aimed at Astoria. It is necessary. Astoria looked down at her blanket. Harry stared at the desk. Cyrus stood. Lunch, he said, like he was giving Harry mercy. Then training. If you collapse, you rest. If you vomit, you clean yourself and continue. We do not baby kings. Harry's mouth twisted. Stop calling me that. Cyrus's gaze stayed cold. Earn the right to refuse, he said and walked out. The dining room was too quiet. Harry ate because Daphne told him to. He ate because Cyrus watched him like he was measuring how much fuel a weapon needed. He ate because Astoria pushed bread toward him with a shy little gesture like she was trying to make him more human in her own head. Harry chewed without tasting. His scar throbbed on and off like a heartbeat that was not his. After lunch, Cyrus took him back to the courtyard. This time, Cyrus handed him a dull steel blade instead of wood. Harry's eyes widened. That is real. Cyrus's gaze was flat. So is death, he said. Now move. Harry lifted the blade. Felt heavier. Felt honest. It did not forgive mistakes. Cyrus stepped in with his own blade. Harry blocked, and the impact jarred his whole arm. Pain shot through muscle. He gritted his teeth and forced his feet to stay planted. Cyrus hit again. Harry blocked again. The rhythm started to form. Not elegant. Not pretty. But something. Harry's breathing got rough. Sweat ran down his back. His hands shook around the hilt. Cyrus circled him. Stop thinking, Cyrus snapped. You keep thinking you can solve this like a homework problem. Harry's jaw clenched. I am thinking because you are trying to cut me. Cyrus's blade snapped toward Harry's shoulder. Harry barely blocked. The steel scraped. Sparks jumped. Harry's heart hammered. His lungs burned. Daphne watched from the wall, arms folded. She did not interrupt. She did not comfort. She only spoke when Harry did something stupid. Your left side is open, she said once, flat. Harry adjusted, and Cyrus immediately took advantage of the adjustment, tapping Harry's ribs hard enough to make him gasp. Daphne's mouth twitched like she was annoyed and amused at the same time. Better, she said anyway. Harry hated that he liked the approval. After what felt like forever, Cyrus stepped back again. Harry's arms were shaking. He could barely keep the blade up. His breath came in ragged pulls. His legs felt like they might give. Cyrus lowered his blade. Again, he said. Harry stared. Again. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. You think you get breaks because you are tired, he said. Voldemort does not care if you are tired. Harry's vision blurred with frustration. I am not Voldemort's equal. Cyrus's voice went colder. Then become it, he said. Or become a corpse. Harry's hands tightened around the hilt until his fingers hurt. He moved again, and somewhere between the next block and the next stumble something shifted. Not skill. Not sudden mastery. Just a small change in his head. He stopped begging the world to be fair. He stopped waiting for someone older to tell him what the right answer was. He just reacted. He just survived. Cyrus's blade came in fast. Harry blocked. The steel rang. The sound echoed off stone. Harry pushed back. Cyrus's eyes widened a fraction. Harry swung again. Cyrus blocked, but his feet slid half an inch on the damp stone. It was the first time Harry had moved him. Harry's chest heaved. His vision tunneled for a second with effort. Daphne's voice cut in, quiet and sharp. There, she said. That. Do that again. Harry swung again. This time, Cyrus stepped aside, but Harry did not overcommit. He adjusted mid-motion. His blade followed Cyrus's movement like it was tracking. Cyrus's eyes narrowed, pleased and dangerous. Better, he said. Harry's arms screamed. His lungs burned. His heart hammered like it wanted out of his ribs. He did not stop. When Cyrus finally called it, Harry dropped to one knee without meaning to. His blade clattered to the stone. He bent forward and gagged. But nothing came up this time. Just spit and breath and heat. Daphne stepped forward and offered him water again. Harry took it, shaking. "Did I hit you?" Harry rasped at Cyrus. Cyrus's mouth twitched. "Not cleanly," he said. "But you moved me. That is more than I expected today." Harry's laugh came out hoarse. "Great. I am progressing." Daphne's eyes stayed on his face. "You are," she said. "And you hate it." Harry swallowed water. His hands trembled. "I hate that I have to," he admitted. Daphne's voice went quieter. "So do I," she said. And for a second, she sounded like a teenager again, not an ice queen playing politics. Cyrus gestured toward the covered area. "Now," he said. "Ritual combat basics." Harry's stomach tightened. What does that even mean? Cyrus grabbed one of the knives from the wall. He held it up. "Wands can be disarmed," Cyrus said. "A blade cannot be talked out of your hand with a word. Old magic respects blood because blood is truth. Ritual combat is the simplest old rule. You spill, you bind. You pay, you claim." Harry stared at the knife. "You want me to start cutting myself?" Cyrus's gaze stayed steady. "I want you to stop flinching at the concept," he said. "You already bled for the sword. You will bleed again. Better you learn to do it on purpose." Harry's throat tightened. Daphne's voice was low. "We are not asking you to enjoy it," she said. "We are asking you to be willing." Harry stared at the knife like it was a snake. Then he looked at Daphne. "What about you?" he asked. "Are you willing?" Daphne's eyes did not move. "Yes," she said. "I have been willing since I was 12. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated that. He hated that she had been forced into that kind of mindset so young. Cyrus's voice cut in. "Enough," he said. "We do not romanticize trauma. We learn. That is it." He showed Harry where to place his thumb on the knife. How to hold it so it would not slip when wet. How to move in close without turning your ribs into a gift. Harry listened. He did not like it. He listened anyway. By the time the sun started to sink, Harry's body felt like it had been beaten with a plank. Daphne called an end to training before Cyrus did. Cyrus looked like he wanted to argue, then noticed Harry's hands shaking so hard he could barely hold his wand, and shut his mouth. "Bath," Daphne said to Harry, voice clipped. "Eat, sleep. If you try to push through exhaustion, you will injure yourself and then you will be useless." Harry managed. "You are very comforting." Daphne's mouth twitched. "I know." Astoria found Harry in the corridor later when he was dragging himself toward the guest room. She stood there with her blanket wrapped around her shoulders, hair loose, eyes serious. Harry stopped, tired enough that he forgot to be guarded. "You look like you got hit by a train," Astoria said. Harry blinked. "What is a train?" Astoria's mouth opened, then closed. She stared at him like he was an alien. Daphne's voice floated from behind Harry, dry. "He is joking, Tori." Harry shot Daphne a look over his shoulder. "I was not." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "You have ridden the Hogwarts Express." Harry stared. "That is a train." Astoria's mouth twitched. "You are such an idiot," she said. And then she looked horrified like she had insulted a king. Harry's tired laugh surprised him. "It is fine," he said. "People call me worse." Astoria's gaze flicked to his scar. "Does it hurt?" she asked quietly. Harry hesitated. "Yeah," he admitted. "Sometimes." Astoria chewed her lip. "Daphne says you have something in your head," she said. "Like a piece of him." Harry's stomach tightened. "She told you that?" Astoria shrugged. "She tells me things," she said. "Not all the things, but enough. I am not a baby." Harry's throat tightened. "You should not have to hear that." Astoria's eyes sharpened. "No one cares what I should have," she said. And there was a flash of bitterness there that made Harry pause. Harry nodded slowly. "Fair." Astoria shifted her weight. Are you scared? She asked, voice small now. Harry stared at her. He could lie. He could play brave. He was too tired for that. Yes, Harry said. All the time. Astoria's eyes widened like she had not expected honesty. Harry added, because he did not want her to think fear made you weak. I am still doing it anyway. Astoria nodded slowly. Okay, she said, like she was filing that away as a rule for herself. Daphne stepped closer, hand brushing Astoria's shoulder gently. Go to bed, she told her sister. Astoria looked at Harry again. Do not die, she said. Harry's mouth twitched. I will try. Astoria nodded once and walked away, blanket trailing. Harry watched her go, and something in his chest hurt in a different way than the bruises. Daphne's voice was quiet. She likes you, she said. Harry's laugh was soft. She called me an idiot. Daphne's mouth twitched. That is affection, she said, and then her face sobered. Come. We need to talk. Harry followed her because he was too tired to fight and because part of him wanted to hear her voice anyway. The library was warmer than the rest of the manor. Not cozy exactly, just less cold. Candles were lit. Books lined the walls, some neat, some stacked like someone had been searching. There was a couch near the fireplace, and Daphne moved to it without hesitation like it was her place. Harry stood near the doorway for a second, then moved in and sat on the other end of the couch, leaving space between them like a habit. Daphne watched him, eyes sharp. You are keeping distance, she said. Harry blinked. I am sitting on the couch. You are sitting like you expect me to attack you, Daphne said. Harry stared at his hands. They were still shaking faintly. Most people who get close to me want something, he said quietly. Daphne's voice softened just a little. And I do not. Harry looked up, skeptical. Daphne met his gaze. I want a future, she said. But I am not asking you to be my friend. I am asking you to be my ally. Harry's mouth tightened. That sounds like wanting something. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Fine, she said. I want something, but I am not going to pretend it is love. Harry's throat tightened. Do you ever? He started, then stopped. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. Do I ever what? Harry swallowed. Do you ever wish you could just be normal? He asked. Go to Hogwarts, take exams, complain about teachers, and not have your father talking about war like it is a business plan. Daphne stared at him for a long beat. Then she exhaled slowly. Yes, she said. When I was 13, Harry blinked. Daphne's gaze went flat. Then Astoria got sick, she said. Then Malfoy started circling. Then Voldemort came back. Normal stopped being a choice. Harry's chest tightened. He stared at the fire. I do not want to be king, he said quietly. Daphne's voice was low. I know. Harry swallowed. I do not want people bowing. I do not want laws. I do not want blood rituals. I do not want to cut people. I do not want to become some cold thing who calls friends subjects. Daphne watched him, face unreadable. Harry's voice broke a little. I just wanted, he said, and the words got stuck. He did not know what he wanted anymore. Daphne spoke quietly. You wanted someone to tell you you are safe, she said. And mean it. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that she was right. Daphne shifted slightly on the couch. Not closer, but less rigid. I do not want to be a pawn, she said, voice quiet now. I do not want to marry someone because my bloodline is useful. I do not want my sister to die because the world decided we are collateral. Harry looked at her. He saw the crack in the ice. Not big, just enough to see there was a person under it. You are already a pawn, Harry said softly. You just play it better. Daphne's mouth twitched. Yes, she said. I do. Silence sat between them, heavy but not hostile. Harry swallowed. If I sign your contract, he said. What happens? Daphne's eyes stayed on him. You get sanctuary under our name, she said. You get legal shielding. You get access to people who will listen when you speak. You get training. You get resources. Harry's jaw tightened. And you get me. Daphne's gaze did not flinch. Yes, she said. Harry stared at her. That is horrible, he said. Daphne's voice stayed calm. It is honest. Harry looked down at his hands. He thought about the parchment at Gringotts. Bound. Compulsion traces. Someone had been writing his life for him with invisible ink. He was tired of being written. Harry exhaled slowly. I will sign, he said. Daphne did not smile. She only nodded once, like she had expected it. Like she was relieved anyway. Harry's voice went rough. But I am not your property. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Good, she said. I do not want property. Property breaks. I want a partner who pushes back. Harry's mouth twitched. That sounds worse. Daphne's eyes narrowed. It is, she said, and there was something like humor there. Harry's chest felt tight and warm at the same time, which made no sense. Daphne shifted, finally closer by an inch, just enough that Harry could feel heat from her shoulder. You are shaking, she said quietly. Harry stared at the fire. I threw up in your manor today, he said. I got hit 100 times. I found out I have been bound for years. And I killed someone without meaning to. His voice went flatter. I am fine. Daphne's mouth twitched. Liar. Harry's laugh was quiet. Yeah. Daphne reached out slowly, giving him time to pull away, and brushed her fingers against his wrist where his pulse jumped hard. Harry froze. Daphne's touch was light, not possessive, not testing, just there. You are alive, she said quietly. That matters. Harry swallowed. It does not feel like it matters, he admitted. Daphne's fingers stayed a second longer, then pulled back. It will, she said. Later, when you stop running on adrenaline and start processing what happened. Harry's throat tightened. I do not want to process it. Daphne's eyes went sharp. Too bad, she said. You will, or it will eat you. Harry stared at her. For a second, the space between them felt smaller. The heat of the fire, the quiet, the fact that for the first time in a long time, someone was not lying to him. Harry's voice came out softer. Do you ever... He started again, then stopped. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. Do I ever what? Harry swallowed. Do you ever feel lonely? He asked, and it sounded stupid. Daphne stared at him. Then very quietly, yes, she said. Harry's chest tightened. He did not know who moved first. Maybe neither of them did. Maybe it was just the gravity of two exhausted teenagers sitting too close to the edge of something. Daphne leaned in a fraction. Harry's breath caught. He leaned in too. Their lips met, soft and careful. Not dramatic, not hungry. Just a test. A question. Harry felt his heart slam hard in his chest like it was trying to climb out. Daphne pulled back first, eyes wide for half a second like she could not believe she had done that. Harry's mouth was still tingling. Daphne's voice came out low and a little rough. That was not strategic, she said. Harry swallowed. No, he admitted. Daphne stared at him. Then her mouth twitched, almost a smile, like she hated herself for it. Good, she said. And then her face hardened again like she was putting armor back on. Sleep. Tomorrow is worse. Harry's stomach twisted. How? Daphne's gaze flicked toward the window, toward the dark grounds. Ritual, she said. Harry's scar throbbed like it had been waiting. They left the manor before dawn. No carriages this time. No visible guards. Just Cyrus, Daphne, and Harry moving through a private gate and into a stretch of land that felt older than the manor itself. The air was cold enough that Harry's breath fogged. The grass was wet. The sky was bruised purple and gray. Harry carried the sword. The leather wrap was off now. The blade sat in its scabbard, and even sheathed, it felt alive, warm against his hip. Cyrus led. Daphne walked beside Harry, close enough that their shoulders brushed sometimes when the ground narrowed. Harry's stomach rolled with nerves. His hands were sweating. His scar pulsed in time with his heartbeat. They reached a place where the world changed. The trees thinned. The wind shifted. The air smelled like damp stone and something sharp, like rain on iron. Ahead, a circle of standing stones rose out of the earth. Not the famous ones that tourists took pictures of. Smaller, hidden, warded. The kind you only found if someone wanted you to. Cyrus stopped at the edge of the circle. Daphne looked at Harry. This is a nexus, she said quietly. Old power. The kind that does not care about ministry law. Harry swallowed. And this is where I bleed. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. Yes. Harry's mouth went dry. Do you know what happens? Daphne's jaw tightened. I know the theory, she said. Not the experience. Harry looked at Cyrus. And you? He asked. Cyrus's gaze stayed cold. I have seen it once, he said. Not with a king. Harry's stomach twisted. Daphne reached into her cloak and pulled out the Pendragon grimoire, wrapped in dark cloth. She held it like it could bite. She unwrapped it and opened it to the pages Harry had seen earlier. The text shifted again under the pale light, forming English. Harry's scar burned. Daphne's voice went low as she read. Blood remembers. Land remembers. The king is crowned by the willing earth. Harry's throat tightened. Daphne continued. Break the binding. Spill the false threads. Burn the foreign soul. Pay the price. Harry's hands shook. Cyrus's voice cut in. The price is choice, he said. You either cling to the boy you were and stay bound, or you let him die and become something else. Harry's stomach lurched. Die, Harry repeated, voice rough. You keep saying that like it is metaphor. Daphne's gaze sharpened. We do not do metaphors, she said. Not today. Harry stared at the stones. His breathing got fast. His chest tightened. He thought of himself at 11, stepping into Hogwarts, thinking the world had finally opened. He thought of himself at 14, watching Cedric die. He thought of himself at 15, holding Sirius's body in his mind like a wound. He thought of how every year had taken something from him. Maybe the boy was already dead. Maybe this was just admitting it. Harry swallowed hard. What do I do? He asked. Daphne's voice was quiet. You step into the circle, she said. You offer blood. You speak your name. You ask the land to take the bindings and burn the foreign soul. And you mean it. Harry's scar throbbed. Cyrus's gaze was steady. If you flinch, it will punish you, he said. Old magic hates cowards. Harry's mouth twisted. I am not a coward. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. Then prove it. Harry stepped into the circle. The moment his boot crossed the threshold, the air shifted, felt thicker. It pressed against his skin like invisible hands. His scar went hot. The sword hummed in its scabbard like a warning. Harry's breath caught. Daphne stayed outside the circle. Cyrus stayed outside too. Harry looked back at them. You are not coming in, he said, and it came out accusing. Daphne's voice was quiet. This is yours, she said. It will not accept me. Harry's stomach twisted. Of course. He turned back to the stones. The world went very quiet. Then, faintly, he heard something under it. Not a voice. A feeling. Like the ground was listening. Harry's hands shook as he drew the sword. Excalibur came out smooth, like it wanted to be used. The blade caught the pale light and threw it back like a glare. Harry felt the weight in his arms. He felt the pull in his chest. He lifted the blade and stared at his reflection in it. His eyes looked too bright, too tired. Okay, Harry whispered. He pressed the edge to his palm. The blade bit clean. Pain flared sharp. Blood welled fast, dark in the cold air. Harry hissed through his teeth. His hand shook. He held his palm over the stone at the center of the circle and let blood drip onto it. The moment it hit, the stone drank it. Not soaking, not smearing, drinking. Harry's stomach lurched. The air around him tightened. His scar burned like someone had pressed a hot thumb into it. Harry's breath came fast. Harry James Potter, he said, voice shaking. The stones did not respond. His scar pulsed. His throat tightened. He swallowed hard. Harry, he said again, and it sounded small. Something in him twisted, sharp. He clenched his jaw. No, he said, voice rough. Not just Harry. His scar flared. The sword hummed. Harry's hands shook harder. By blood, Harry said, forcing the words out. By land. By blade. The air snapped tight. Harry gasped. Pain shot through his chest like a hook yanking inward. He stumbled, nearly falling to one knee. The stone under his feet felt like it was vibrating. His scar screamed. Images slammed into his head. A cottage. A dark night. Rain on windows. Lily Potter's voice, sharp and terrified. shouting for James to take Harry and run. James's voice, fierce. Lily, take him, go. Crash. A scream. Harry's stomach lurched. He tasted bile. Then the image shifted. Outside the cottage, in the dark, a tall figure stood at the edge of the wards. Albus Dumbledore. Harry's breath hitched. Dumbledore's face was shadowed, but Harry saw the shape of his posture. Still, waiting, Harry felt something break inside his chest. The image sharpened. Harry saw Dumbledore's hand lift slightly, like he could intervene, like he could act. And then he did not. He stayed still. He watched. Harry's scar burned like fire. A voice, Dumbledore's, calm and distant, slid into the vision. It must happen, it said. The sacrifice must be complete. Harry gagged. The image snapped forward. Voldemort at the door. Lily screaming. Green light. James's body. Lily's body. Baby Harry screaming. Harry's real body doubled over. He vomited onto the stone. The circle did not care. The air tightened again. The foreign soul in his scar shrieked like an animal trapped in a burning house. Harry felt it claw at him from the inside. Desperate. Harry screamed, and this time it was real. His throat tore raw with it. He felt the bindings inside him like ropes. Thick, tight, wrapped around his core like a cage. He felt the compulsion traces like sticky threads on his ribs, tugging him toward obedience. He felt them all at once, and he hated them. He hated them with a clean, sharp fury that made his hands stop shaking. Harry forced himself upright, blood dripping from his palm, vomit on the stone, tears on his face that he did not remember crying. He lifted the sword again. The blade hummed like it was ready. Harry's voice came out low and rough. "Take it," he said, and he did not know if he was speaking to the land, the sword, or the part of himself that had been caged. "Take the bindings." The air snapped. Pain tore through his chest like someone had reached in and ripped ropes out by hand. Harry screamed again, body jerking. He felt something inside him unravel. The pressure he had lived with for years, the mud feeling, the constant drag, cracked like ice. Magic surged up in him like a flood. It hit his throat, his eyes, his fingertips. Harry gasped, choking on it. The circle roared without sound. The foreign soul screamed louder, panicked. Harry's scar burned like it was being carved out with a knife. Harry staggered, nearly dropping the sword. He forced his grip tighter. "Burn it," he rasped, voice shaking. "Burn him." The stones answered. Heat surged through the circle, not comfortable heat, not fire, something older. Something that felt like sunlight filtered through leaves and iron. Poured straight into Harry's scar. The Horcrux screamed. Harry felt it thrash. He felt it try to cling. He felt it tear. For a second, he thought his head would split open. He thought he would die right there. Blood on stone, vomit on his boots, sword in his hands like a joke. Then the pressure snapped. A burst of cold shot through him, and then silence. Real silence. Harry's scar still hurt, but it was a physical hurt now, not a screaming presence. Harry sucked in air like he had been drowning. His knees buckled. He hit the stone on one knee, sword tip pressed into the ground to keep himself upright. He was shaking so hard he could barely breathe. He heard Daphne's voice from outside the circle. "Harry!" she called, sharp with fear. Harry lifted his head slowly. The air in the circle felt different now. Lighter, like it had released him. He stared at the stones, chest heaving. He forced his voice out, hoarse. "I am still me," he said, and he did not know who he was convincing. The wind shifted. For the first time in what felt like forever, the cold did not feel like a threat. It just felt like weather. Harry's breath came slower. He dragged in air and let it out, shaking. The sword hummed softly, like a satisfied animal. Harry's palm still bled. He stared at the blood on the blade, then at the stone beneath him. He thought of Dumbledore standing outside the cottage, waiting. His stomach twisted, not with nausea this time, with rage. Harry's voice came out low. "No more," he said. "No more cages." He pushed himself upright slowly, muscles screaming. He stepped out of the circle. The moment he crossed the threshold, his legs nearly gave again, but Daphne was there, grabbing his arm hard enough to bruise. "Sit," she snapped. Harry shook his head. I am fine, he lied. Daphne's eyes were wild for her, which meant barely visible panic. You were screaming, she said. You were on your knees. You were bleeding and shaking and I could not step in. Harry swallowed, throat raw. Yeah, he rasped. Not my best morning. Cyrus stepped closer, gaze sharp, scanning Harry like he was checking for missing pieces. You are still alive, Cyrus said. Harry's laugh was hoarse. Great. Everyone keeps saying that like it is a compliment. Daphne's grip tightened on his arm. What did you see? She asked, voice low. Harry swallowed. His scar throbbed faintly. The pain was real. The presence was gone. He did not know how to say it without cracking. He stared at the damp grass, at the gray sky. I saw. Harry started, then stopped. His throat tightened hard. Daphne waited. She did not push. That was new. Harry forced the words out anyway. I saw him, he said, voice shaking. Dumbledore. Outside my parents' house. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. Daphne went very still. He could have helped, Harry said, and his voice went flat with fury. He watched. Daphne's jaw tightened. Cyrus's voice was cold. Greater good, he said like it was a curse. Harry's hands shook. He flexed his bleeding palm. I am going to kill Voldemort, he said, voice low. But I am also, he swallowed. I am also going to make sure no one ever does that again. Not to me. Not to anyone. Daphne's gaze stayed on his face. That is a king's promise, she said quietly. Harry's mouth twisted. Do not call me that. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Then stop acting like one, she shot back. And her voice cracked just a little, like fear turning into anger because anger was easier. Harry stared at her. He did not have energy to argue. He exhaled slowly, shaking. Okay, Harry said finally, voice rough. Okay, I will be what I have to be. Daphne's grip loosened slightly, but she did not let go. Cyrus's gaze stayed sharp. We go back, he said. You rest. Then we finalize the contract. Harry nodded faintly. They started walking. Halfway back through the trees, a silver shape streaked between branches and stopped in front of them, hovering at eye level. An otter. Harry froze so hard his whole body went cold. The Patronus glowed bright in the gray air, and Hermione's voice came out of it, tight and urgent. Harry, please, you need to come back. Dumbledore says you are being influenced. You are not thinking clearly. We can fix this. Please. The Patronus flickered, then vanished. Harry stood there, breathing hard, blood still drying on his palm, scar still aching, stomach still raw. Daphne's hand tightened on his arm again. Cyrus's voice was low. They found you, he said. Harry stared at the space where the otter had been. His throat tightened, then his jaw set. He looked at Daphne, voice steady for the first time since the circle. Tell your father to hurry the contract, Harry said. Because I am done being rescued. He looked toward the distant line of trees like he could see Hogwarts through them. Next time I see them, Harry said quietly. It is on my terms. Harry does not sleep. He lies on his back in the guest room at Greengrass Manor and stares at the ceiling until it feels like the stone is staring back. Every time he shuts his eyes, he sees the circle of stones. He hears that scream in his skull. He feels the moment the foreign thing tore loose. His scar still hurts, but it is his pain now. No whisper under it. No cold presence. Just a tender line of skin that throbs when he breathes too hard. The silence in his own head is the worst part. It feels like someone moved out and left the furniture behind. He rolls onto his side. The sword is propped against the wall again, close enough to grab. He keeps checking it like it might disappear if he looks away. Excalibur is quiet tonight too, and that should be comforting, but it makes his stomach tight. A soft knock hits the door. Then it opens without waiting. Daphne steps in, hair tied back, still dressed like she did not bother pretending this is a normal night. Her eyes flick to his face, then to the sword, then back. You are awake, she says. Harry makes a sound that is meant to be a laugh and comes out like a cough. Good guess. She closes the door behind her. Hermione's Patronus was not just a message, she says. Harry's throat tightens. Yeah, I figured. It was a locator, Daphne says. Or it was treated like one. Harry sits up. His muscles complain. How do you know? Daphne moves closer, keeps her voice low. My father has watchers. Someone in Hogsmeade saw an otter patronus go through the village. People talk. People notice anything that shines. Harry scrubs a hand over his face. His palm stings where the old cut is half healed. So Ron and Hermione know where I am. Daphne's mouth tightens. And other people may now have a direction. Harry's stomach twists. Death Eaters. Possibly. Daphne pauses, then adds, also Dumbledore. Harry's jaw clenches. He looks down, then forces himself to look back up. What do we do? Daphne studies him like she is checking if he will shatter. We move, she says. But we also do not run in circles. You need something from Hogwarts. Harry's eyes narrow. What? Daphne reaches into her cloak and pulls out the old leather book. The Pendragon Grimoire. She sets it on the bedside table and opens it to a page marked with a strip of cloth. The ink shifts under the candlelight. Harry's stomach tightens like the words have weight. Daphne taps a line. Carnwennen, she says. Harry swallows. That is, the black blade, Daphne says. Arthur's dagger. The one that hides a man from sight. Not a cloak. Not a charm. Old concealment. Harry's mouth goes dry. And it is at Hogwarts. Daphne nods once. Hidden. Buried. Locked by old rules. Harry stares at the page. His scar aches. Where? Daphne turns the book slightly so he can read. The words settle into English. Beneath the serpent where stone drinks poison. Beneath the school, where vows were swallowed and forgotten. Harry's breath catches. The chamber. Daphne watches his face. You know it. Harry's hands clench on the blanket. I killed a basilisk down there, he says, and his voice is flat because he cannot afford to let the memories come up right now. Second year. Daphne's eyes sharpen. And you opened it how? Harry hesitates. Parselmouth, he says. Daphne's gaze flicks to his scar. The language block, she says quietly. Gringotts mentioned it. Harry swallows. It might be gone now, he says, and the thought hits like a punch. If the foreign thing is gone. Daphne nods once. Then we test it. Harry's throat tightens. You want me to go back into Hogwarts? Yes. Harry stares at her. Dumbledore is there. Yes. The Order is there. Yes. Daphne's voice stays calm. You do not go in waving a sword. You go in unseen. You take what is yours. You leave. Harry's mouth twists. And what if Ron and Hermione are waiting? Daphne's expression hardens. Then you handle it. Harry's stomach rolls. That sounds like a trap. It is a trap, Daphne says. The question is whether it is yours or theirs. Harry drags a breath in. His chest hurts. You are coming with me. Daphne shakes her head. Not inside the castle. Harry's eyes narrow. Why? Daphne's tone stays controlled. But there is something sharp under it. Because if I step into Hogwarts, the wards will record me. They will record Greengrass. That turns this into open war. We are not doing that yet. Harry stares at her, then looks away. He hates that it makes sense. Daphne continues. You will meet a contact in Hogsmeade after you retrieve it. Harry's gaze snaps back. Who? Neville Longbottom, Daphne says. Harry blinks. Neville. Daphne nods. He is not in Dumbledore's inner circle. He is brave. He has motive. He also has access. Harry's stomach tightens. How do you know him? Daphne's mouth twitches, almost annoyed. I go to school with him, she says. And my father knows his grandmother. Politics is not just for old men. Harry rubs his forehead. His scar throbs. What does Neville have? A route, Daphne says. And information. He has been watching the school shift since you disappeared. Harry swallows. And Ron and Hermione. Daphne's eyes stay on his. They will come, she says. They always do. Harry's jaw tightens. Not like this. Daphne's expression does not soften. Do not pretend they have not been trained, she says. They have been trained to bring you back. Harry hears it, and something in him flares hot and ugly. I am not lost, he says. Daphne's voice stays level. I did not say you were. A beat of silence. Harry looks at her. Where do I meet Neville? The Shrieking Shack, Daphne says. He can get in. It has old protections. It is also close to the passage. Harry's stomach twists again. The tunnel to Hogwarts, Daphne nods. Exactly. Harry blows out a breath. He looks at the sword, then back at the book, then at Daphne. Fine, he says. Daphne's eyes narrow slightly. Fine, she repeats, like she is making sure he means it. Harry's voice goes lower. If they try to drag me back, he says. I am not going quietly. Daphne holds his gaze. Good. Harry pushes the blanket aside and stands. His legs ache. His body still feels wrecked from training. His palm stings. His stomach is empty and tight at the same time. Daphne steps closer and lowers her voice. Do you have the cloak? Harry pauses. What cloak? Daphne stares at him like he is joking. Harry blinks. Then his brain catches up. Oh, the invisibility cloak. Daphne's mouth tightens. Do you have it? Harry reaches into the trunk at the foot of the bed. He digs through the few things he has. A spare shirt, a worn pouch, his wand. He pulls the silvery fabric out and shakes it once. Daphne's eyes flick to it. Good, she says. That is your first concealment. Harry looks at her. First. Daphne taps the grimoire. Carnwennen is the second. Harry swallows. Daphne reaches into her pocket and tosses him something small. Harry catches it. A ring. Plain gold, no stone. He frowns. What is this? Portkey anchor, Daphne says. One use. If you are about to be killed, crush it. It will drag you to the Greengrass boundary ward. Harry's throat tightens. That is expensive, Daphne says flatly. Do not waste it. Harry closes his fingers around it. His hand shakes slightly. Daphne's gaze flicks to his hand. You are still coming down from the ritual, she says. Harry swallows. I am fine. Daphne's face does that almost smile again. Liar, she says. Put the cloak on. Harry hesitates, then drapes it around his shoulders. The fabric slides cool against his neck. He feels himself vanish when he pulls it forward. Daphne's eyes track the empty air where his face should be. Do not talk too much, she says. Do not argue. Take what you came for. Leave. Harry's voice comes from the air, rough. And if I see Dumbledore, Daphne's voice hardens. You do not, she says. Not tonight. Harry breathes out. Okay. Daphne reaches forward like she is about to touch his arm, then stops herself. Her hand hovers in the air for a second. Harry's chest tightens. Then she drops her hand. Go, she says. Harry nods, unseen. A jump cut like the world does not care about his nerves. 1 second he is in cold stone corridors of Greengrass Manor. The next, he is crouched behind a low hedge near the edge of Hogsmeade. Cloak wrapped tight, breath fogging under the fabric. The village is quiet. Most windows are dark. A few lanterns glow. Snow has not fallen yet, but the air smells like it is thinking about it. Harry's heart is pounding anyway. He keeps his wand in his right hand, low. The sword is not with him. Daphne did not let him take Excalibur into the village. Too loud. Too obvious. He hates that she is right. He moves. The cloak keeps him unseen, but it does not make him silent. He watches his feet, steps around loose stones, keeps his breath slow. His ribs ache every time he pulls in air too deep. He reaches the edge of the Shrieking Shack and stops. The building looks worse than he remembers. Boards warped, paint peeling, the windows like dead eyes. Harry's skin prickles. Even through the cloak, the place feels wrong. He circles to the side, finds the broken spot near the base where the passage access is hidden, and crouches. He pulls the cloak tighter and whispers, Lumos, under his breath, then cancels it immediately. Light is a beacon. He feels around in the dark. Wood, dust, cold metal. His fingers brush the small ring set into the floorboards that triggers the hidden latch. He grips it and pulls. The panel shifts with a quiet scrape. Cold air breathes up from below. Damp earth. Old stone. Harry swallows and drops down. The tunnel under the shack is narrow. He remembers it. He remembers the first time he crawled through it, heart racing, thinking Sirius Black was a monster in a story. Now he crawls through it thinking Sirius was one of the only people who ever tried to choose him. His throat tightens. He pushes the thought away and keeps moving. The tunnel slopes, then levels. The earth smell changes to stone, then to something older. Hogwarts. He reaches the end and pauses. He listens. Silence. A faint hum of wards. A distant creak that could be a staircase shifting or a suit of armor settling. Harry's stomach tightens. He slips out of the passage into the corridor behind the one-eyed witch statue. He does not look around like a tourist. He keeps his head down and moves. The castle feels different at night when you are not sneaking for sweets. It feels like a living thing that knows your name and is deciding whether to bite. Harry's scar throbs. Faint. He turns corners he knows by muscle memory. He stays away from the headmaster's corridor. He stays away from Gryffindor Tower. He stays away from the Great Hall. He heads down. Lower floors. Colder air. Less light. He passes a suit of armor, and it turns its head slightly as he goes by. The metal creaks. His heart jumps. He freezes, holds his breath. Nothing else moves. He forces himself to keep going. The entrance to the girls' bathroom on the second floor is empty. Harry slips inside and shuts the door gently. The room smells like damp stone and stale soap. The sinks are lined up, cracked mirrors above them. The stall where Moaning Myrtle usually haunts is quiet. He can hear his own breathing too loud under the cloak. Harry moves to the carved mark on the sink. The little snake. He stares at it for a second. If Parseltongue is gone, he is stuck. If it is back, he is walking into a place that still holds the skeleton of a monster he killed as a kid. Harry swallows. He leans toward the sink and hisses, softly, "Open." The sound slides out of his throat like it belongs there. The sink shudders. Harry's breath catches. Stone grinds. Plumbing shifts. The sink rotates and drops, revealing the pipe entrance down to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry's chest tightens hard. It worked. His hands shake. He grips the edge of the sink for balance, then swings his legs into the pipe and starts sliding. Cold stone scrapes his boots. Water drips somewhere. The air smells like rot and old blood. His stomach churns. He keeps swallowing it down. The pipe opens into the familiar drop. Harry lands hard on his feet, knees bending. Pain shoots up his legs. He holds still and listens. Silence. Then, faintly, a sound he did not expect. A slow drip, like water hitting stone. Again. Again. Harry moves forward. The Chamber of Secrets opens out around him, huge and dark. The carved face of Salazar Slytherin looming from the far end. His skin prickles. He hates this place. He hates that it has been sitting under the school the whole time, waiting. The basilisk skeleton is still there. Bones sprawled, massive ribs like curved beams. The skull is turned slightly, mouth open, fangs still sharp. Harry's throat tightens. He remembers the smell of venom. The way his hands shook when he pulled the fang out of his arm. The way Fawkes cried and healed him. He walks carefully around the bones. The grimoire said, "Beneath the serpent, where stone drinks poison." Harry looks at the ground near the basilisk skull. There are dark stains in the stone. Old venom soaked in, still there like a scar. In the center of it, a small stone plinth rises out of the floor. Harry does not remember it being there. That is new. Or it was always there and he never saw it because he was bleeding and terrified. Harry steps closer. The plinth is carved with old symbols. Not runes exactly. Older. Lines and circles and a crown shape scratched deep. On top of it sits a dagger. The blade is black. Not metal black like a painted sword. Black like it drinks light. Harry's breath catches. His skin prickles. His scar throbs once. Carnwennen. He reaches out slowly, like the dagger might snap at him. His fingers close around the hilt. Cold shoots up his arm. Then warmth. Not comforting warmth. A heat that crawls up his wrist like smoke and settles under his skin. Harry flinches but does not let go. The dagger does not move. It just sits in his hand like it has been waiting for years. Harry lifts it. The blade stays black. No shine. No reflection. He swallows. His grip tightens. He whispers, "Okay." The air around him shifts. It is subtle. Like the space beside him gets thicker, darker. Harry glances down and realizes his hand holding the dagger is harder to see even under the cloak. The edge of the cloak looks less real, like it is blending into shadow. Harry's stomach tightens with relief and fear at the same time. This is powerful. This is also the sort of thing that gets people killed if they get sloppy. He slides the dagger into his belt under the cloak. Then he turns because staying here is stupid. He does not want to be in this chamber when someone decides to come looking. He moves back the way he came, fast but careful. He climbs the pipe, muscles burning. When he reaches the bathroom again, he pauses and listens before he opens the door. He hears footsteps in the corridor. Harry freezes. The footsteps pass by, light, quick, and familiar. He hears a voice, muffled through the door. "Filch, I swear, I was just checking." A girl's voice, too high to be a professor. He holds his breath. Then the voice fades away. Harry waits 3 more seconds, then slips out. He moves through the castle like a ghost. He does not let himself think about how easy this used to feel when he was 12 and thought sneaking was fun. He takes the passage back. By the time he crawls out under the shack again, his arms are shaking and his throat is dry. He pushes the panel back into place, then moves to the wall and presses his back against the rotten boards, breathing hard under the cloak. He has the dagger. Now he has to meet Neville, and he has to not get dragged back. The shrieking shack door creaks open. Harry goes still. Footsteps inside. Light steps. Someone moving carefully, like they are trying not to make noise. Harry's fingers tighten on his wand. A voice, low and tense. "Harry." Harry's heart jumps. "Neville." Harry steps inside, still under the cloak, and shuts the door behind him with a soft click. The inside of the shack is dusty and cold. Moonlight cuts through cracks in the boards. The air smells like old wood and damp. Neville stands near the center, wand raised, shoulders tight. He looks older than he should. Not taller, not broader, just tired in the face. His eyes flick around the empty room. "Harry," Neville says again, and his voice cracks slightly. Harry pulls the cloak back. Neville jolts. Then his face shifts fast. Relief and shock and anger all tangled. "Merlin," Neville breathes. "You look like you got dragged through a swamp." Harry's mouth twitches. "Hi to you too." Neville steps forward like he wants to hug him, then stops like he is not sure if he is allowed. Harry feels something in his chest tighten. Neville always did that. Always acted like he needed permission to matter. "You should not be here," Neville says quickly. "This is insane." Harry nods once. "Probably." Neville's eyes flick down. "Where is your sword?" Harry keeps his face blank. "Not here." Neville swallows. His grip on his wand tightens. "Hermione sent a Patronus," he blurts. "She was panicking. She said you were gone and Dumbledore was trying to find you, and then she saw your message and—" Harry's jaw tightens. "You talked to Hermione." Neville hesitates. "She came to me," he says. "She asked if I knew where you would go." "She was crying, Harry. Proper crying. She kept saying you were being manipulated." Harry's stomach twists hard. Neville continues, voice fast. "I told her I did not know, because I did not. But then I got a note. Not from her. From someone else." Harry's eyes narrow. "Who?" Neville swallows. "A girl from Slytherin," he says. "She did not put her name on it. She said to meet here tonight if I wanted to stop Dumbledore from getting you killed." Harry stares at him. Neville's eyes widen. "That was Daphne, right?" Harry does not answer. Neville takes the silence as a yes. His face tightens. "You are working with Greengrass." Harry breathes out. "I am not working for her," he says. "I am not working for anyone." Neville swallows. "Okay," he says, but his voice says he is not sure. Harry steps closer. "Why did you come?" he asks. Neville's jaw sets. "Because I am tired," he says. "Because I am tired of being told to wait while other people make decisions. Because I have watched people bleed in the corridors and I have watched teachers pretend it is normal." Harry's throat tightens. Neville's eyes lock on his. "Are you okay?" he asks. Harry wants to laugh. He wants to scream. He wants to say no and collapse on the floor. Instead he says, "I am here." Neville nods like he understands that answer. Then Neville's gaze flicks past Harry's shoulder. Harry's skin prickles. A floorboard creaks in the corner. Harry turns. The shack door is opening again. Two figures step in fast. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Ron's wand is already up. Hermione's too. Their faces are tight with adrenaline. Hermione's eyes land on Harry and go wide, relief flooding her expression so hard it looks like pain. "Harry," she breathes. Ron's face does not soften. His jaw is clenched. His ears are red. He looks like he has been running and being angry for hours. "There you are," Ron says, voice rough. Finally, Harry's stomach drops anyway. Neville's eyes widen. "What are you doing?" he blurts. Hermione steps forward, voice fast. "Neville, you need to get out. This is dangerous." Neville's shoulders tense. "So is everything," he snaps, then looks at Harry again. "Harry, what is going on?" Ron cuts in. Sharp. "He is coming back. That is what is going on." Harry's throat tightens. "I am not," he says. Hermione flinches. "Harry, please," she says. And her voice does that thing where it tries to sound reasonable but it is shaking underneath. "We have been looking for you. Dumbledore has been going mad. The Order is terrified. We thought you were dead." Harry's mouth goes dry. "That is not my problem," he says. And he hates how cold it sounds. Ron's eyes flash. "Not your problem," Ron repeats. "Right? Because everything is always everyone else's job until you decide to do something stupid." Harry's hands clench. His chest tightens. His scar aches. Hermione's voice goes sharper. "Ron, stop. Harry, listen to me. Something is wrong. You vanished after Gringotts. People are saying you attacked a goblin. People are saying you stole something. And now there is talk about a sword." Harry's jaw tightens. "People talk." Hermione's eyes glisten. "I saw your Patronus message," she says. "I know you are scared. I know you are angry. But you are not thinking clearly." Harry's stomach twists hard. Ron takes one more step in. "We are taking you back," he says. "Now." Neville's voice cracks. "Ron, you cannot just." Ron snaps his head to Neville. "Stay out of it, mate." Neville stiffens. "No," he says. "I am in it. We all are." Hermione's gaze flicks to Neville, then back to Harry. "Harry, you need to come back," she says. "Dumbledore can help. He can fix this. Whatever is happening. He can." Harry's throat tightens until it hurts. He hears the stones in his head. He sees the shadow of Dumbledore outside a cottage door. His hands shake. He forces them still. "Do not say his name like it is a blanket," Harry says quietly. Hermione flinches. "What?" Ron's eyes narrow. "What did you just say?" Harry's voice stays low, but it carries. "Do not say his name like he is safe," he says. Hermione's mouth opens, then closes. Ron's face tightens. "You are being dramatic." Harry's laugh comes out short and ugly. "Yeah," he says. "That is me. Always dramatic. Always making up problems." Hermione's voice cracks. "Harry, you are bleeding," she says, looking at his hand where the old cut has reopened slightly from climbing. "It is nothing," Harry says. Ron's wand lifts higher. "Enough," Ron says. "We are done with this. You are coming back." Harry's breath catches. He feels the dagger at his belt like a cold weight. He feels the air around him shift, shadows thickening like they are listening too. Hermione takes a step forward, careful. "Harry," she says, softer now. "We love you. Please." Harry's stomach twists so hard he feels sick. He hears Daphne's voice in his memory, calm and sharp. "Do not argue. Do not get dragged into the feeling. End it." Harry looks at Hermione. His voice comes out rough. "If you love me," he says, "stop trying to own me." Hermione's face goes white. "That is not fair." Ron snorts. "Oh, here we go." Harry's hands shake again. Then Ron lunges. Not physically, just a sudden wand movement, sharp and trained. "Stupefy," Ron snaps. Harry moves without thinking. He does not throw a shield charm. He does not dodge like a schoolboy. He speaks. "Stop," Harry says. The word hits the room like a slap. Ron freezes mid-motion. Hermione freezes too, like her muscles lock without asking. Neville jolts, then goes still, eyes wide, like he can feel the pressure in the air even if it does not hook into him the same way. Harry's own stomach drops. He feels it. The voice comes from somewhere under his ribs, climbs into his throat, and when he speaks, the world listens. Harry hates it instantly. Ron's eyes are wide. He is breathing hard, but he cannot move. His wand is stuck in his hand like it is glued. Hermione's lips part. Her eyes flick around, panic rising. She tries to lift her wand and her arm trembles, then stops again. What? Hermione whispers, and the word comes out broken. Harry swallows. His throat hurts like he swallowed smoke. Ron's face twists. What did you do? He snarls, but even his snarl is stuck halfway, like his own mouth is betraying him. Harry's hands clench. He looks at Ron and Hermione, and he sees their faces in second year, terrified but stubborn, standing with him in the chamber. He sees them in third year, laughing in the common room. He sees them older, bruised, fighting beside him. And now they are here with wands aimed at him like he is a prisoner. Harry's chest tightens. He forces himself to breathe. Drop your wands, he says. His voice comes out flat. Ron's fingers twitch. His wand falls out of his hand and clatters to the floor. Hermione's wand drops too, hitting wood with a dull thud. Hermione's eyes fill. Harry, she says, voice shaking. This is not you. Harry's jaw clenches so hard it hurts. He wants to yell that yes, it is him, it is the part of him that finally stopped begging. Instead he says, kneel. The word leaves his mouth. Ron's knees hit the floor like someone pushed him down. Hermione drops too, one knee first, then both, her hands braced on the dusty boards as if she cannot believe her body is doing this. Neville stares at Harry like he is looking at a stranger. Harry's stomach churns. His skin prickles. His heart is hammering. Hermione's voice comes out thin. Harry, please. Ron's face is red with fury and humiliation. You have got to be joking. He spits, and his voice shakes because he cannot move the way he wants to. Harry looks at Ron. His voice goes quieter. You came to drag me back, he says. Not to ask, not to listen, to drag. Ron glares up at him. Yeah, he says, because you always do this. You always run off and do whatever and we have to clean up the mess. Harry's throat tightens. I did not ask you to, he says. Hermione's eyes squeeze shut. Harry, you do not understand, she says. Dumbledore is trying to protect you. Harry's breath catches. He feels the heat rise behind his eyes. He steps closer, slow. He does not point his wand. He does not need to. Do not, Harry says, and his voice shakes now. Do not say he is protecting me when he has spent my whole life steering me. Hermione flinches. That is not. Harry cuts her off. He watched my parents die, Harry says, and the words come out before he can stop them. Silence slams into the room. Neville's mouth opens slightly, shock on his face. Hermione's eyes go wide. What? She whispers. Ron stares, then scoffs, but it is thin and wrong. You are making things up, Ron says. Harry's jaw clenches. He looks at Ron. His voice goes lower. You were my brother, Harry says, and the words hurt on the way out. Now you are just a subject. Ron's face twists like Harry slapped him. Hermione's eyes fill properly now. Harry, she whispers, and it sounds like she is breaking. Harry's stomach churns again. He hates that he did this to them. He hates that they forced him into it. He hates that the voice feels easy, like a knife sliding into soft fruit. He forces his throat to work. Listen, Harry says, and the word lands heavy. He feels them lean in mentally, like their attention locks even if they want to fight it. Hermione's breath catches. Ron's eyes flare. Harry's voice is rough. I am not coming back, he says. If you try again, I will not be gentle. Hermione shakes, tears falling. We are trying to save you, she says. Harry's laugh comes out bitter. No, he says. You are trying to save the version of me you are comfortable with. Ron jerks, trying to move. His shoulders shake with effort, but his body does not obey. Let me up, Ron growls. Let me up and I will show you what comfortable is. Harry's chest tightens. He looks away for half a second, because if he keeps staring at Ron's anger, he might lose his grip and do something worse. Neville's voice cracks. Harry, stop, he says. This is. Harry looks at Neville. Neville is standing free because the voice is not aimed at him. Neville's hands are shaking anyway. Harry swallows. I know, he says quietly. I know. A sound cuts through the shack. A low, distant boom. The entire building shudders slightly. Dust sifts down from the ceiling. Harry freezes. Hermione's head jerks up, fear in her eyes. Ron's anger falters for half a second. Neville turns toward the boarded windows. That came from the village, he whispers. Another boom, then screams. Real screams, distant but clear. Harry's stomach drops. Death Eaters, Neville says, voice thin. Hermione breathes. No. Ron's face goes pale under the red. They followed us, he says. Hermione's eyes flick to Ron, then to Harry. No, she says fast. We did not. Harry's jaw tightens. Your Patronus, he says. Hermione flinches like he hit her. I did not think, she whispers. Harry's scar throbs. He hears footsteps outside. Shouting. Spells cracking through the air. He feels the old castle and old land around him tighten like a fist. Harry looks at Ron and Hermione on their knees. He hates them for this. He also cannot let them die. Harry swallows. Up, he says. The voice hits them. Ron's body jerks. Hermione gasps. They rise, shaky, like puppets cut loose. Harry forces the next words out. Pick up your wands. Ron's wand snaps into his hand. Hermione's too. Hermione grips hers like it is the only solid thing in the world. Ron's eyes are wild. He looks at Harry like he wants to curse him and hug him at the same time. Harry's voice is sharp now. Behind me, he says. Ron's feet move. Hermione's feet move. They step behind Harry, not by choice, and Harry hates the taste of it. Neville stares at him. Harry, he says, voice tight. That voice. Harry does not look at him for long. Later, he says. We go now. Another scream outside, closer. The shrieking shack door rattles. Someone slams into it from the outside. Harry's heart hammers. He feels Carnwennen like a cold promise at his belt. He grips his wand, then stops. He is done fighting like a schoolboy. He draws the dagger. The black blade drinks the moonlight. The air around him thickens. Shadows gathering like they are being called. Hermione inhales sharply. What is that? She whispers. Ron's voice is rough. That is not a wand, he says, like he is accusing the world. Harry's voice comes out low. Stay close, he says. He does not use the voice for that. He says it like a person. The door bursts inward. With splinters. Cold air floods the shack. A masked figure steps through first, wand up, eyes gleaming behind the slits of the mask. Then another, then a third. Death Eaters. Harry recognizes the way they move. Confident, cruel, like the world is theirs. One of them laughs low. There he is. The voice says, muffled by the mask. Hermione sucks in a breath. Harry, she whispers, terrified. Ron's wand lifts. His hand is shaking. Neville steps sideways, wand up, face pale but set. Harry's stomach goes cold. The first Death Eater raises his wand. Avada! Harry moves. He does not shout a spell. He steps into the shadow, and Carnwennen pulls it around him like a cloak made of smoke. Harry vanishes. Not like an invisibility cloak where you can still hear the fabric shift. Not like a disillusionment charm where outlines shimmer. He is just gone. The killing curse fires. Green light blasts through the empty space where Harry was a heartbeat ago and slams into the far wall, splintering wood. Hermione screams. Ron fires back, stupefy, voice cracking. The red spell hits the Death Eater's shoulder and throws him back a step, but he does not go down. The Death Eater laughs again. Cute, he says. Neville's voice is tight. Protego, he shouts, and a shield snaps up in front of them. Harry is behind the first Death Eater now. He sees the man's wand hand lift again. Harry does not hesitate. He slashes. Carnwennen bites through robe and skin like it is cutting wet paper. The Death Eater gasps. His wand jerks. Blood sprays warm. He spins, trying to see. Harry is already moving again. He steps back into shadow and disappears. Hermione's eyes are huge. She is shaking. She tries to track the movement but cannot. Ron's mouth is open, stunned. What the hell? He breathes. Harry appears again, low, near the second Death Eater's legs. He sweeps the dagger across the man's calf. The Death Eater collapses with a shout, wand flying. Neville lunges forward and stomps on the wand, snapping it with a crack that makes Harry's stomach twist. The third Death Eater swears and fires a curse at Neville. Hermione screams, "Neville, duck," and shoves him sideways. The curse hits the wall and turns a chunk of wood to sludge. Harry feels his heart hammering so hard it hurts. He is moving on instinct now. Fast, sharp, no room for thinking. He flicks his wrist, and the dagger seems to swallow him again. He steps into the third Death Eater's blind spot and drives the pommel hard into the back of the mask. Metal crunches. The man cries out. Harry slashes again across the wrist. The wand drops. Ron launches forward, fury snapping his fear into something useful. "Stupefy," he snarls, firing point blank. The Death Eater's body jerks and drops. Silence hits the shack for half a second. Hermione is breathing hard, eyes locked on the fallen masks. Neville's shoulders are heaving. Ron turns his head toward the empty air where Harry vanished last. "Harry," Ron says, voice raw. "Where are you?" Harry appears near the doorway again, dagger in hand, cloak of shadow peeling off him like smoke and wind. Hermione stares. "That is not normal," she whispers. Harry's throat hurts. "We are not done," he says, "because outside, the screaming is closer now. The village is under attack. And these three were just the first." Neville swallows. "They are hitting Honeydukes," he says, voice thin. "I heard it." Hermione's eyes widen. "There are families there," she says. Ron's face tightens. "My dad," he blurts, then clamps his jaw shut like he hates that it came out. Harry's stomach drops again. He looks at them, all three of them, his friends, his almost family. He also remembers Ron on his knees, wand forced out of his hand. Harry's grip tightens on the dagger. "We move," Harry says, sharp. "Now." Hermione steps closer, eyes frantic. "Harry, you cannot just go out there," she says. "There are too many." Harry looks at her. His voice is flat. "Then we make it fewer." Ron lets out a harsh laugh. "That is the first smart thing you have said tonight," he snaps, then glances at Harry's eyes and looks away fast, shame flickering. Neville swallows hard. "What do you want us to do?" he asks. Harry's heart is hammering. His hands are steady anyway. "Stay tight," he says. "Do not spread out. If you lose sight of each other, you die." Hermione's lips part. That is true," Harry says, and his voice is low. "Move." They burst out of the shack into cold night air. The village is chaos. Spells flash over rooftops, red and green and sickly yellow. Windows explode. People scream. Someone is crying for their mum. Someone is yelling for oars. Harry's stomach twists. He smells smoke. He smells burning wood. He smells blood. Ron swears under his breath, face pale. Hermione's breathing is too fast. Neville's jaw is clenched so tight it looks like it hurts. A Death Eater on the street turns and spots them. "Potter!" The Death Eater calls, voice thrilled. Harry's skin goes cold. The Death Eater lifts his wand. Harry steps into shadow and disappears. The curse fires and hits empty air. Hermione throws a shield without thinking. "Protego!" she cries, and the shield shimmers, catching sparks from stray curses. Ron fires back, Expelliarmus, and the spell rips the Death Eater's wand out of his hand. The Death Eater laughs anyway. "Still playing games," he says, and reaches for a knife at his belt. Harry appears behind him and slashes. Blood sprays. The Death Eater drops with a choking sound. Hermione makes a small, horrified noise. Her eyes snap to Harry, then away. Harry does not pause. He cannot. More Death Eaters are moving between buildings, hurting people, setting fires, laughing. One of them catches sight of Harry's group and points. "Get him!" the Death Eater shouts. Harry's heart hammers. He feels the old magic in his throat again, like it is waking. He hates it. He uses it anyway. "Run!" Harry says, and he pours the voice into the word, aiming it at the nearest villagers frozen in fear. A cluster of people jerk like they were yanked by strings and sprint toward cover, gasping, stumbling, terrified but moving. Hermione stares at him. "Harry," she whispers. Harry's jaw clenches. "Later," he snaps. A curse slams into the ground near them, exploding stone. Ron yelps and stumbles back. Neville grabs his sleeve and hauls him upright. Hermione fires back, quick and precise. "Stupefy, stupefy," her voice cracking. A Death Eater goes down. Then another curse hits Hermione's shield and makes her stagger. Harry is already moving. Carnwennen eats the darkness between two buildings and Harry slips into it, vanishing, then reappearing near the Death Eater who fired. He drives the dagger into the man's shoulder hard. The Death Eater screams and drops his wand. Harry kicks the wand away. He hears Ron behind him, breath ragged. "Mate," Ron gasps. "What are you doing?" Harry does not look back. "Winning," he says. The word sounds wrong in his mouth. He moves again. He starts using the environment the way Daphne described, like the world is a weapon. He points his wand at the cobblestones and snaps. "Rise!" Stone shudders. A line of cobblestones cracks and lifts, forming rough shapes, crude but strong. Knight shapes, not beautiful, not polished, but they have arms and legs and weight. Stone soldiers lurch forward, blocking a curse with their bodies. The spell splashes across rock and fizzles. Hermione inhales sharply. "That is not standard transfiguration," she whispers. Harry's breath is hard. "No," he says. The stone soldiers surge, smashing into a Death Eater and knocking him off his feet. The man screams, tries to fire again, but the stone arm slams down and pins his wand hand. Neville stares, stunned. "Harry," he breathes. Harry's throat tightens. "Move," he says again, and this time it is a normal word, not the voice. They push forward through the street, stepping over broken glass and fallen wands. A Death Eater leaps from a rooftop, cloak billowing, wand raised. Hermione screams. "Harry!" Harry looks up. For a split second he sees the curse forming. Green. His stomach drops. His muscles tense. Then a flash of silver cuts across his mind. Excalibur far away, like it is calling. Harry's hand tightens on Carnwennen instead. He vanishes. The killing curse strikes one of the stone soldiers in the chest. The stone cracks, splits, then collapses into rubble. The Death Eater laughs, wild. "Where are you?" he snarls. Harry appears behind him and slashes across the back of the knee. The man drops with a shout. Ron fires a stunner and knocks him out cold. Ron is breathing hard, eyes wild. He looks at Harry like he is trying to understand what he is seeing. Hermione's face is pale. She looks like she is about to cry and be sick at the same time. Neville's hands are shaking, but he is still moving, still firing, still protecting people near them when he can. Harry's chest hurts. Then he sees someone on the edge of the fight. A blonde head, pale face, Draco Malfoy. Draco is pressed against the wall near the three broomsticks, wand up, eyes wide with terror and fury. A Death Eater has him cornered. Harry recognizes the Death Eater's stance, the lazy cruelty. The voice that comes from the mask is amused. "Come on, little Malfoy," the Death Eater says. "Show me you learned something." Draco's lip curls, but his hand is shaking. "Get away from me," he spits. The Death Eater laughs. "Or what?" he says. "You will tell your aunt." Draco's face goes white. Harry's stomach drops. Bellatrix. Harry moves without thinking. He vanishes into shadow and slips behind the Death Eater. The Death Eater lifts his wand, voice turning sharp. "Crucio." Harry drives Carnwennen into the man's wand arm. The Death Eater screams. The curse misfires and blasts into the wall, turning wood to ash. Draco jolts like he got hit. His eyes snap to the bleeding Death Eater, then to the empty air where Harry is. Harry twists the dagger and yanks it free. Blood sprays. The Death Eater drops his wand and staggers, choking. Harry steps into view, face hard, dagger dripping. Draco stares. For a second Draco looks like he cannot speak. Then he blurts, "Potter." Harry's jaw tightens. "Move," he snaps. Draco flinches, then scrambles sideways, pressing his back to the wall like he is trying to disappear. Another curse streaks past and hits the street, exploding stone. Ron shouts, "Harry, more on the left." Hermione cries, "Behind you." Harry turns. 3 more Death Eaters are advancing, masks gleaming in the firelight. One of them points. "That is him," the Death Eater says, voice thrilled. "That is the sword thief." Harry's stomach tightens. He does not have Excalibur here. He has a black dagger and a wand and rage. He feels the voice rise in his throat again. He swallows it down. He does not want to command his friends again. He does not want to be that. He makes a choice. He speaks, and the voice comes with it anyway. "Kneel," Harry says. The nearest Death Eater jerks like he got punched by the air and slams to his knees, wand arm wobbling. The second Death Eater stumbles, knees bending, fighting it. The third holds, shaking, teeth clenched under the mask. Ron stares at Harry, horror flashing again. "You can do that to them too," Ron breathes. Harry does not look at Ron. "Do not make me do it to you again," he says, and his voice is flat. Hermione makes a broken sound. "Harry," she whispers. The Death Eater who resisted snarls and fires anyway. Curse wild. The curse slams into a shop sign and blows it apart. Harry disappears and reappears at the Death Eater's side, slashing across the mask. The mask cracks. The man screams. Harry kicks the wand away and slashes again, shallow, across the shoulder, then steps back into shadow. He hears Draco's breath behind him, ragged. Draco whispers, voice shaking, "What are you?" Harry does not answer. He cannot. Neville is shouting at villagers. "Inside! Get inside!" Hermione is firing stunners. Quick, efficient, but her hands are shaking. Ron is dueling like he is trying to prove something, face twisted with anger and fear. Harry keeps moving. He starts using the stone soldiers again, shaping them into a wall, then into arms that grab and pin. He uses Carnwennen to cut wands out of hands, to slash tendons, to drop Death Eaters fast. It is brutal. It is efficient. It feels like throwing up in his own head, over and over, but he does not stop. A whistle cuts through the chaos. A high, sharp signal. The Death Eaters hesitate. Then a voice, louder than the rest, carrying over fire and screams. "Back!" The voice roars. "Withdraw!" The Death Eaters start pulling away, retreating into smoke and shadow, dragging their wounded when they can. Harry stands in the street, breathing hard, dagger in hand, blood on his sleeve, heart hammering. He looks around. The village is wrecked. Fires are starting. People are crying. Someone is clutching a bleeding arm, sobbing. Harry's stomach twists. Ron is breathing hard, staring at Harry like he does not know whether to hit him or grab him. Hermione's face is wet, tears and smoke. Neville's shoulders are shaking. He looks like he is barely holding himself together. Draco is still pressed to the wall, staring at Harry like Harry is a nightmare he cannot wake up from. Harry's chest heaves. He looks at Draco. Draco's voice comes out thin. "They were going to take me," Draco says. "They were going to punish me." Harry's jaw tightens. "For what?" Draco laughs once, sharp and broken. "For failing," he says. "For not being enough. For not wanting to do what he wants." Harry's stomach tightens. Hermione's gaze flicks to Draco, shock in her eyes. "Draco," she whispers. Draco flinches like he forgot she existed. He looks at Hermione, then at Ron, then back at Harry. Draco's lip curls automatically, reflex. "Granger," he says, "but it has no bite tonight." He looks tired, scared. Ron steps forward, wand up. "Oi," Ron snaps. "Back off, Malfoy." Draco's eyes flash. "Shut up, Weasley." Draco spits, but his voice shakes. Harry holds up his free hand, sharp. "Stop," he says. No voice this time, just authority. Ron freezes anyway, like the room still remembers the pressure. Hermione swallows hard. "Harry," she says softly, "we need to get the oars." "We need to," Harry cuts her off. "You need to do whatever you want," he says. "I am leaving." Hermione's face crumples. "No," she whispers. "Harry, please, we can talk." We can. Ron's voice breaks, anger cracking into something else. You cannot just leave, he snaps. After all that, Harry's eyes harden. Watch me, he says. Hermione steps closer, eyes desperate. Harry, you cannot keep doing this, she says. That voice, that dagger, the way you fought. That is not normal. That is not safe. Harry's laugh comes out thin. Neither is Voldemort, he says. Hermione flinches. Ron's jaw clenches. You made us kneel, Ron says, voice low and shaking with humiliation. You made me kneel. Harry's stomach twists hard again. He looks at Ron. His voice goes quiet. You came to take me, he says. You did not come to ask. Ron's eyes flash. We came because we thought you were losing it, Ron snaps. We came because you keep doing this heroic rubbish and then acting surprised when people try to stop you getting killed. Harry's throat tightens. You do not get to decide my life, he says. Hermione's voice cracks. We were trying to save you. Harry's jaw clenches. He thinks of Dumbledore outside a cottage door. He feels the cold rage rise. He forces it down. His voice comes out low. You were trying to bring me back to him, he says. Hermione's face goes white. Harry, Neville steps in, voice tight. Stop, he says. All of you. We just survived. Harry's eyes flick to Neville. Neville looks like he is about to break, but he is still standing between them like a shield. Harry swallows. He turns to Draco. Draco flinches, wand still in his hand but lowered, uncertain. Harry's voice is flat. Do you want out? He asks Draco. Ron snaps. What? Hermione's eyes widen. Harry, no. Draco stares, eyes wide. Out of what? Draco says, but his voice is too sharp, like he is pretending he is not scared. Harry steps closer. Out of being someone's leash, he says. Draco's breath catches. For a second, Draco looks like he might spit in Harry's face. Then Draco's eyes flick toward the smoke where the Death Eaters vanished. His voice drops. Yes, Draco says, barely audible. But you cannot help me. Harry's jaw tightens. Try me, he says. Draco stares at him. You are insane, Draco whispers. Harry's mouth twitches, humorless. Yeah, he says. I know. Draco swallows hard. He reaches into his pocket with shaking fingers and pulls out a small silver coin-like object, then hesitates. Ron's wand twitches up again. Do not, Ron snarls. Harry does not move. Let him, Harry says. Draco flicks the coin toward Harry. Harry catches it. It is stamped with a serpent. Draco's voice is tight. That is a contact token, Draco says. If you press it, it warms. Someone will come. Someone who can get messages to the right people. Not Dumbledore's people. Hermione's eyes narrow. Draco, what are you talking about? Draco's lip curls, but it is tired. You do not know everything, Granger, he says. Harry pockets the token. He meets Draco's eyes. You will be watched, Harry says. Draco's breath shakes. I know, he says. Harry's voice goes lower. If you want out, you will have to choose it, he says. No one will carry you. Draco's jaw clenches. He nods once, sharp. Harry turns back to Ron and Hermione. Ron's face is red and pale at the same time. Hermione's eyes are wet. Harry's chest tightens. He forces the words out anyway. I am done, Harry says. I am not your project. I am not Dumbledore's weapon. I am not coming back to be guided. Hermione whispers. Harry. Ron's voice breaks into anger again because it is easier. So what? Ron snaps. You are going to play king with some Slytherin girl and a knife. Harry's stomach twists. He looks at Ron. His voice is quiet. You are scared, he says. Ron flinches like Harry slapped him. No, I am not. Ron snaps, but his voice shakes. Harry nods once. Yeah, he says. You are. Hermione takes a shaky breath. Harry, she says softly. If you walk away like this, you are alone. Harry's laugh comes out low. I have been alone my whole life, he says. I just did not admit it. Hermione's face crumples. Ron looks like he might cry too, and it makes Harry's throat tighten, but he cannot stop now. Harry closes his fingers around the ring Daphne gave him. He looks at Neville. Thank you, he says, voice rough. Neville swallows hard. Do not get yourself killed. Neville whispers. Harry nods once. Then he crushes the ring. The world yanks. Harry feels his stomach drop, his skin go cold. Then the air snaps. He stumbles forward onto damp grass at the edge of the greengrass boundary ward. Breathing hard, dagger still in his hand. The night is quieter here. No screams. No fire. Just wind and distant owls. His hands are shaking now that he is not moving. He bends over and coughs. Throat raw. A shadow moves toward him. Daphne. She is there already. Like she has been waiting in the dark. Cloak wrapped tight. Wand in hand. Her eyes flick to his face. Then to the blood on his sleeve. Then to the black dagger. You got it, she says. Harry nods once, breathing hard. Yeah, Daphne steps closer, voice low. And, she says, did they come? Harry's throat tightens. He swallows. Yeah, he says. Daphne's gaze sharpens. Did you handle it? Harry's jaw clenches. He looks down at Carnwenan, black blade drinking the night. I did, he says, and his voice cracks slightly. I hated it. Daphne's expression flickers, something human slipping through. Good, she says quietly. Hate means you still care. Harry's chest tightens. He pulls the silver token Draco gave him out of his pocket and shows it to her. Daphne's eyes narrow. Malfoy. Harry nods once. I saved him, he says. He is scared. Daphne's mouth tightens. Good, she says. Fear makes people honest. Harry's hands shake. He closes them into fists to stop it. Daphne steps closer, then stops herself like she is not sure how to touch him without turning it into a claim. Harry exhales, shaky. He looks past her toward the manor lights in the distance. His voice comes out low. They called me a thief, he says. They are telling Voldemort I exist in the open now. Daphne's eyes harden. Let him come, she says. Harry's scar throbs once. Faint. He grips Carnwenan tighter. Harry's voice is quiet. If Voldemort comes, he says, I am not running. Daphne holds his gaze. Then she nods once, slow. Good, she says, because now you are not just hiding from them. Harry swallows. What am I doing? Daphne's voice is flat and sharp. You are building a court, she says. Harry's stomach tightens. He looks down at the black blade, then back up at the dark sky. Somewhere far away, Hogsmeade is still burning. Harry's throat hurts. He whispers, mostly to himself, I made them kneel. Daphne's voice is quieter now. And you let them live, she says. Harry closes his eyes for a second. When he opens them, his gaze is steady. Take me inside, Harry says. We need to plan before they hit back. The summons comes on thick parchment that smells like old dust and sharp ink, like someone stored it next to a box of cursed quills for fun. Harry does not touch it at first. He stands in the greengrass study with his hands on the back of a chair, knuckles pale, and watches Cyrus Greengrass read the seal like it might bite him. Daphne sits on the edge of the desk, legs crossed, calm in that way she always is. Calm like a knife left on a table. Cyrus clears his throat. Ministerial order. Emergency session. Wisengamot. And, of course, they have written it like a threat instead of an invitation. Harry exhales through his nose. The burn on his palm from the last time Excalibur flared still feels warm if he thinks about it. They want me in a room full of people who think I'm a weapon. They want you in a room full of people who think they get to aim you, Daphne says. No softness, no sympathy in the words, but her eyes flick to his hand, then his face like she is checking he is still actually here. Harry drags his tongue over his teeth. Fudge, fudge. Cyrus agrees, like he has just tasted something sour. And Dumbledore, they will try to frame this as control. Not justice. Control. Harry's stomach tightens anyway. Control is a word that still lands like a punch. Daphne slides off the desk, smooth and quiet. She steps closer until she is inside his space without asking, the way she has started doing lately. She holds her hand out. Give it here. Harry looks at her. What? The parchment. She makes a small motion with her fingers. You are not going to burn it, and you are not going to pretend you do not care. So let me see how they phrased it. Harry almost laughs. comes out as a short breath. He reaches, takes the summons with 2 fingers, then hands it over like it's contaminated. Daphne reads, lips barely moving. She hums once, low. They are calling you a public risk without writing the words. Regarding the Hogsmeade incident and the reckless use of lethal force, Harry's jaw locks. The images flash anyway. Snow under his boots. The scream when the Death Eater realized he was behind him. The wet sound when Excalibur cut through magic and flesh like both were equally fragile. He hates that his body still remembers it with a kind of cold clarity. Like it is proud. Cyrus folds his hands behind his back and walks to the window. Outside, the manor grounds are too neat, too controlled. They will also use the fear of the old story. The sword in the stone, Harry mutters. The king, Daphne corrects. The story is just the wrapper. The fear is the same. A ruler who does not ask permission. Harry's heart thumps harder, like it wants out of his ribs. He tries to keep his voice even. I'm not trying to rule anyone. Daphne tilts her head. You are doing it anyway. Harry looks at her, sharp. I'm doing what? She steps closer. Close enough he can smell her perfume, clean and faint, like winter air. You walked into a village fight and the people there watched you decide who lived and who lost parts of themselves. You did not hesitate. That is what rulers do. Harry's throat goes tight. I was trying to stop them, and you did. Her voice drops a little. Now you have to survive what comes after. Cyrus turns back from the window. There is one advantage, Harry. Harry keeps his eyes on Daphne, but answers Cyrus. Yeah. What? The Wizengamot chamber was built on older magic than the ministry likes to admit. Cyrus's tone is practical, like he is discussing vault interest rates. They can talk about procedure all they want. The room itself will not care about their paperwork if you wake it. Harry swallows. If I wake it, Daphne's gaze stays steady. You will. Harry's hands grip the chair harder. He feels sweat at the back of his neck. The study is warm, but his body is running like he is about to fight again. Cyrus's voice softens just a fraction. This is not a duel. Not the kind you are used to. In that chamber, words cut people open. If you flinch, they will smell it. Harry's mouth twists. I've been flinching my whole life. Daphne's fingers catch his wrist, gentle and firm. Not lately. Harry looks down at her hand on him. He is aware suddenly of how close she is, of how much his body is still in fight mode, and how weird it is that part of him wants to lean in instead of pull away. His voice comes out lower. Daphne, what? If it goes wrong? Her brows lift. It will go wrong. He lets out a breath that almost shakes. If it goes wrong in the way where they try to put chains on me, I don't want you in the middle of it. Daphne stares like he has said something stupid. Then she leans in, close enough her breath hits the corner of his mouth. Harry, I am already in the middle of it. His pulse jumps. She does not move away. Instead she slides her hand up, fingers brushing the side of his jaw. It is quick, like she is giving herself permission for exactly 1 second. Also, she adds, voice quiet and sharp at the same time, I did not sign up to be your ornament. If you try to push me behind you, I will hex you. In public. Harry's lips twitch despite himself. You would. I absolutely would. Cyrus clears his throat loudly from behind them, like a man trying to remind 2 teenagers that adults exist. Right? Romance later. Political survival now. Daphne pulls back like nothing happened. Harry stands there with his face warm and his brain annoyed at himself for noticing. Cyrus continues. We go in together. Gray faction seats all present. We bring witnesses. We bring evidence. We keep it clean. If they try to turn it into theater, we give them a better show. Harry's hand drifts, almost without thinking, toward the place where Excalibur rests. It is not at his hip right now. It is in a warded case under layers of quiet magic. But he can feel it anyway, like a low pulse. What if Dumbledore tries to talk to me like I'm a child? Harry says. Daphne's mouth flattens. He will. Harry's eyes lift. And if he tries to pull the I did it for you thing? Cyrus's gaze is steady. Then you make him say it out loud. In front of everyone. Harry inhales slowly. His chest feels tight, but his focus narrows in a way he recognizes. like stepping onto a dueling platform, except this platform is made of old wood and politics and people who pretend they are not afraid. Daphne nods once. And you do not apologize for surviving. Harry's voice is clipped. I'm not apologizing. Good, Daphne says. Because they will try to make you anyway. Later, the ministry atrium smells like flue ash and metal and too many bodies. Harry steps out of the fireplace with Daphne at his side and Cyrus just behind them. For half a second, the world tilts, his stomach lurching, and then his boots hit the stone and the air hits his face cold enough to make him blink. There are Aurors waiting. A line of them, wands half raised, expressions tight. Kingsley Shacklebolt stands slightly forward, shoulders squared, like he is trying to be a wall and a warning at the same time. Behind him, Dolores Umbridge is practically vibrating with excitement, lips pinched into a smile that makes Harry's skin crawl. Fudge is there too, red-faced already, like he has been shouting at someone for an hour and plans to continue until his throat gives up. Harry's heart slams once. His fingers twitch. He keeps them loose at his sides. Daphne's voice is calm. Minister. Fudge points his wand at Harry like it's a gavel. Harry Potter. You are to surrender your wand and any other weapons you are carrying. You are to submit to arrest pending. Cyrus cuts in smoothly. Pending what charge, Minister? Fudge looks like he hates Cyrus Greengrass on a personal level. Pending investigation into his actions in Hogsmeade. Harry's mouth tastes like pennies. He says, Investigation? You mean you want to lock me up so you can decide what story to tell later? Kingsley's eyes flick to Harry, then away. There is something careful in his face, like he wants to say something but is choosing not to. Umbridge steps forward, voice sugary. Harry, dear, you must understand. The public is frightened. A young wizard running around with that thing. Harry's stomach turns. He cannot stop the image of her from Hogwarts, pink and smiling while she carved punishment into children. He looks at her, dead flat. Do not call me dear. Umbridge's smile twitches. Now, there is no need. Daphne speaks, tone like ice. You are delaying an emergency session of the Wizengamot. Move. Fudge sputters. You do not give orders here, Miss Greengrass. Cyrus steps into the gap like he owns the air. Minister, you have summoned the King of Magical Britain to your court. You will not start by publicly grabbing him in your lobby like a common thief. It looks desperate. A murmur runs through the atrium. People have stopped walking. Clerks pause with papers in hand. A witch near the lift stares openly. Fudge's face goes a brighter shade of red. King, do not be ridiculous. This is exactly the sort of dangerous talk that Harry feels it then. Not Excalibur itself, not the blade. Something older. Like the air remembers a different kind of authority. The stone under his feet feels colder, heavier, like it is listening. Harry takes one step forward. Aurors tense. Wands lift higher. Harry's voice comes out low, and he does not intend for it to carry, but it does anyway. Stand down. It is not a spell. He does not point his wand. He does not shout. The words hit the atrium like a pulse. 3 Aurors flinch back like someone shoved them. One drops his wand with a clatter, eyes wide in shock. Kingsley's shoulders stiffen, but he does not move. Umbridge's smile vanishes. For the first time, she looks genuinely scared. Harry's breathing goes a little fast. His hands shake once, tiny. He clenches them, then forces them loose again. Daphne's gaze flicks to his face. Quiet check-in. Are you still you? Harry swallows. I'm not here to fight Aurors. I'm here to talk in your court. If anyone tries to chain me in the atrium, I will make you regret it. That's not a threat. That's a fact. Fudge's mouth opens and closes. You cannot. Cyrus cuts in again, crisp. Minister, the session is waiting. Unless you wish to explain to the Wizengamot why you attempted to obstruct it. Fudge looks like he wants to scream. Instead, he waves a hand like he is giving permission to breathe. Fine. Fine. But he will be watched. Harry meets Kingsley's eyes. You watching me or him? Kingsley's jaw tightens. He says quietly, just get to the chamber. Harry nods once. He turns, and the Aurors part like a door opening. As they walk, Daphne leans in slightly, voice barely audible. You used command in public. Harry keeps his eyes forward. They were going to grab me. I know, she says. I'm not scolding you. He glances at her. Her expression is controlled, but her hand brushes his for half a second. Quick contact like a spark. Just, she adds, do not let it use you. Harry's throat tightens. He nods once, stiff. The Wisengamot chamber is older than the Ministry wants to admit. Harry feels it the second he steps through the doors. The air changes. The sound changes. It is quieter, like the room eats echoes. There are rows of benches, elevated seats carved from dark wood, and the smell is parchment and wax and something underneath it that feels like stone after rain. The ceiling is high. The walls are lined with banners that look new, but the magic behind them is old enough to make Harry's scar itch. People turn as he enters. Hundreds of eyes. Some curious, some angry, some scared, some calculating. Harry feels sweat break at his spine. His pulse is fast, but his mind is sharp. Dumbledore sits at the front in the Chief Warlock chair, half hidden by the raised platform. The chair looks wrong. Too heavy. Too much like a throne pretending to be a seat. There are iron chains carved into the armrests as decoration, or maybe not decoration. Harry cannot tell. Dumbledore's face is calm. His eyes are not. Fudge is near him, puffed up like a toad trying to look important. Umbridge hovers nearby like a parasite that found a new host. Cyrus walks at Harry's right, Daphne at his left. Their presence is steadying in a way Harry hates needing. A murmur rises as Harry moves down the central aisle. Someone whispers, "That's him." Someone else says, "He looks older." Harry hears Lucius Malfoy's voice cut through the noise somewhere in the seats, low and amused. Of course he does. Harry does not look at him. Not yet. Dumbledore lifts his hand, and the chamber quiets like it has been trained. This session will come to order. Harry's mouth tightens. That voice, that gentle authority, the one that used to make Harry relax without realizing he was being handled. Dumbledore's gaze lands on him, warm and sad. "Harry, I am glad you came." Harry stops in the aisle. He does not bow. He does not smile. "I didn't come for you," Harry says. His voice carries. He does not try to make it carry. It just does. A ripple runs through the chamber. Dumbledore's face does not change. "Then why are you here?" Harry lifts his chin. "To stop you." Fudge chokes like he has swallowed his own tongue. "You cannot speak that way in this chamber." Cyrus's voice is smooth. "He can." Fudge snaps his head toward Cyrus. "On what authority?" Cyrus smiles slightly. "On the authority of the seats he is about to claim." Dumbledore's eyes narrow just a fraction. The Wisengamot is not a stage for theatrics. Harry's laugh is short, humorless. "Then why does it feel like you rehearsed this?" A few people shift. Amelia Bones, stern and sharp-eyed, sits in one of the front benches. Her gaze is fixed on Harry like she is trying to decide if he is a threat or a solution. Dumbledore gestures toward the center. Harry Potter stands accused of reckless violence, use of lethal force, and unlawful possession of. Harry cuts him off. "I'm not accused. I'm summoned," gasps. A few outright laughs. Someone in the back mutters, "Merlin." Dumbledore's lips thin. "You will let the court speak." Harry's hands curl, then release. He takes a step forward. "Fine," Harry says. "Court, let me speak." Fudge stands, trying to loom. "You will speak when you are permitted." Daphne's voice is clear. "Harry Potter, Lord Potter, Lord Black, and claimant to House Pendragon is permitted." The chamber goes still, like someone pressed a finger to a wound. Dumbledore's gaze flicks to Daphne, then back to Harry. "Claimant." Harry's mouth goes dry. This is the moment. He looks at Cyrus. Cyrus nods once. "Do it." No flinching. Harry lifts his left hand. For rings catch the light. Potter, Black, Peveril, Pendragon. A few people lean forward like magnets. Lucius Malfoy's voice drifts again, soft and pleased. "Oh, that is new." Fudge stammers. "Those are forgeries." "That is." Amelia Bones speaks. Crisp. "Silence, Minister. Those are old magics." Fudge snaps his mouth shut, furious. Dumbledore's eyes hold Harry's. "Harry, where did you get those?" Harry's voice is flat. Not from you. Dumbledore's expression shifts, like pain flickering behind the calm. I did what I believed was necessary. Harry's stomach twists. He breathes in through his nose, slow. Keep it practical. Keep it clean. I know, Harry says. That's the problem. He turns slightly, giving the benches a better view of his hand. He does not wave it like a trophy. He just shows it. Cyrus's voice cuts in, loud enough for the far seats. Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, House Greengrass submits evidence of fraud, unlawful binding, and theft committed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore against Harry Potter. The chamber erupts in noise. Dumbledore stands. That is a grave accusation. Cyrus smiles politely. It is. That is why we brought proof. Dumbledore's gaze stays on Harry. His voice softens. Harry, you are angry. You have been hurt. But you must understand, the power you are touching is older than you think. It has destroyed better men than either of us. Harry's heart pounds. He can feel the room leaning into the drama, and it makes him want to spit. He says, "Stop talking like I'm 12. Dumbledore's face stills. Harry's voice roughens slightly. You had years to tell me the truth. You had years to treat me like a person. Instead you made choices for me." Fudge slaps a hand on the platform. Proceed with the charges. This is, Amelia Bones cuts in sharp. Minister, sit down. This chamber does not answer to your tantrum. A few people chuckle. Fudge's ears go purple. Dumbledore lifts a hand again, controlling the room. Very well. Lord Greengrass, present your evidence. Cyrus gestures and a figure steps forward from the side door. Griphook. Harry feels the chamber jolt when the goblin walks in. Goblins do not attend Wizengamot sessions as a rule. They are not meant to be in this room. The fact that one is here makes people sit straighter. Griphook's eyes sweep the benches, unimpressed. He inclines his head to no one, then stops beside Cyrus. Cyrus says, Griphook of Gringotts will attest to the results of an inheritance and binding scan performed under oath. Murmurs. Someone hisses a slur under their breath. Griphook's head turns toward the sound, eyes cold. The speaker shuts up fast. Dumbledore's gaze is unreadable. Gringotts does not have authority over wizarding law. Griphook speaks in clipped English. Gringotts has authority over Gringotts, and Gringotts recognizes contracts and bindings placed on its account holders. It is amusing that you forget when it is inconvenient. A few lords look uncomfortable. A few look impressed. Griphook continues, voice flat. Harry Potter was subjected to magical blocks on core output and on specific blood-tied abilities. These blocks were placed by Albus Dumbledore. The blocks were active. They were hidden. They were not consented to. The room goes quiet in a different way. This is not gossip. This is a knife placed on the table. Harry's stomach flips. Even hearing it again makes his skin itch. Amelia Bones leans forward. Do you have proof? Griphook produces a roll of parchment and holds it up. This is the bank record. Sealed. Signed. Verified. Dumbledore's voice is calm, but there is steel in it. Banks can be bribed. Griphook's smile shows teeth. We do not accept your kind of bribe. And if we did, you could not afford it. Snickers. Even a few on the light side look like they want to laugh but are trying not to. Cyrus adds, we also submit memory evidence. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. Memories can be altered. Harry's chest tightens. He expected that. Dumbledore will poke every weak point. Harry speaks up, voice steady. Then test them. The chamber stills again. Heads turn. That is bold. That is risky. Amelia Bones studies him. You understand what you are offering. Harry nods once. Yes. Dumbledore's gaze softens again, like he is trying to pull Harry back into old patterns. Harry, you do not need to do this. Not like this. Harry's hands tremble once. He forces them still. Yes, I do. Cyrus lifts his wand and conjures a pensieve at the center. Silver liquid swirling. The sight of it in the Wizengamot chamber feels almost obscene, like dragging a private wound into public light. Harry steps forward. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. This will not heal you. Harry looks at him, eyes hard. I'm not doing it to heal. I'm doing it to stop you doing it to someone else. He drops a memory strand into the pensieve. The air shivers as the memory rises, projecting into the chamber in ghostly light. Harry's own voice echoes from the memory, younger, cracking with grief. Dumbledore's voice answers, calm, controlled. Molly Weasley is there too, worried, sharp. The words play across the chamber like a confession. Molly, in the memory, says something about keeping Harry calm. Dumbledore responds about containment, about duty, about doing what is necessary. The chamber erupts in reactions. Outrage, shock, a few lords looking away like they cannot bear to see the truth. Harry stands under it, chest tight, face hot, watching people watch his life like it is entertainment. He hates it, but he keeps his stance. When the memory fades, the silence is heavy. Fudge looks like he might faint. Umbridge looks like she wants to scream. Amelia Bones's face is stone. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's voice is soft. Yes, did you do this? Dumbledore looks at Harry. Not the room. Harry. I did, Dumbledore says. I did what I believed would keep him alive. I did what I believed would keep him himself. Harry's breath catches. For a second, he almost wants to believe it. Almost wants to slip into the old story where Dumbledore is always right and Harry is just a kid who needs guidance. Then he remembers waking up on Privet Drive, trapped. He remembers the feeling of something pressing on his mind like a hand. He remembers the rage when the block broke, and the relief that almost made him sob. Harry says, "You didn't keep me myself. You kept me useful." Dumbledore's face tightens. "Harry, no." Harry snaps, the word sharp. He forces his next breath. "Do not do that. Do not say my name like it fixes what you did." The chamber murmurs. Lucius Malfoy's voice drifts again, almost bored. "How unfortunate." The old man finally says the quiet part out loud. Dumbledore turns his head toward Lucius, eyes cold. "Lucius." Lucius's smile is thin. "Chief Warlock." Harry's mouth twists. Of course Malfoy enjoys this. Chaos that benefits him. Cyrus speaks again. "We are not here only to accuse. We are here to correct." Fudge finds his voice, shrill. "Correct? You mean overthrow? You mean coup?" Daphne looks at Fudge like he is a bug. "Call it what you want. You have failed." Fudge's face goes blotchy. "The Ministry has protected the wizarding world for centuries." Harry's laugh is short. "You denied Voldemort was back while he killed people." Fudge points at Harry like he has found the villain. "And now you are killing people." Harry's hands curl, then loosen. "I killed Death Eaters who were trying to slaughter a village. Without trial." Fudge spits. Harry steps forward one more pace. He can feel the chamber's attention like weight on his shoulders. His voice drops. "Where was your trial for Sirius Black?" A crack runs through the room. A few people shift like they have been slapped. Fudge stammers. "That was different." Harry's eyes narrow. "No, it wasn't. It was just convenient for you." Dumbledore's voice cuts in, calm again, trying to pull the focus back. "Harry, we are not in a school corridor. You cannot decide law by emotion." Harry's throat tightens. "I'm not deciding it by emotion." He pauses, forces his breath to slow, because he can feel the old magic stirring. If he lets it rise, it will rise hard. "I'm deciding it by evidence," Harry says. "By what you did. By what the Ministry did. By what Voldemort is doing while you all argue about rules." Cyrus speaks, loud enough to turn heads. "We petition the chamber for recognition." Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. "Recognition of what?" Cyrus's gaze does not waver. "Recognition of House Pendragon." A wave of murmurs, louder now. People lean forward. Some look excited. Some look sick. Dumbledore stands fully, robes falling straight, presence filling the front. House Pendragon is a legend used to romanticize conquest. This is not Camelot. This is a modern magical government. We do not choose rulers by swords. Harry's pulse spikes. He hears himself say, "Then stop acting like one." Dumbledore's eyes flash. Harry lifts his hand again, not the rings this time. He reaches back, and Daphne steps with him, warded case already in motion. She does not look at the room. She looks at Harry, like she is asking one last time if he is sure. Harry nods. Daphne opens the case. Excalibur comes free with a sound that is not metal, not really. More like the air tearing and snapping back. The blade catches the chamber light, and the room changes. It is subtle at first. A shift in pressure. A drop in temperature. Like the chamber inhales. Then the old magic wakes up. Harry feels it in his bones. His scar prickles. His palms sweat. The hair on his arms lifts. The benches creak like they are settling into a different shape. The banners on the wall flicker, and for half a second, Harry swears he sees other banners underneath. Older ones, stitched with symbols he does not know but his blood does. Someone in the chamber whispers, voice shaking, "Merlin, help us." Dumbledore's face goes very still. Harry lifts the sword slightly, not in threat, but in presentation. He does not shout. He does not pose. He just lets the room see it. A pulse runs through the chamber. The chief warlock chair shudders. The chains carved into it move. Not decorative. Not pretend. They loosen. Fudge makes a strangled noise. That is impossible. Amelia Bones stands abruptly, eyes locked on the blade. That is old. Harry's breathing is fast. He can feel Excalibur humming like it is happy to be seen. Dumbledore's voice is controlled. Harry, put that away. You are escalating. Harry looks at him. You escalated when you decided my life belonged to you. The blade's light is not bright like sunlight. It is steady like a promise. Like a thing that does not care about politics. Cyrus speaks, voice firm. The chamber recognizes the blade. It recognizes the blood. That is not my claim. That is the room itself. Dumbledore's gaze flicks to the chair, then to the benches. For the first time, Harry sees a flash of something like fear. Not fear for himself. Fear of what he can no longer control. Harry's stomach clenches. It feels like standing on a cliff and realizing there is no step back. Fudge shrieks. This is intimidation. Harry's voice is flat. No. This is truth. He turns slightly so the blade faces the benches. I am not here to declare myself king, Harry says. His voice carries steady. I'm here because you dragged me here. Because you want to punish me for not dying quietly. A murmur runs. Some look offended. Some look intrigued. Harry keeps going because if he stops he might start shaking. You say I used lethal force, he says. Yes, I did. Because Death Eaters do not stop because you ask nicely. Because Voldemort does not care about your rules. Because you spent years pretending the war could be won by children being brave. His chest tightens. He swallows hard. I'm 17, Harry says, voice roughening despite himself. And I've buried more people than any kid should even know. Sirius. Cedric. People I did not get to save because you kept telling me to wait. Dumbledore's voice cuts in sharp. Harry. Harry snaps his head toward him. No. You do not get to stop me now. The chamber goes still again. Harry feels something in his throat like a choke. He pushes through it. The ministry has failed, Harry says. The order has failed. You failed me. Dumbledore's eyes are hard now. And you believe you will do better. Harry's laugh is bitter. I don't know. But I know you won't. A wave of reaction. Outrage from the light side. Interest from the neutral. Smug satisfaction from the dark. Amelia Bones speaks, voice like a blade. Enough. This chamber is not a theater. Lord Greengrass. What exactly is your motion? Cyrus bows his head slightly, respectful. We move to strip Albus Dumbledore of his position as Chief Warlock and remove his voting proxy power on emergency sessions. We also move to revoke any authority he currently holds over the Order of the Phoenix as an unofficial enforcement body operating outside ministry oversight. Fudge splutters. The Order is not a ministry body. Cyrus smiles politely. Exactly. Dumbledore's gaze is steady. This is an attempt to destabilize the only thing holding Britain together. Harry's hands tighten on Excalibur's hilt. He can feel sweat trickle down his back. His heart is pounding so hard it almost hurts. Dumbledore continues, voice calm, persuasive. Yes, I placed protections. Yes, I made choices. I did it because Harry Potter has been a target since birth. Because the prophecy created a pressure no child should bear. I tried to shape that pressure into something survivable. Harry's lips part. For a second, there is a flicker of doubt. Small, annoying, human. Dumbledore's voice softens. Harry, you are hurt. You are angry. You are also being pulled by a magic that does not care about your friends, your morals, or your future. It wants a king. It wants conquest. It will not stop until you are something you cannot recognize. Harry's throat tightens. Daphne's voice cuts in, quiet but clear. He is already something he cannot recognize. Because you made him that way. Dumbledore's gaze shifts to her. Sharp. Miss Greengrass, you have no idea what you are playing with. Daphne's smile is thin. I know exactly what I am playing with. A boy you tried to keep small so you could keep him safe. And a war you tried to keep tidy, so you could keep your hands clean. The chamber murmurs. Someone laughs, sharp and approving. Lucius Malfoy, standing now, smooth as poison. I have to say, Albus, it is rare to see someone outmaneuvered in their own room. Dumbledore's eyes flick to Lucius, cold. Lucius, sit. Lucius lifts a brow. Or what? For a second, Harry thinks this is going to explode into a duel in the middle of the Wisengamot chamber, and his body tenses. Ready. Amelia Bones slams her palm onto her bench. The sound cracks through the room. Enough. This is a vote, not a playground. The noise dies. Cyrus speaks. Before the vote, we submit one more element. He nods, and another figure steps forward from the side. Draco Malfoy. The chamber reacts like someone tossed a live snake into it. Whispers, gasps, a few angry shouts. Draco looks pale. He looks like he has not slept. His eyes are sharp anyway, like he is trying to keep himself upright by force. Lucius turns slowly, expression unreadable. Draco. Draco's throat bobs. He does not look at his father. He looks at the bench line, at the front, at Dumbledore, then at Harry. Harry's grip tightens. He remembers dragging Draco out of a cursed line in Hogsmeade. Draco's face twisted in shock, because the person saving him was the person he had been trained to hate. Draco speaks, voice strained. I am here as witness to the Hogsmeade attack. Fudge almost chokes. You are a student. Draco's laugh is short and bitter. Yes, Minister. So was Harry Potter. You still expected him to fight your war. A ripple of uneasy sound. Amelia Bones studies Draco. Speak. Draco swallows. Death Eaters attacked the village. They were not trying to scare people. They were trying to kill. I saw them. I heard them. They were laughing about how many they could burn before the Aurors arrived. He pauses, breath catching. Harry watches his hands. Draco's fingers tremble slightly. Draco continues, voice a little faster, like he has to get the words out before he loses nerve. Harry Potter stopped them. He did not act like an Auror. He acted like a soldier. He cut through shields. He used that sword. And he saved people who would have died. Someone in the benches hisses. He saved you too, did he? Draco's jaw tightens. He looks toward the sound, eyes cold. Yes, he did. Lucius's face is unreadable. Draco, you are embarrassing yourself. Draco flinches just a little. Then he straightens. No, I am embarrassing you. A sharp intake of breath. Lucius's eyes narrow, dangerous. Harry's pulse spikes. He can feel the tension snapping tight. Amelia Bones speaks. This testimony supports that the Hogsmeade incident was not unprovoked violence. Minister, you attempted to frame this as reckless slaughter. It was defense. Fudge splutters. Defense does not mean mutilation. Harry's voice comes out cold. Bellatrix Lestrange tried to kill me and everyone around me. I did not apologize for stopping her. A few people shudder. Bellatrix's name carries weight. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. You cut off her hand. Harry's eyes lock on Dumbledore's. You told me to show mercy to people who show none. Dumbledore's jaw tightens. Mercy is not weakness. Harry's laugh is sharp. Then why did it always feel like you wanted it from me and never from them? The chamber sits in a tense hush. Amelia Bones stands. We are voting. Fudge's face goes bright red. You cannot remove the chief warlock like this. Amelia Bones's eyes are cold. We can. And we will. She turns slightly, voice carrying. Motion. Remove Albus Dumbledore as chief warlock. Those in favor. Hands rise. Gray faction benches lift first. Coordinated. Cyrus's allies. Families who have been quiet for too long. Then slowly more. Some neutral houses. A few that Harry did not expect. Lucius Malfoy lifts his hand with a lazy motion, like it is the most obvious decision in the world. Harry's stomach turns. He hates that Malfoy's vote helps him. He hates it, and he cannot afford to care right now. The count builds. Dumbledore's face stays calm. But Harry sees the tiny strain around his eyes. Amelia Bones's gaze flicks over the room. Sharp. Accurate. Those opposed. Hands rise too. The light side. Some that Harry recognizes from order meetings. People who believed in Dumbledore so hard they made it their whole identity. Harry feels a tightness in his chest anyway. Not regret. Just the weight of watching a world split. Amelia Bones takes a breath, then speaks. The motion passes. The words hit like a gong. For half a second, the room is silent. Then the Chief Warlock chair shudders again. The chains on its armrests loosen further, and something like a pressure releases. Like the room itself is exhaling. Fudge makes a strangled noise. This is madness. Umbridge looks like she might cry or scream. She settles on a tight, shaking smile. Dumbledore stands very slowly. He does not shout. He does not throw spells. He looks down at the chamber, at the people, at the mess. Then he looks at Harry. His voice is quiet, and it carries anyway. You wanted this. Harry's breath catches. He hates that a part of him still reacts to Dumbledore's tone, like a child waiting to be praised or punished. He forces his voice steady. I wanted you to stop deciding what my life is. Dumbledore's gaze holds him. And now you are deciding what Britain is. Harry's hands tighten on Excalibur again. Sweat slides down his palm. He hates that he can feel the blade humming like it approves. Dumbledore's voice softens, just a fraction. You are walking into a path with no gentle end. Harry's throat tightens. I didn't get a gentle beginning. Dumbledore's eyes flicker. Pain maybe, regret, or just calculation. He nods once, almost to himself. Very well. He turns to the bench, voice calm. I will not fight this chamber. I will not break Britain because I lost a seat. Lucius Malfoy's laugh is soft. How noble. Dumbledore ignores him. Then Dumbledore looks back at Harry one last time. His voice drops slightly, like he is speaking to only him even though the whole room hears. Voldemort will not care about your speeches, Dumbledore says. He will not care about votes. He will come for you. And if you have made yourself a king, he will come for your throne. Harry's stomach knots. He can almost feel it, like a pressure building somewhere far away. Dumbledore steps down from the platform. No guards stop him. No chains snap shut. He walks out of the chamber with his head high and his shoulders looking older than they did an hour ago. The doors close behind him. The room buzzes, loud now. Arguments. Whispers. People standing and talking at once. Amelia Bones lifts her voice. Order. The noise calms a little. Fudge looks like he is about to burst. You cannot let him do this. You cannot let a child with a sword take over. Harry's head snaps toward Fudge. His voice is quiet. Say child again. Fudge flinches. For real. Harry steps forward, Excalibur still in his hand, point angled down. Not threatening, just present. He feels his heart hammering. He feels sweat on his neck. He feels the room watching like hungry animals. Harry speaks, voice carrying. Listen. The chamber quiets. Not because they want to, because something in the air pulls them into it. Harry hates that it is that easy. He hates that he likes it. He keeps his grip steady. I am not here to replace the ministry with a crown, Harry says. I'm here because your ministry has been pretending the world is not on fire. Voldemort is not waiting for you to finish a debate. He glances at Amelia Bones, then at the benches, then at the faces. I'm not asking for worship, Harry says. I'm asking for competence. A ripple of laughter, sharp and surprised. Harry continues, voice blunt. Stop sending teenagers to die because you cannot admit adults failed. Stop hiding behind procedure while people get murdered. Stop pretending neutrality is morality. His chest tightens. He swallows hard. And stop treating me like a tool, Harry says. I'm not your martyr. I'm not Dumbledore's project. I'm not Voldemort's obsession. He lifts his left hand slightly, rings catching light again. I am Harry Potter. And whether I like it or not, my blood is tied to the oldest laws in this country. Those laws are awake now. The room is silent. Harry's voice roughens slightly. So here is the third option. He takes a breath, forces his lungs to work. You either fight this war like you mean to win, Harry says, or you get out of the way. A murmur runs through the benches. Fear, excitement, anger, hope. Amelia Bones watches him like she is measuring him. Finally she speaks. And what do you propose, Mr. Potter? Harry's mouth twists at the name. Mr. He answers anyway. You start by stopping the ministry from arresting the people who actually fight. Fudge sputters. I will not be told. Amelia Bones turns her head slowly, eyes like steel. You will be quiet, Cornelius. You have embarrassed yourself enough for one lifetime. Someone laughs out loud. Fudge's face goes purple. Harry's pulse is still racing. He can feel his hands shaking now, tiny tremors. He tightens his grip until it stops. He looks toward Cyrus. Cyrus nods once. Barely. Daphne's hand brushes the back of Harry's arm. Quick. Grounding. Harry looks at the benches again. I'm done being handled. Then he lowers Excalibur, carefully, and slides it back into the warded case Daphne holds open. The moment the blade is covered, the pressure in the room eases. People breathe again like they forgot how. Harry's shoulders sag a fraction. It hits him, suddenly, how hard he has been holding himself together. Amelia Bones speaks, brisk now. This session is adjourned. There will be follow-up meetings. Minister Fudge will remain available for questioning regarding his conduct. Fudge makes a noise like a dying kettle. Harry turns away from the benches. His legs feel heavy. His mouth tastes dry. Daphne and Cyrus flank him as they move toward the side corridor. Behind them, the chamber erupts again. Louder now, but Harry forces himself not to look back. If he looks back, it will feel too real. In the corridor outside, the air is cooler. The sound is muffled. Stone walls, torchlight, less eyes. Harry takes 3 steps, then his knees go a little weak. He catches himself on the wall with his palm, breathing hard. Daphne stops instantly, hand on his shoulder. Harry, he swallows. I'm fine. She makes a small sound of disbelief. You are shaking. Harry looks down. He is. His hands tremble like he just came out of a fight. He hates it. He hates that it feels like a fight anyway. Cyrus looks ahead, then back. I will give you 2 a moment. Harry snaps his head up. What? Cyrus's mouth quirks. Do not look at me like that. You are both terrible liars. And this corridor has fewer spies than the chamber. Daphne's cheeks do not color. She just says, go. Cyrus leaves, footsteps fading. Harry leans back against the wall, breathing hard. His chest hurts. His stomach flips like he might actually be sick. Daphne steps closer. Her voice is lower now. You did it. Harry lets out a breath that almost turns into a laugh, but does not. I don't feel like I did anything. I feel like I opened a door and I can't close it. Daphne's gaze holds his. Good. He blinks. Good. Yes, she says. Because if you could close it, you would. And Britain would go right back to pretending. Harry's throat tightens. He stares at her, heart still racing. You're not scared. Daphne's mouth twitches. I'm terrified. Harry's eyes widen slightly. She steps in closer, almost chest to chest. I'm just not running. Harry swallows. His voice comes out rough. Why? Daphne's eyes flick to his mouth for half a second, then back up. Because you looked at that room and you didn't flinch. Harry laughs, short and broken. I was flinching the whole time. Daphne's hand catches the front of his shirt lightly, fingers curling. Not where it mattered. Harry's breath catches. The corridor feels too quiet. His skin feels too tight. He hears himself say, if I turn into something horrible, will you stop me? Daphne's expression goes sharp. Do not ask me that like you want permission to fall apart. Harry's jaw clenches. Answer. Daphne stares at him for a long second. Then she says, voice steady, yes. Harry's chest loosens slightly. It is stupid how much that helps. Daphne's grip on his shirt tightens. But you are not turning into something horrible right now. Right now you are just tired. Harry's throat tightens. I don't know how to do this. Daphne's voice drops. Neither do I. And then she kisses him. It is not soft and slow. It is quick, firm, like she is stealing a breath from him and giving it back changed. Harry freezes for half a second, shock hitting him like a spell, and then his hand lifts to her waist without thinking, holding her like he is afraid she will vanish. Daphne pulls back slightly, still close, breath warm. Her eyes stay steady. That is not a contract. That is me. Harry's mouth is dry. His voice is quiet. Okay. Daphne's lips twitch. Good. Harry's heart is still racing. He feels grounded and completely off balance at the same time. Footsteps echo down the corridor. Daphne steps back smoothly, expression composed again like she never broke it. Harry pushes off the wall, forcing his breathing to slow. Cyrus returns, face polite, like he has no idea what happened. We have a problem. Harry's stomach drops. What? Cyrus's eyes are sharp. Message from our people. Voldemort is moving. Not rumors. Not whispers. Real movement. Harry's pulse spikes again. His hands curl. Daphne's voice is calm, but her eyes are hard. Where? Cyrus exhales. Hogwarts. Harry's mouth goes dry. For a second, he can almost feel it, like the land itself tightening, bracing. Like something old is waking up again, angry this time. Harry's voice comes out low. He's going to hit the school. Cyrus nods once. Yes. Harry's stomach twists hard enough he actually swallows bile. Daphne's hand brushes his again. Quick contact. Then we go. Harry looks down the corridor, then back toward the heavy doors of the chamber behind them. He hears Dumbledore's warning in his head, calm and cold. He will come for your throne. Harry inhales, sharp. His hands stop shaking. Fine, Harry says. His voice is flat and steady, and it scares him a little. Let him. Neville is already running when the first section of the north wall goes. Not the stones. The wards. It feels like the castle takes a punch in the ribs. The air shudders. Every torch in the corridor flares bright, then gutters down to a sick orange. Dust rains from the ceiling in a thin sheet. Neville stumbles, catches himself on the banister, and swears under his breath. Behind him, a fourth-year girl is crying so hard she cannot breathe properly. Her friend has both arms around her, dragging her along. Keep moving. Neville snaps, voice raw. Stop looking back. Just move. A second boom hits, closer. The floor jumps under Neville's boots. A portrait on the wall screams and slams its frame shut. Someone up ahead yells. They are in the entrance hall. Neville's stomach drops. He tightens his grip on his wand until his fingers ache. Ron appears at the top of the stairs, face white and sweaty, hair stuck to his forehead. He looks like he has been sprinting for 10 minutes and throwing spells the whole time. Nev, Ron pants. They are cutting through the suits of armor. Like properly. They are not messing around. Neville's throat goes dry. Where is Hermione? Ron jerks his chin. Down there with McGonagall. She is trying to get the first years into the Great Hall. Neville starts down the stairs with Ron right behind him. The corridor reeks of smoke and stone dust. Somewhere close, someone is vomiting. Another boom hits, and Neville feels the vibration in his teeth. Ron grips the railing and leans in, voice low, frantic. We are losing the wards. Neville swallows. I know. Ron's eyes flick to him, then away. Do you know where he is? Neville does not need to ask who. His throat tightens anyway. No, Neville says. But I know why this is happening. Ron's jaw flexes. Because of you-know-who. Neville shakes his head. Sharp. Because Harry is not on a leash anymore. Ron flinches. He opens his mouth, then shuts it, then swallows hard like it hurts. They hit the next landing. Professor McGonagall is there. Robe torn at the sleeve, hair half loose, face hard and furious. She is moving like a duelist again, not a teacher. Her wand hand is steady. Her eyes are bright with rage. Hermione stands just behind her, shoulders shaking with adrenaline, cheeks streaked with soot. She is yelling instructions at a line of younger students who are packed together like frightened birds. Inside, Hermione shouts, "Go inside now. Keep your head down. If someone tells you to duck, you duck. Do you understand?" A first-year boy nods so fast his glasses nearly fall off. Hermione's voice goes sharp. "And stop running in different directions. You are making it worse." Ron slides to Hermione's side. "You okay?" Hermione gives him a look that says she does not have time for this question. Then she sees Neville and her eyes widen. "They breached the north side." Neville nods once. "I felt it." McGonagall's gaze snaps to the stairwell behind them as another blast shakes the castle. "Move!" she barks. "All of you. If they get control of the entrance hall, we funnel into traps." Hermione's voice is tight. "Professor, the Great Hall is full of students." "Then we hold the doors," McGonagall snaps. "Or we die holding them." Ron's throat bobs. "Where is Dumbledore?" McGonagall's jaw clenches. "Where he has always been when the castle is under attack," she says. "At the heart of it." Hermione swallows hard. "He is trying to reinforce the wards." Neville feels cold spread in his stomach. "Can he?" McGonagall does not answer immediately, and that tells Neville enough. A scream echoes from below, high and terrified. A curse cracks, loud as a whip. Then another. Hermione flinches hard and snaps her wand up. McGonagall steps forward. "Shields," she orders. Hermione and Ron both raise their wands, voices overlapping. "Protego." A shimmer flashes across the corridor mouth. A bolt of green slams into it and splashes, sparks flying. Hermione gasps and staggers, knees buckling for a second. Ron catches her elbow. "Hermione, I am fine." Hermione snaps, breath fast. "Let go." "I am fine." McGonagall's voice is like ice. "They are using the killing curse in the school." Neville's mouth goes dry. He looks at Ron. Ron looks back, face pale. Hermione's voice shakes. "They are not here to scare us. They are here to finish it." McGonagall's eyes cut toward the Great Hall doors. "Get the students inside. Seal it. Then you three come with me." Ron blurts. "Where?" McGonagall's lips thin. "To wherever the fighting is worst. We do not get to choose easy." Hermione's voice goes smaller for a second. "Professor, we are going to die." McGonagall's gaze is hard. "Maybe," she says. "But we do not die hiding." Hermione swallows, eyes wet for a heartbeat. Then she nods and turns back to the younger students. "Go," she orders again. "Now." The doors to the Great Hall swing open and students pour inside in a rush of robes and fear. Neville is halfway through, turning to follow when the air shifts. Not the blast shift. Not the ward crack. Pressure. Like the castle has stopped flinching and started listening. Neville freezes. Ron freezes too, mid-step. Hermione's head snaps up, eyes wide. McGonagall's face goes still. Down the corridor, through the open doors, the candles in the Great Hall flicker. The light steadies. The cold in the air changes shape. A new sound rolls through the stone. Not a boom. A low hum. Deep, like something large has just decided to wake up. Hermione whispers, "What is that?" Ron's voice is hoarse. "Tell me that is not him." Neville's heart is hammering. He feels sweat run down his spine, cold. McGonagall's voice is very quiet. "That," she says, "is old." Another impact hits the castle. The Great Hall doors rattle. Someone inside screams. McGonagall turns sharp. "Enough! Move!" Neville shoves through the doors with Ron and Hermione. The Great Hall is chaos. Students packed at the far end, teachers forming a rough line at the front. Flitwick stands on a table so he can see overheads, firing fast shield charms toward the main doors. Hagrid is there too, crouched near a cluster of younger kids, huge hands spread like he can physically block curses. Ginny is on the teacher side, wand up, face fierce and pale. Seamus has blood running down his cheek. Dean is gripping his arm like he is holding him upright. Molly Weasley is not here. Arthur is not here. That thought hits Ron in the face for a split second and Neville sees him swallow it down hard. Then the main doors explode inward. With splinters, metal buckles. A wave of cold air slams into the hall, carrying smoke and the smell of burned stone. Death Eaters pour in. Masks, black robes, wands up. The first curse fires before the first Death Eater even gets both boots inside. A green bolt streaks across the hall. Professor Sprout throws herself sideways with a shout. The curse misses her by inches and blasts a chunk out of the stone behind her, leaving a smoking hole. Students scream. McGonagall roars. Hold! Flitwick squeaks. Protego Maxima. And the air between the teachers and the Death Eaters flashes into a bright shield. Curses slam into it. Red, green, sick yellow. The shield shudders. Neville's stomach drops. He raises his wand and fires with the others. Stupefy. His spell hits a Death Eater in the shoulder. The Death Eater staggers but keeps moving. Ron yells, Expelliarmus? Voice cracking. A wand flies, clatters on the floor. Hermione fires in quick bursts, sharp and precise. Stupefy. Stupefy. She is breathing too fast. Her hands are shaking. She does not miss. Then someone steps through the smoke like the smoke is giving them space. Bellatrix Lestrange. Her left sleeve hangs wrong. The stump is wrapped in dark cloth that is already stained. Her right hand holds her wand with a grip that looks painful. Her eyes are wild. Her mouth is split into a grin that makes Neville's skin crawl. There you are. Bellatrix sings, voice high and happy. All of you in one place. How polite. Hermione's face goes white. Ron makes a sound like a growl. Bellatrix. Bellatrix's gaze snaps to Ron and she laughs harder. Oh, the little Weasley, she croons. Still alive. Still angry. I love it. A curse fires from somewhere in the Death Eater line. The shield flashes again. Flitwick squeaks in pain, sliding backward on the table, nearly falling off. McGonagall snaps. Flitwick, I am fine. Flitwick squeals, but his face is pinched. Bellatrix leans forward, eyes glittering. Where is he? She calls. Where is my pretty king with his pretty sword? Neville feels Ron tense beside him. Hermione's breath catches. Bellatrix's grin widens. Oh, she whispers, voice thrilled. You do not know. You do not know where he is. You are fighting for him, and you do not even have him. She throws her head back and laughs. Loud. Shaking. Then a new voice cuts through, low and calm, and the whole room reacts to it like a body flinching. Enough. Voldemort steps into the doorway. No mask. No rush. Just him. Tall. White. Eyes like dead heat. The air in the Great Hall feels thinner the second he arrives. Students go silent in a wave, fear smashing through them. Even the teachers stiffen. Even McGonagall's jaw tightens harder. Voldemort's gaze sweeps the hall like he is picking items from a shelf. He looks at the teachers. He looks at the students. Then he looks at the front line, and his lips curl. Albus, he says, almost gentle. Still hiding behind children, a figure moves from the side of the hall, stepping into the open. Dumbledore. He looks older than Neville has ever seen him. Not weak, just tired. Tired in the shoulders, tired in the eyes, like the last few hours have dragged years out of him. His wand is up. His posture is straight. His voice is calm. Tom. Voldemort smiles like that name tastes sweet. You have always loved pretending you are above it, he says. Above the dirty work. Bellatrix hisses. My lord, let me. Voldemort lifts a finger and Bellatrix goes still like she has been yanked by a leash. No. Voldemort says softly. This is mine. Dumbledore's eyes flick across the hall, quick, checking his people, checking the kids. Then his gaze lands on Ron and Hermione and Neville for a heartbeat, and Neville feels his stomach twist. Dumbledore knows they are here. He knows kids are in the line. Voldemort's voice is calm. Bring him to me, he says. No one moves. Voldemort tilts his head, amused. You think you can protect him, he says. You think keeping him out of sight keeps him safe. Hermione's breathing goes shallow. Ron's wand shakes. Neville's mouth is dry. He can taste fear like metal. Voldemort raises his wand. Dumbledore raises his too. They both speak at the same time. Light slams into light. A crack like thunder hits the Great Hall. Students scream again as the shockwave shoves air into their faces. Neville staggers. Ron catches himself on a bench. Hermione trips and catches herself on a table, panting. Dumbledore's spell holds, white and gold, pressing back against Voldemort's green. Voldemort's smile widens like he is enjoying a game. Then he twists his wrist and the green light shifts, sliding sideways like a snake. It slams into the shield line near the students. Flitwick shrieks. The shield collapses in a shimmer. A killing curse streaks toward the crowd. Neville's heart stops. Hermione screams. No! Ron lunges forward, throwing his wand up like that will matter. The curse hits a shape that is not a person. Stone rises out of the floor. Fast, violent. A knight shape, rough and heavy, slams into place between the curse and the students. The green bolt hits its chest. The stone cracks. Chips fly. The knight staggers but does not fall. The entire great hall goes still, because the stone did not move like transfiguration. It moved like obedience. A second knight rises beside it. Then a third. Then more, stone grinding, heavy boots forming out of the floor like the castle is growing bones. Students stare, mouths open. McGonagall's eyes go wide, just for a second. Voldemort's gaze snaps to the stone soldiers and his smile fades. He feels it too, the old pressure, the castle listening. A voice speaks from the side of the hall, blunt and steady. Get away from them. Harry steps into the great hall. He is not wearing school robes. He is dressed like a lord, dark fabric, clean lines, no stupid dramatic cape. But he still looks wrong in the best way. Like he does not belong to this room as a student anymore. Excalibur is in his hand. The blade is not glowing bright. It is steady, clear, real. Beside him, Daphne Greengrass steps in with her wand raised, eyes sharp, face calm in that cold way. Behind them, Cyrus Greengrass enters, and after him come people Neville has only seen at the edges of newspapers and ministry meetings. Lords, ladies, gray families with tight faces and wands ready, and goblins, a line of them short, hard, moving like soldiers. Griphook is at the front, eyes glittering with satisfaction. The great hall makes a sound, low and deep, like a breath. Voldemort stares at Harry. Bellatrix makes a sound like a whimper of joy. There, she breathes. There he is. Ron's breath catches. Hermione's eyes fill fast, relief and panic hitting her at the same time. Neville just stares, heart hammering. Harry's gaze flicks over the students, the teachers, the damage, the smoke. His jaw tightens. Then he looks straight at Voldemort. Harry's voice carries, rough. You wanted me. You have me. Voldemort's eyes narrow. You came, he says softly. How sweet. Harry does not smile. You are in my castle. The words hit the hall like a slap. Students flinch. Teachers go still. McGonagall's throat bobs. Dumbledore's eyes flick toward Harry, sharp, and there is something like shock in them. Voldemort's mouth curves. Your castle, he repeats, amused. A child with a sword and a title. That is what you think you are. Harry takes one step forward. The stone knights shift with him, scraping, like they are matching their king. Harry's breathing is steady, but Neville can see sweat at his hairline. His eyes are hard, tired, angry. Harry's voice is flat. Leave. Voldemort laughs low and cold. No. Bellatrix lifts her wand with her one hand. Let me tear him open, my lord. Voldemort does not look at her. Not yet. Harry's gaze flicks to Dumbledore for half a second. Dumbledore's face is tight. He looks like he wants to speak. Harry does not give him the chance. Harry steps forward again, sword low, point angled toward the stone floor. Everyone behind me, Harry snaps, looking at the teachers and students. McGonagall's mouth opens. Harry cuts her off. Now, there is no magic word, no spell, just authority, and the great hall moves like it agrees. Students stumble backward as teachers shout and guide them. McGonagall grips a second-year boy by the collar and yanks him behind a bench. Move, she barks, eyes flashing. Flitwick squeaks. Yes, yes, behind. Hagrid scoops 2 first-years up like sacks and backs away, face pale. Ron starts to move, then hesitates, eyes locked on Harry. Hermione grabs Ron's sleeve and yanks. Ron, she hisses. Move! Ron stumbles back with her, breathing hard. Neville stays at the front line for a second longer. Harry's eyes flick to him. Neville, he says, voice tight. Back. Neville swallows. He wants to argue. He wants to say he is not leaving. Then he sees Harry's hand tremble. Just once. On the sword hilt. Neville backs away. Dumbledore stays in place. Voldemort's gaze flicks to him. You can step aside, Albus. Voldemort says, tone almost polite. You can watch. Dumbledore's jaw tightens. No. Harry's voice is low. Albus. Move. Dumbledore's eyes snap to Harry. Harry's face is hard. You are not in charge here. Dumbledore flinches like that landed under his ribs. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. Harry. You do not understand what you are doing. Harry's mouth twists. I understand enough. Dumbledore's gaze flicks to Daphne. This is what they have made you. Harry's eyes flash. This is what you tried to stop me from becoming, he says. And it did not work. Dumbledore's mouth opens. Voldemort moves first. He flicks his wand and a wave of green lashes out, wide, not aimed at Harry but at the benches and the students behind them. Harry moves. He does not raise a shield charm. He swings Excalibur. The blade cuts the spell. Not blocks. Cuts. The green wave splits into two streams that slam into the stone knights instead. Two knights crack and fall in chunks, rubble skidding across the floor. Harry's shoulders jerk with the force. His breathing spikes for a second, then steadies. Voldemort's eyes narrow. Real interest now. Harry speaks, voice cold. No. Voldemort smiles. Yes. The duel hits the Great Hall like a storm with no warning. Voldemort fires 3 curses in a row, fast, each one a different shape. Green, then red that snaps like a whip, then a gray curse that makes the air smell like wet iron. Harry does not stand still. He steps, pivots, slides behind a stone knight, then darts out again. Excalibur moves in tight arcs, cutting spells, deflecting others. Sparks explode off the blade each time it meets magic. The sound is sharp, like metal on stone, even though it is magic. Harry's breath is loud now. His shoulders are tense. Sweat is running down his temple. Voldemort advances, slow and confident, like he is walking a corridor, not dueling. Bellatrix screams with laughter behind him, bouncing on her feet like she wants to leap in. Daphne fires from Harry's left, ice-sharp and precise. Stupefy. Her curse hits a Death Eater trying to flank and drops him cold. Cyrus raises his wand and shouts to the Grey Line. Hold the doors. Do not let them split the hall. Goblins move fast, knives flashing, low shields snapping up as curses streak toward them. Griphook snarls something in gobbledygook, and a goblin beside him throws a small sphere that bursts into a thick silver fog near the doorway. Death Eaters cough and stagger. Harry does not look away from Voldemort. Voldemort tilts his head. You are faster, he says, voice amused. You are louder. You think speed makes you equal. Harry's voice is rough. It makes me alive. Voldemort smiles and fires again. This time the curse is silent. It streaks like a thin black line. Harry's skin prickles. He twists, barely. The curse hits the stone floor and the stone melts like it is turning to liquid. A hole opens, hissing. Harry's stomach flips. He tastes bile. He swallows it down hard. He cannot afford to be sick now. Voldemort's voice is calm. That sword cannot cut everything. Harry's jaw clenches. Watch me. Harry lunges. He closes the distance in 3 steps, sword coming up. Voldemort flicks his wand. A shield snaps into place, bright, layered, thick. Excalibur hits it. The shield does not hold. The blade bites into it like it is cutting cloth. Voldemort's eyes go wide for half a second, surprise flickering. Harry's arm shakes with the force. His shoulder screams. He grits his teeth and pushes harder. The shield splits. Voldemort jerks back, robe snapping. Harry swings again. Voldemort vanishes. Not apparition. Something else. A blur, a shift. Harry's swing cuts air. A curse slams into Harry's side. Pain flashes hot. Harry gasps, stumbling, ribs screaming. He feels heat under his skin, like something is trying to burn through him from the inside. Daphne shouts, Harry plants his feet, panting. His vision swims for a second. He blinks hard. He hears students crying behind benches. He hears McGonagall yelling orders. He hears the Stone Knights grinding as they fight Death Eaters at the doorway. He forces his mind back onto Voldemort. Voldemort appears near the high table, calm as ever. "You see," Voldemort says. "You bleed. You tire. You are still human." Harry's voice comes out strained. "Yeah." Voldemort's eyes narrow. "And you are still mine." Harry's scar flares, sharp pain, and for a second Harry's knees wobble. Dumbledore steps forward, voice hard. "Tom." Voldemort does not even look at Dumbledore. He raises his wand toward a cluster of students. Harry's stomach drops. Harry speaks, and the voice rises without him asking. "Stop." The word hits like a hammer. Voldemort's wand arm freezes mid-motion. For the first time, Voldemort looks genuinely startled. Bellatrix's laugh dies in her throat. The entire Great Hall goes quiet for a fraction of a second, the kind of quiet that feels impossible in a battle. Harry's breathing is harsh. His throat burns. His hands are shaking. Voldemort's eyes are wide. Then they narrow into fury. He fights it. His fingers twitch. His wand shakes. He is pushing against the command like it is a physical chain. Harry's stomach twists hard. It feels like trying to hold a door shut against a person stronger than you. Daphne's voice is low, urgent. "Harry, do not hold that. It will break you." Harry swallows, sweat running down his face. Voldemort snarls, voice strained. "What are you?" Harry's voice shakes. "Someone you cannot order." Voldemort's wand jerks, breaking the hold. The moment it breaks, Harry nearly drops to a knee. Pain spikes behind his eyes. His stomach flips again. He tastes vomit. He swallows it down with a hard gulp and forces himself upright. Voldemort laughs, cold and angry. "You borrowed a crown," he says. "You borrowed a voice. You think that makes you king." Harry's breath is ragged. "No." He reaches with his left hand, fingers brushing his belt. Carnwennen. The black dagger hums cold against his skin. Harry's eyes lock on Voldemort. "I am done borrowing." Harry vanishes. Not under a cloak. Not with a charm. The air around him thickens, shadows snapping into place like doors closing. Voldemort's eyes flick around. Fast. He can feel it, but he cannot see it. Bellatrix shrieks. "He is there, my lord. He is right there." Voldemort snarls. Silence. He fires a wide curse into the open space, sweeping. The curse hits nothing. Harry reappears behind Voldemort, Carnwennen in his left hand now, Excalibur in his right. He does not aim for Voldemort's body. He aims for the wand. Harry slashes. Excalibur meets the wand in a bright crack. The sound is loud, sharp, like something snapping. Voldemort's wand does not break. It shudders. A line of light runs up it like a fracture. Voldemort's eyes flare with fury. He swings his wand back, trying to curse Harry point blank. Harry drives Carnwennen into Voldemort's forearm. The dagger bites. Blood sprays, dark in the torchlight. Voldemort hisses, jerking away, and the curse fires wild, slamming into the ceiling and blasting stone down in a shower. Students scream again. Harry coughs hard as dust hits his throat. His side burns. His ribs hurt. He forces himself forward. Voldemort raises his wand again, now with blood dripping down his wrist. Voldemort's voice is low and furious. "You dare." Harry's voice is rough. "Yeah." Voldemort flicks his wand and a whip of green lashes out. Harry swings Excalibur again. This time the blade catches the green and bends it, twisting it away. The killing curse slams into a stone knight behind Harry instead. The knight explodes into rubble. Harry flinches from the shockwave. His ears ring. Voldemort takes the moment and drives a curse into Harry's chest. Harry feels it like ice shoved under his skin. His breath stops. He staggers backward, eyes wide, fighting for air. Daphne screams. "Harry!" Hermione yells from behind a bench, voice cracking. "Harry, move, move!" Ron fires a curse at Voldemort, pure anger. "Stupefy!" Voldemort flicks his wand without looking and Ron's spell dies mid-air. Swallowed. Ron's face twists in rage and fear. Harry tries to breathe and cannot. He falls to one knee, gagging, fingers clawing at his throat like he can pull the curse out. Dumbledore steps forward, wand up, voice sharp. Finite. Voldemort snarls and throws a curse at Dumbledore. Dumbledore blocks it, sliding back a step, shoulders jerking. Harry's vision swims. He hears Daphne, closer now, voice tight. Harry, look at me. Breathe. Breathe. Harry wants to. He cannot. Daphne grabs his collar and yanks him up just enough to force his body to move. Her eyes are hard. Do not die here, she snaps. Not like this. Harry's throat spasms. He coughs. Air finally drags in, harsh and painful. He sucks another breath, then another. He is panting, sweat pouring, shaking so hard his arms feel weak. Voldemort watches, amused again. Sweet, Voldemort says. Your court holds your hair while you choke. Daphne's lip curls. Shut up. She flicks her wand and a spear of ice shoots at Voldemort. Voldemort swats it aside with a lazy movement. Daphne does not flinch. She leans in close to Harry, voice low. Stop trying to fight him like a duelist. Fight him like a king. Harry's eyes flick up. What does that mean? Daphne's grip tightens on his collar. Use the castle. Harry's chest heaves. His lungs burn. He forces himself upright. He feels the great hall under his boots. The stone. The old magic in it. He feels the knights he raised. He feels the castle listening. Harry swallows hard. He speaks, voice hoarse. Hogwarts. The word leaves his mouth and the air shifts like the castle just turned its head. Voldemort's eyes narrow. No, he says, sharp. Harry forces the next words out, slow and steady, like he is pushing them through pain. Close the hall. The doors behind Voldemort slam shut with a bang so loud it makes people scream again. Stone seals slide down over the cracks in the doorway. The Death Eaters still outside slam into the barrier, shouting, banging, firing curses. The barrier holds, because it is not a shield charm. It is the castle itself. Voldemort's face tightens, real anger now. You do not own this place. Harry's voice is rough. It is mine tonight. Voldemort raises his wand and fires at the ceiling. The curse hits the stone and the stone does not just break. It screams. A crack races across the roof like lightning through rock. The great hall trembles. Harry's stomach drops. He can feel the castle in pain. Hermione screams. The ceiling. Students panic. Teachers shout. McGonagall roars. Stay down. Harry's hands shake. He clenches his jaw and forces his mind onto the castle. He feels a connection, cold and strange, like a hand on a pulse. Harry speaks. Hold. The crack stops spreading. Stone groans. Dust falls. But the roof does not collapse. Voldemort's eyes are wide now, and that scares Harry more than anger. Voldemort is learning. Voldemort's voice is soft. So this is your magic, he says. Not a wand trick. Not a school spell. A bond. Harry's breath is ragged. Yeah, Voldemort smiles, cold. Then I cut the bond. He raises his wand and points it at the floor. Harry's skin prickles. Voldemort speaks one word, old and sharp, and the great hall floor shudders. The stone under Harry's boots tries to split away from him. It feels like something is trying to pull a tendon out of his leg. Harry cries out, raw, and nearly drops his sword. Daphne grabs his arm, keeping him upright. Harry's vision blurs. His stomach flips. He gags and spits bile onto the stone. He wipes his mouth with the back of his wrist, shaking. Voldemort laughs. There, he murmurs. There is the weakness. You tied yourself to something I can poison. Harry's whole body is trembling. Ron's voice shouts from behind a bench, harsh. Harry, do not listen to him. Hermione's voice cracks. Harry, please, do not do something stupid. Harry's laugh comes out broken. Too late. He forces himself to stand straight, even though his knees want to fold. He looks at Voldemort, then he looks past him toward the high table, toward the banners, toward the empty space where the school pretends it is only a school and not a fortress built on old bones and older vows. Harry swallows hard. He speaks, and he does not aim it like a command at a person. He aims it at the law. By Pendragon blood, Harry says, voice hoarse. By the old oath of this land. Tom Riddle is an invader. Voldemort's face goes still. Dumbledore's breath catches. McGonagall's eyes widen. Harry, she whispers, like she cannot stop herself. Harry keeps going, throat burning. He holds no claim, Harry says. He holds no right. He holds no protection here. Voldemort snarls. You think a speech changes reality? Harry's hands shake. He lifts Excalibur slightly, blade steady. I think this does, Harry says. He steps forward, one slow step at a time, forcing his body through the pain. Voldemort raises his wand and fires. A killing curse streaks at Harry's chest. Harry swings Excalibur in a tight arc. The green bolt splits. Not deflected. Split. Half slams into the stone floor. Half slams into a stone knight behind Harry and cracks it apart. Harry keeps walking. Voldemort's eyes narrow into fury. He fires again, faster, 3 in a row. Harry cuts, cuts, cuts. Each strike sends sparks flying. Each strike makes Harry's arm feel like it is going to tear out of its socket. Harry is panting. Sweat pours down his face. His side burns. He keeps going anyway. Voldemort's voice rises, sharp. You are not a king, he snarls. You are a boy with a dead family and a borrowed name. Harry's jaw tightens. He does not answer with words. He answers with movement. Harry vanishes again into shadow, Carnwennen pulling the darkness around him. Voldemort's head whips, trying to track. Harry appears at Voldemort's right side and drives Excalibur down. Not into flesh. Into magic. Voldemort's shield snaps up again. Thick and layered. Excalibur bites through it. The blade meets something solid. Something that is not stone and not flesh. A hook of magic. A protection. Harry feels it in his bones. Like he just grabbed a live wire. His scar flares, sharp pain, and his vision goes white for half a second. He grits his teeth and pushes. The hook snaps. Voldemort's face twists, fury flashing. He lashes out with his wand, smacking Harry's sword arm. Pain spikes. Harry's fingers go numb. Excalibur nearly falls. Daphne screams. Harry! Harry's grip tightens anyway, muscles screaming. He swings low. Voldemort jumps back, robe snapping. Harry is shaking now, full body, like his nerves are tearing. Voldemort's breathing is still steady, but his eyes are angry in a way Neville has never seen before. Not calm predator. Angry that something is not obeying him. Voldemort speaks, voice cold. I have ripped souls apart, he says. You think you can unmake me? Harry's mouth tastes like blood. He spits to the side. Yeah, Voldemort's lips peel back. Then try. He throws his wand hand out and the air in the great hall turns heavy. Students gasp. Teachers stiffen. A ring of green fire blooms around Voldemort, low and wide, licking across the stone. It does not burn the stone. It burns the air. Harry's skin prickles. The heat hits his face, dry and sharp. Hermione screams. That is not normal fire. Ron's voice is hoarse. Harry, get back. Harry's lungs burn. He takes one step forward anyway. The heat slams into him. His eyes water. Sweat pours. Daphne grabs his sleeve, voice tight. Harry, that will cook you. Harry shakes his head, jaw clenched. He is trying to lock me out. Daphne's eyes flick to the stone knights. Use them. They are not flesh. Harry swallows hard, throat dry. He lifts his wand hand, even though it is shaking so hard his wand wobbles. Knights, Harry says, voice rough. Charge. The stone knights move. They do not run smoothly. They grind. Heavy feet slam into the floor. But they move with purpose. 2 knights crash into the green fire. The heat cracks them instantly. Stone splits, turning red hot at the edges. But the knights do not stop. They shove forward, forcing gaps, breaking the ring open by sheer mass. Voldemort snarls, flicking his wand. The fire surges, eating 2 knights into rubble. Harry lunges through the gap the knights made, Excalibur raised. The heat hits him like a wall. His skin feels like it is drying out. His lungs burn with every breath. He swings. Excalibur hits the edge of the green fire and the fire flickers. Not extinguished. Cut. A line opens, thin, and the heat lessens for a heartbeat. Harry pushes through, gritting his teeth so hard his jaw hurts. He is inside the ring now, close enough he can see Voldemort's blood still dripping from the Carnwennen wound. Voldemort's eyes are bright with hate. Harry swings again. Voldemort blocks with his wand. Excalibur hits the wand and the fracture line on it glows brighter. Voldemort's expression flickers, real concern. Harry slashes again, faster, forcing Voldemort back a step. Voldemort snarls and throws a curse into Harry's side. Harry feels it tear across him like a blade under the skin. He cries out, stumbling, then forces his sword back up. His breathing is ragged. His vision swims. He is too tired, too hurt. He needs one clean move. Harry's eyes flick, quick, to the high table, to the banners, to the castle. He can feel the old law in the stone. Harry speaks, voice hoarse and hard. Strip him. The great hall shudders. Voldemort's smile flickers, then vanishes. Something invisible tightens around him. Not ropes, rules. Voldemort jerks like he has just been grabbed. His wand arm shakes. He snarls, fighting. Harry feels it too. The castle resisting Voldemort like a body rejecting poison. Harry's throat burns. His blood feels hot. He forces the next words out. Louder. By the oath of this land, your protections are revoked. Voldemort's eyes flare. A pulse hits the hall. The green fire ring flickers and dies. The air cools in a rush. Voldemort staggers, breath hitching, like he has just lost something he did not know he needed. Dumbledore's eyes are wide now. Harry, he whispers, voice shaking with something that might be fear. Voldemort snarls, no, and tries to raise his wand. Harry does not hesitate. He drives Excalibur forward. The blade does not stab Voldemort's chest. It cuts through the space in front of him, like Harry is slicing a thread no one else can see. Voldemort screams, not pain like flesh, pain like something tearing inside him. The sound makes students cover their ears. Hermione flinches hard, eyes wide. Ron's mouth opens in shock. Voldemort staggers back, clawing at his own chest with his free hand like he can grab the damage and shove it back in. Harry's whole body is shaking. His arm feels numb. His shoulder screams. He swings again. Another invisible thread snaps. Voldemort screams again, louder, and this time blood sprays from his mouth. He coughs, choking. His eyes go wide, panicked. Harry is panting, lungs burning. His vision is blurred at the edges. He can barely keep his feet under him. Daphne shouts his name from behind, voice raw. Harry does not look back. Voldemort's voice is broken, furious. You cannot, he hisses. You cannot do that. Harry's mouth tastes like blood. He spits, then forces the words out low and ugly. Watch me. He raises Excalibur one more time. Voldemort's wand hand lifts, shaking, trying to curse. Harry speaks one word. Not a command to kneel, not a command to stop, not aimed at Voldemort's body. A verdict. Unmade. The word leaves his mouth and the hall goes cold. Voldemort freezes. His eyes go wide, then narrower, then wide again as if his body cannot decide what to do with the panic. Then his wand cracks, not snapped by force, cracked like old wood. A fracture line splits it and the wand falls from his fingers, clattering on the stone. Voldemort reaches for it, fast, his fingers close on nothing, because the wand is already turning to dust. Voldemort jerks back, staring at his hand like he does not recognize it. His skin is changing, not aging, failing, like whatever was holding him together is finally letting go. Voldemort's mouth opens and nothing comes out for a second. Then he makes a sound, raw and terrified. Harry steps forward, shaking, sword still up. Voldemort tries to move. His legs drag. His balance goes wrong. He stumbles, falling to one knee. Bellatrix screams, "My lord!" She tries to rush forward. A stone knight slams into her path, blocking her. She fires curses at it with her one hand, shrieking. The knight cracks, but holds. Voldemort looks up at Harry, eyes full of hate and fear and something else. Something human. It makes Harry's stomach twist. Voldemort spits blood. "You think you have one," he gasps. Harry's voice is hoarse. "I did." Voldemort's lips curl, weak. "Then kill me, he whispers. Do it. Be what they made you. Harry's hands shake harder. His stomach flips. He almost gags again. Hermione's voice cries out from behind the benches. Broken. Harry, do not. Ron's voice is harsh. Finish it. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. Harry. Daphne's voice cuts through, sharp. Do what you decided. Not what he wants. Harry's throat tightens. He looks at Voldemort, kneeling in blood and ruined magic. He looks at the students behind him, shaking, crying, staring. He looks at the teachers, bruised, furious, exhausted. Harry's breath shakes out. He lowers Excalibur slightly. Then he swings. Clean. Fast. Excalibur cuts through Voldemort's neck. There is no slow, drawn-out moment. No speech. No drama. Just a flash, a sound like air tearing, and the head drops. Voldemort's body slumps sideways. For a second, everything stops. Then the body starts to dissolve. Not like ash, like it is being erased. Skin fades. Bone fades. Blood on the stone evaporates into nothing. In less than 10 seconds, there is no body left. Just empty stone. Just silence. Bellatrix makes a sound that is not a scream. Not quite, more like an animal in pain. She throws herself at the stone knight in front of her. Clawing, sobbing, spitting curses. Daphne steps forward, wand steady, face cold. Petrificus totalis. Daphne snaps. Bellatrix locks up mid-motion and hits the floor with a heavy thud. Eyes still wide and wet. Death Eaters near the doorway hesitate, panic cracking them. Griphook snarls and the goblins surge, dragging 2 Death Eaters down by their robes, knives at throats. McGonagall's voice is sharp. Drop your wands. Some do. Some do not. A Death Eater lifts his wand and tries to fire. A stone knight slams into him and pins him to the floor. The fight lasts another minute after Voldemort is gone. Then it is just breathing and crying and the sound of rubble settling. Harry stands in the middle of the great hall, sword lowered, hands shaking so hard he can barely hold it. His chest hurts. His side burns. His throat is raw from pushing the voice and the old law. His stomach flips one more time and he turns his head and vomits again onto the stone, hard and ugly, bile and a bit of blood. He wipes his mouth with his sleeve, panting, eyes watering. No one laughs. No one speaks. Students stare like they are looking at a stranger and a savior at the same time. Harry swallows hard and forces himself to breathe. Dumbledore steps forward slowly, wand lowered, face pale. His voice is quiet. Harry. Harry does not look at him at first. He stares at the empty spot where Voldemort was. Then he looks down at Excalibur. The blade is clean. Of course it is. Harry's laugh comes out thin. He is gone. Dumbledore's throat bobs. Yes. Harry's voice is rough. So that is it. Dumbledore's eyes flicker with pain. No, he says softly. That is not it. There will be consequences. Harry's eyes snap to him, sharp. There were consequences when you left me at that house, Harry says. His voice shakes with anger and exhaustion. There were consequences when you made decisions in secret. Do not lecture me now. Dumbledore flinches. Hermione stands up from behind the benches, shaking. She looks like she wants to run to Harry and like she is afraid to touch him. Ron stands beside her, breathing hard, face tight. Neville moves forward too, slow, eyes wide, mouth dry. Harry's gaze flicks over them. His throat tightens. Hermione's voice cracks. Harry, are you okay? Harry's laugh is short. No. Hermione flinches hard at the honesty. Ron swallows. His voice comes out low. You just killed him. Harry's eyes flick to Ron. Yeah. Ron's jaw clenches, then loosens. I thought. He starts, then stops. Harry waits. Ron's voice shakes. I thought you were going to die. Ron admits, angry at himself for saying it. I thought I was going to watch you die and then I would have to live with it. Harry's chest tightens. He looks away for a second because his eyes sting. Hermione's voice is small. We should not have tried to drag you, she says. We were scared. We thought you were being pulled into something. Harry's jaw tightens. You were right, he says. Hermione's eyes widen. What? Harry lifts his left hand slightly. The rings catch the torchlight. I feel it. Harry says, voice rough. All the time. The pull. The pressure. The way people look at me and want a symbol. I hate it. Hermione takes a shaky breath. Then do not be it. Harry looks at her like she is not getting it. Daphne steps closer to Harry's side, wand still in her hand, face composed even though her breathing is faster than usual. Daphne's voice is calm. They will make him anyway, she says, because they are frightened, because their leaders failed, because the vacuum will eat them. McGonagall moves closer too, eyes sharp. She looks at Harry like she is seeing him properly for the first time, and it makes her uncomfortable. McGonagall's voice is low. What did you do to the wards? Harry's throat burns. I asked the castle to hold, he says, and it listened. McGonagall swallows hard. Flitwick squeaks, voice trembling with excitement and fear. That is impossible, he says. That is also the most real thing I have ever seen. Hagrid sniffs hard, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. Yeah, did it, Harry? He says, voice thick. Yeah, actually did it. Harry's stomach twists again. He looks at the students. They are staring. Some are crying quietly. Some look like they cannot blink. Harry feels a wave of heat in his face. Not pride. Something like shame and pressure. He shifts his grip on Excalibur and winces. His arm feels like it is on fire. Neville steps closer, stopping a few feet away, careful. Neville's voice is quiet. They are going to bow, he says. Harry's mouth tightens. I do not want that. Neville nods once, like he believes him. They will anyway. It happens slowly at first. A second-year girl stands up, shaking, tears on her cheeks. She looks at Harry like he is the reason she is breathing. She dips her head. Not deep, not dramatic, just a bow. Then someone else does it. Then another. The movement spreads through the great hall like a wave, quiet and heavy. Teachers too, some stiff, some reluctant, some angry at themselves for doing it. McGonagall does not bow. She watches. Flitwick bows, small and shaky. Hagrid bows, awkward, huge and emotional. Students bow because they do not know what else to do with relief that big. Harry stands there, staring, throat tight, chest heaving. Then Daphne bows. It is controlled, clean, respectful. Harry's stomach drops. He hates it more than the students. He hates it because Daphne is the one person who keeps looking at him like he is still just Harry, and now she is bowing like he is something else. Harry steps forward and grabs her forearm before she can finish the motion. He yanks her upright. Daphne's eyes flash in surprise. Harry's voice is low, raw. Do not. Daphne holds his gaze. Her voice is quiet. They need to see it. Harry shakes his head hard. I do not care what they need. Daphne's jaw tightens. You do care, she says. You care too much. That is why you are still you. Harry's throat tightens so hard it hurts. He keeps his hand on her arm anyway, like he is anchoring himself. Dumbledore watches, face tight, eyes tired. Dumbledore's voice is quiet. Harry. Harry does not look at him. No, Harry says again, flat. Not now. Dumbledore's breath catches. You cannot keep shutting the door on everyone. Harry finally looks at him, eyes hard. You locked the door first, Harry says. You do not get to complain when I stop letting you in. Dumbledore flinches again. He looks older in that moment than Neville has ever seen him. Dumbledore nods once. Then what do you want? Harry's breath shakes out. He looks at the ruined doorway, the rubble, the injured, the crying. He looks at the teachers, the kids. Then he looks back at the empty stone where Voldemort vanished. Harry's voice is hoarse. I want it over, he says. Ron's voice is rough. It is over, he says. Harry shakes his head slightly. No, he says. He is gone. But everything he broke is still broken. Hermione wipes her face with her sleeve, eyes red. Then we fix it, she whispers. Harry looks at her, chest tight. You are still going to try to pull me back, he says. Hermione flinches. No, she says quickly. No, I want you alive. I want you not alone. Harry's laugh is short and tired. Too late. Ron steps forward, then stops, hands clenched. Harry, Ron says, voice low, about what you did. The kneeling. The voice. Harry's jaw tightens. He can still feel that pressure in his throat like a muscle that wants to move. Harry swallows hard. I am sorry, he says, and it feels like ripping a nail out. I hated it. I hated doing it. I will not do it to you again. Ron stares at him. His eyes are wet. He blinks fast like he is trying not to show it. Ron's voice cracks. Good, he says rough, because I would have hexed you. Like, properly. Hermione gives a short, broken laugh that turns into a sob. Ron wipes his face with his sleeve, angry at himself. Shut up. Harry's mouth twitches once. It is not a smile. It is something close. Daphne's hand finally touches Harry's wrist. Gentle. We need to move, she says. The ministry will come. They will try to take control. They will try to call this their victory. Harry's stomach tightens. Cyrus steps in, voice firm, practical. Ours will be here soon. If we do not set the frame, they will. McGonagall's eyes narrow. Set the frame, she repeats, unimpressed. Cyrus meets her gaze. If you do not, Professor, then someone like Fudge will, he says. Or someone worse. McGonagall's mouth tightens. She looks at the students again, then at Harry. McGonagall's voice is low. I do not like politics. Harry's voice is rough. Neither do I. McGonagall's eyes narrow. Then act like it, she snaps. Because you just became the center of it. Harry's stomach flips. He feels dizzy. He grips Excalibur tighter. His hand is shaking again. Daphne steps closer, voice quiet. Harry, sit, she says. Harry tries to shake his head. Daphne's eyes harden. Sit, she repeats. Harry takes a shaky step and drops onto the edge of the high table bench, breathing hard, shoulders slumping. The moment he sits, he realizes how much he was forcing his legs to hold. He puts Excalibur across his knees, blade angled away from everyone. Hermione moves closer, cautious. You are bleeding, she says. Harry looks down. His side is soaked. His shirt is torn. Blood is running into his waistband. He feels cold now, like the adrenaline is draining and leaving pain behind. Harry's voice is flat. Yeah. Hermione raises her wand, hands shaking. Let me. Harry tenses. He hates being touched right now. He hates being weak. Daphne's hand stays on his shoulder. Let her, Daphne says quietly. Harry swallows hard. Fine. Hermione kneels near him, face tight with focus. This might sting, she says. Harry lets out a humorless breath. Everything stings. Hermione's mouth tightens like she wants to tell him off for that. But she does not. She presses her wand to his side and murmurs a healing charm. Heat flares under Harry's skin. He hisses, jaw clenched, hands gripping the table edge. Hermione's voice is sharp. Stop moving. Harry snaps. I am not moving. Hermione shoots him a look. Your whole body is twitching. That counts. Harry lets out a short laugh that turns into a cough. Hermione finishes the charm and sits back on her heels, breathing hard. Not perfect, she says, voice tight, but you will not bleed out in the next 5 minutes. That is my official medical opinion. Harry's mouth twitches. Thanks, Healer Granger. Hermione wipes her face again, then glares. Do not call me that. I am not qualified. Ron snorts, voice rough. You are more qualified than most adults we know. Hermione's glare turns into a grim little nod like she hates that he is right. Outside the great hall, the castle creaks. The night feels too big. Then footsteps pound toward the doors. Cyrus turns, wand up. McGonagall snaps. Who is it? Kingsley's voice shouts from the other side. Open the doors. Ours. Harry's stomach tightens. Daphne's hand squeezes his shoulder. Here we go. Harry pushes himself to stand. Slow, breathing hard. McGonagall steps forward, wand raised. State your name and purpose, she calls. Kingsley's voice is tense. Kingsley Shacklebolt. We got word Hogwarts was under attack. Open the doors. Cyrus looks at Harry. Harry's face is hard now, tired and angry. Harry nods once. McGonagall flicks her wand and the stone seal slides away with a heavy grind. The doors open. Kingsley storms in first, robe torn, face streaked with soot. Oars flood in behind him, wands up, eyes scanning. Then Kingsley sees the rubble, the stunned students, the stone knights still standing in rough lines, cracked and heavy. And then he sees Harry. Kingsley stops dead. His gaze flicks to Excalibur. Then to the empty spot where Voldemort is not. Kingsley's throat bobs. "Where is he?" he asks, voice low. Harry's voice is flat. "Gone." Kingsley stares at him. "Gone how?" Harry lifts his chin. "Unmade." Kingsley's eyes widen slightly. "That is not a word we use casually." Harry's mouth twitches, humorless. "I am not casual." A few oars shift, uneasy, wands tightening in hands. Umbridge is not here, but Fudge might as well be. Neville can feel the ministry in the oars like a smell. Kingsley takes a slow breath. He looks at the students, at the teachers, at the injured, then he looks back at Harry. Kingsley's voice is quiet. "Did you kill him?" Harry does not flinch. "Yes." Kingsley holds Harry's gaze for a long second. Then Kingsley nods once. "All right," he says, voice rough. "Then the war is done." A sound ripples through the great hall, half sob, half laugh. Students start crying again, relief punching through fear. Hermione covers her mouth and shakes as she cries, shoulders jerking. Ron lets out a sound like a broken laugh and wipes his face hard, angry at his own tears. Neville feels his knees go weak. He leans on the table, breathing hard. McGonagall's eyes close for a second, very brief, like she is letting herself feel it for exactly one heartbeat. Then she opens them again and the steel is back. McGonagall looks at Kingsley. "We still have Death Eaters outside," she says. "And we have prisoners." Kingsley nods, snapping back into work mode. "Ours," he barks. "Secure the grounds. Secure the prisoners. Check for any remaining threats. Move." Oars rush out. Kingsley stays. He looks at Harry again. His voice is low. "The Ministry will try to claim this." Harry's jaw tightens. "I know." Kingsley's gaze flicks to Cyrus, then Daphne, then the gray line. "And you brought help. That is not Ministry." Cyrus's voice is calm. "The Ministry did not arrive in time." Kingsley's jaw tightens. "You are not wrong," he says. "That is going to make people angry." Harry's voice is blunt. "Let them be angry." Kingsley studies Harry, then exhales. "You are 17, he says, like he cannot stop himself. Harry's eyes harden. "And you let me fight anyway," he says. "All of you did. Do not act shocked now." Kingsley flinches. "Fair," he says quietly. Dumbledore stands near the side, watching, silent. Harry's gaze flicks to him and away again. Kingsley follows the glance. His voice drops. "Albus," Kingsley says. Dumbledore's eyes lift. "Kingsley." Kingsley's voice is tight. "You were removed as Chief Warlock." Dumbledore nods once. "I know." Kingsley's eyes narrow. "I also know you were here fighting." Dumbledore's mouth tightens. "Yes." Kingsley's gaze flicks back to Harry, then to Dumbledore again. "So what now?" Dumbledore looks at Harry, and the tired in his eyes deepens. "Now," Dumbledore says softly, "we live with what we have made." Harry's jaw clenches. "Do not put this on me," he snaps. "You made choices long before I could even spell my own name." Dumbledore flinches, then nods, slow. "Yes," he says. "I did." The great hall is quieter now. People are listening again. Teachers, or even some students, staring at Dumbledore like they are hearing him properly for the first time. Dumbledore's voice is calm, but there is something fragile in it. "I believed I could shape outcomes," he says. "I believed I could hold Britain together with careful hands. I was wrong." A few people inhale sharply. Dumbledore looks at Harry. "Harry," he says, voice low, "you have done what I could not." Harry's throat tightens. His hands shake. He wants to scream. He wants to laugh. He wants to collapse. He forces his voice steady. "Do not congratulate me," Harry says. "I am standing in a ruined hall full of kids who nearly died." Dumbledore nods once. "Then do not waste the victory," he says softly. Harry's eyes flash. "You do not get to give me advice like you are still my headmaster." Dumbledore's mouth tightens. "No," he says. "I do not." Silence stretches. Daphne's hand slides into Harry's for a second, quick and grounding. Her fingers are cold. Her grip is steady. Harry breathes out, shaking. Kingsley clears his throat. Harry, he says careful. There will be questions. Investigations. Trials. Harry's jaw tightens. I know. Kingsley's voice is quiet. If you are the third option, he says, then you need to act like one. Not a warlord. Not a kid who just wants to run. Harry's mouth twists. You keep saying kid. Kingsley's eyes hold his. Because you are, Kingsley says, blunt. And because that makes what you did terrifying. And impressive. And it makes people want to use you again. Harry's throat tightens. He nods once, sharp. Then they will be disappointed. Cyrus steps forward slightly, voice firm. We need a temporary council, he says. A court, if you like. Something that can keep Britain from collapsing into panic while the ministry scrambles. McGonagall's eyes narrow. Court? She repeats, unimpressed. Cyrus meets her gaze. Call it what you want, he says. If you let the ministry run this alone, they will turn it into a publicity parade and a witch hunt. They will punish the wrong people and protect themselves. McGonagall's mouth tightens. She looks at the students again, then at the cracked stone knights, then at Harry. McGonagall's voice is low. You are asking Hogwarts to be political. Cyrus's voice stays calm. Hogwarts has always been political, he says. It has just been polite about it. McGonagall looks like she hates that. Hermione steps forward, voice shaky but clear. He is right, she says. The ministry will try to pretend this was their victory. They will also try to take credit and then blame Harry when anything goes wrong. Ron flinches at Hermione saying Harry's name like that, but he does not argue. Hermione looks at Harry, eyes wet. They will not protect you, she adds, voice low. They never did. Harry's chest tightens. He nods once, stiff. Yeah, Daphne's voice is quiet. So we protect ourselves, she says. Kingsley looks between them, jaw tight. If you do this, he says, do it clean. Do not start a second war the second the first ends. Harry's mouth twists. I do not want a second war. Kingsley's gaze is steady. Then do not give people a reason. Harry exhales hard, shaking. He looks around the great hall, the students, the teachers, the blood, the rubble. He looks at Excalibur. He looks at the stone knights. Then he looks at Daphne. Her face is calm. Her eyes are hard. But her fingers twitch slightly like she wants to touch him and does not want to do it in front of everyone. Harry's throat tightens. He speaks, voice hoarse. Fine, he says. Temporary council. Not a crown. Not a throne. A council. Cyrus nods once, satisfied. McGonagall's eyes narrow. And who leads it? Harry's stomach twists. He hates the question. He answers anyway because if he does not, someone like Fudge will fill the space with his own voice. I do, Harry says. The words land heavy. Some students whisper again. Some look relieved. Some look scared. Harry feels his hands shake harder. He forces them still. He adds, voice rough. And if I start acting like I am enjoying this, someone kicks me in the head. Ron lets out a short laugh, surprised. Gladly. Hermione gives Ron a look through tears. That is not helpful. Ron shrugs, voice rough. It is a bit helpful. Daphne's mouth twitches. Almost a smile. Harry's chest loosens just a fraction. Kingsley exhales. All right, he says. Then do not vanish. Do not hide. People will panic if you disappear again. Harry's jaw tightens. I will not vanish, he says. Then he pauses. He looks at Hermione and Ron, both bruised and shaking, both still here. Harry's throat tightens. Not like that, he adds quieter. Hermione nods, wiping her face again. Okay, Ron swallows. Okay, he says, voice rough. Neville steps closer, voice quiet. What about the Death Eaters who ran? He asks. What about the ones who will try to act like they were forced? Harry's jaw tightens. Trials, he says. Real ones. Not show trials. Not Dumbledore's secrets. Not the ministry burying files. Dumbledore flinches again, but he does not argue. Harry's voice is flat. And anyone who tries to protect them gets dragged into the light too. Cyrus nods once. Kingsley's face tightens. That is going to be ugly. Harry's laugh is thin. Everything is ugly. We just stopped pretending. Silence settles, heavier now but different. Not fear. Not chaos. More like exhaustion. Harry's legs tremble. He grips the table edge again. Daphne steps closer, voice low. Harry, she says. Harry looks at her. Daphne's eyes hold his. You need to breathe, she says. You need to sleep. If you keep running on rage, it will eat you. Harry's mouth twists. I cannot sleep. Daphne's voice is quiet. Then rest, she says. Even 10 minutes. You are shaking. Harry swallows hard. He looks at the great hall again. Then, slowly, he steps toward the center, toward the raised platform at the front where teachers usually sit. Not the headmaster chair. Not the chief warlock chair. Just the high table. He does not sit in Dumbledore's chair. He sits on the stone step in front of it instead, like he does not trust anything that looks like power. Excalibur rests beside him, point down, blade angled away. People watch him, quiet. Daphne stands near him, not behind. Beside. Hermione sits on a bench a few feet away, hugging her knees, shaking as she breathes. Ron stands near her, arms crossed, eyes red, jaw tight. Neville stands near the front line, wand still in his hand, face pale but steady. McGonagall speaks quietly to Flitwick, already planning repairs and checks. Kingsley steps aside to bark orders to returning Aurors. Dumbledore stands alone near a broken section of wall, looking older than ever, hands loose at his sides. Harry stares at the stone floor. His hands are still shaking. His stomach still hurts. His chest still feels tight. He hears crying in the distance. He hears footsteps. He hears the castle settling after pain. He feels a pulse under the stone, deep and steady. He hates that he can feel it. He also hates that part of him finds it comforting. Daphne lowers her voice, so only Harry hears. You did it, she says. Harry's laugh comes out tired. I do not feel like I did, he says. I feel like I lost something. Daphne's gaze stays on him. You lost the version of yourself that could pretend this was not your problem, she says. Harry's throat tightens. He looks up at her, eyes raw. Is that what you wanted? He asks. Daphne's face softens just a fraction. No, she says. I wanted you alive. Harry's breath shakes out. Daphne holds his gaze. Then, very carefully, she leans down and kisses his forehead. It is quick. Simple. No performance. Harry's eyes close for a second, like he is letting himself have exactly one quiet thing. When he opens them, Daphne is still there. Harry swallows hard. Do not bow again, he whispers. Daphne's mouth twitches. I will bow when it matters, she says. And I will stand when it matters more. Harry's chest tightens. He looks around the ruined hall one more time. People are moving now, cleaning, carrying, checking on each other. The war is over, but the mess is still here. Harry's fingers curl against the stone step. He exhales, long and shaky. Then he forces himself to stand again because he knows if he sits too long, someone else will decide what happens next. And he is done letting other people decide.